Morning, everyone. Welcome to our Finance Committee for June 2nd. This evening, we'll be discussing the Community Development Department. We'll be discussing the Library, Parks and Recreation, Human Services, and then we'll be reviewing the capital budget. We're going to go in that order. It's great to see a lot of folks and faces here this evening. Appreciate your interest in city government. And for efficiency purposes, it might be easy to ask. So what are we here for? Are we mostly for the CIP, I'm assuming? And let me see, how many people are here for Langley Parkway? Great. How many people are here for golf course? How many here are for other? Okay. Awesome. Okay. So just so for planning purposes, this is the way we're going to do it. We are focused on the FY23 budget. So as we go through, we're going to do, as I listed, those departments, which should go fairly quickly, just so everybody doesn't get worried. But when we get to the CIP projects, I'm going to recognize those people who have issues in the FY23 budget, and then I'll recognize people who have issues with the out years, okay? Because that's actually not going to be, it's not part of the FY23 budget, so we'll deal with that afterwards, okay? So just for planning purposes, so everybody get comfortable. Mr. Manager, before we start, I also want to recognize that we have two set of minutes before us that were emailed to us. Hopefully everybody got a chance to review those. Can I get a motion?
Move approval. Second.
So we have a motion to adopt the minutes from May 23rd and May 26th. Is there any changes, concerns, comments? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And the minutes for the 23rd and 26th are adopted. With that, Mr. Manager, if you could start with the Community Development Department. Sure.
And you, so, Your Honor, and members of Congress, you also have any emails that we receive for public input. You probably about somewhere around noon. Sue Stevens sent you a note, and then at 5 o'clock, anything as of 5 o'clock. So anybody who sent anything through email, so we did get a lot for CIP 60, I believe, which is the Kiwanis Park, thank you, Matt. He already knows by number. Kiwanis Park, so there was a tremendous amount of those at the last minute that came in, so you have all of those. So tonight, we'll review the operating budgets of Community Development, Library, Parks and Recreation, Human Services.
I did all that.
And when, you already read all that?
Didn't I just list off?
Yeah, he just said that.
Okay. I was thinking on something else.
Why don't you start?
Why don't I just start? Okay, so you want to be on item number 4.
I thought it was February 2nd.
We're going to start with page 117, if you will.
Stuck with me so much. You want to be on page 118 of item number 4. And again, this is all on the web, so if you concordnewhampshire.gov, you can follow this budget at home. Revenues, budget to budget, are up $273,000 or 21.4%. Construction permits are up $42,000. Other permits, I'm just going to hit on the high points here and anything that's significantly changed. Construction permits are up $42,000. Other permits are up $122,000. And just for your information, those are like right-of-way permits and sign permits. Licenses are down $12,000. Review fees are up $30,000. Inspection fees are up $109,000. Timber sales are up $13,000. Transfers in trust are down $33,000, and that is really for the Trails Rangers position. City Council approved at their April meeting the inspection fee changes to a permit structure as part of eliminating the inspection fund and merging the revenues and expenses into the general fund. So that's where you see a lot of the changes. The budget reflects increases in both other permits of $111,000 and inspection fees of $118,000 and attributable to this change. A portion of the wage and benefit increase that I'll discuss next is also associated with this change. The expenses budget to budget are up $629,000 or 18.2%. This increase is due in part to increases in wages and benefits, the consolidation of the inspection fund, and moving wages and benefits from the capital projects. $313,000 is attributable to moving the inspection fund operations to the general fund, and budgeting capital wage and benefit costs of $174,000 also in the general fund when these two accounts changes are factored in, expenses are really up by $143,000 or 4.1%. So essentially, you had money moving from the inspection fund, revenues and expenses, which made this budget much larger, but it's really that was because that budget was eliminated. Also, within community development budget, I have restored professional development and conference funding in the amount of $5,300. Funded the trail ranger position in the general fund this time for $22,000. Added water quality monitoring dues for $950. Added funding for the purchase of KN95 masks for the health officers for $300. I'd be glad to answer any questions regarding this budget.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager. Anybody have any questions about community development? Code, engineering, planning, administration? Anyone? Okay. So with that, seeing no questions, then, actually, I just one thing. Could you please provide the service level indicators with the department? You know, you list, for instance, the design review applications. It'd be real helpful to know, you know, how many applications are we receiving? Where's the demand for services within the department? Is it planning? Is it engineering? Or those type of things?
You want it for the next meeting, or do you want it built into the budget going forward?
Oh, not going forward. I don't need it for the next meeting, but before we vote on it, I'd like to
Yes.
to understand the need. Is there a need? Is there not a need? Or is that type of thing? So not seeing any questions, we'll open the public hearing on the Community Development Department. Anybody wishing to speak about their code, engineering, planning, et cetera? Anyone? With that, we will close the public hearing and we'll move on to the library.
So you want to be on item number 5, library, and that will be on page 123. Revenues budget to budget are up by $6,000 or 2.6%. And these include fines for overdue books, non-resident library fees, and other revenues. When you put those together, those other revenue section is down, but net it's up by $6,000. Expenses budget to budget are up $112,000 or 5.9%, and that's mainly due to two items. Changes in wages and benefits for $76,000 and programming supplies for $18,000. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Anybody have any questions about the library?
Just a quick question.
Counselor?
The volunteer hours for the library, was that due to COVID?
Yes.
Timing with COVID?
Yes.
Okay.
Anyone else? Why don't you go ahead and do recreation, and then we'll do both.
Sure. So for recreation, you want to be on item number 6, Parks and Recreation. And you want to be on page 126 of the budget. Again, same, if you're at home reviewing this, it'd be on page 126. Budget to budget revenues overall are down $189,000 or 14.6%. And this is mainly due to the reduction of $200,000 from the transfer in that was used to offset expenses associated with the new community center. So you recall in the past, you've transferred funds from the recreation reserve to cover these costs. So, and that total amount in the past has been about $400,000. So I've reduced that to $200,000. So it looks like a major reduction in revenue, but what you're really doing is you're spending less of your reserves to cover this budget. Expenses budget to budget are up $266,000 or 8.1%. Funding is fully funding for staff to open all pools. The position upgrades that are recommended for $12,000. Seasonal temp wage increases for $18,000. Overtime for seasonal staff, $26,000, and supplies for the programs that we have. And you recall when we have programs, there's also offsetting revenues that go with that. Glad to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Councilor Chaplin.
Thanks, Your Honor. Mr. Spell, I was reading in the Wall Street Journal this week that a number of municipalities across the country are not opening their pools this summer because they just can't find young people to work in them. Is there any hazard, any threat that might be the case here in Concord? Or
The situation we're in, and I'll get you an update on that as we get closer to opening day, is that the numbers that we have are good in terms of the number of people who have applied, but we still have to go through certifications and training and make sure everybody tests out well. So people have really good intentions of doing things, is do they actually qualify? In the past, because of the 2 previous years, one where we were closed completely, and the other one where we couldn't open because of lack of staffing and get the governor's restrictions on pools, you don't have that number of people coming back into service, so to speak, carrying over from future years. So we'll have a better picture later on. What we also have found is there's a change in the way things work in terms of staffing, which you can imagine just in general, the general population. In the past, because they were open for about 8 weeks, people would sign up for providing services to become lifeguards and water supervisors, and they would be here for the full 8 weeks. Now, when people come to sign up for you, they come and say, well, you know, I'd like to do 8 weeks, but I'm planning on taking 2 weeks off in between. Or when they do come, they actually come, instead of coming for 8 weeks, they'll come and say, well, I can only work a Thursday, you know, type of thing. So yeah, it's a lot more cobbling together people. So we're trying to put together enough to have it for everybody, but we'll see as we get closer.
thank you. Follow-up, Your Honor? Sure. Are you feeling any pressure in terms of competition with, you know, other job opportunities, fast food industry, and others for seasonal employees?
Overall, I mean, if you look at the cemeteries and the parks, and yes, there is some, which is why we've made a lot of moves over the last several years to increase wages and overtime and whatnot for a lot of the positions. So that we're very competitive with other positions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Councilor Brown?
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. City Manager, can you tell me how late the pools will stay open this year? What is the start date and the end date?
I'll have to ask the Park and Recreation Director to come up. I believe that the start date's June, I'm gonna guess 19, but
So, Mr. Gill, you're Recreation Director. Hustle, run, show us how it's done.
Gotcha.
Welcome,
He
sir.
was, good evening, Mayor, City Council. He was correct. June 19th is opening
And
date.
August 15th?
August 12th or 13th is the date right now.
And then what we try to do is, if it's hot and we do actually have the staff, we'll try to keep the pools open longer.
Follow-up, Your Honor. Can I ask how much it would cost to keep the pools open until the end of summer, until Labor Day?
It's more of a staffing issue. I think over the years, if I came to City Council or City Manager and said it was an extra $10,000 and I had the staff, the answer's always been do what we need to do to keep them open longer. The vast majority of staff either go back to college or high school sports start. So we have 7 pools, so it's hard to keep that many staff on.
Yeah. So you don't have to budget any additional money to keep them open until, let's say, September 1st, if we had the staffing in place and the weather was cooperative.
Sorry, follow-up. Is there any reason why we're only hiring college students? We could also hire adults as well. We could increase the price.
Good retirees, if people apply, it's all ages. We pay for the certifications. So there's no age restriction. The minimal age to take the Red Cross class is 15. We try to hire 16 and older. We always have a handful of younger staff that we take on, and they work 1 or 2 days a week just to get their maturity and, you know, get themselves ready to be a full-time guard. But if one of you guys want to apply, we would love to take you. Might be a conflict of interest, but we'll take you.
One more follow-up. May I ask what the starting rate is for a lifeguard?
The range is $12 to $16 an hour, based on experience.
Would you consider increasing the rate so that the pools could stay open longer?
That'd be up to the city administration and city council. I mean, I think, you know, the challenge right now is everybody's looking for employees. We have openings for custodians, park employees, cemetery employees, lifeguards. So, you know,
We've done comparisons for other pools in the area, in the region. We're very competitive, or if not higher.
But would you consider increasing the pay so that the pools could stay open longer?
There's not a connection there.
Traditionally, I just don't have the staff come mid-August. Traditionally, we have not had the staff to keep them all open. And every now and again, I think we do keep another one pool open an extra week, because all of a sudden we get going and everybody says, oh, sports don't start, or I'm not doing sports, so we keep an extra pool open for an extra week. We do that quite regularly when we're able to do that. We fully fund the pools, but as you all know, weather, cancellations if there's a chemical and the pool's not open, so there's a lot of flexibility built in that if we need to keep the pools open an extra week, one or two of them, we do that when we have staff.
Councilor Craig.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to make sure that the conversation that we're having at the table here, my HR hackles are rising. Age is a protected class, and we do not participate in ageism in any way, shape, or form in any hiring that we do. By saying that we are asking college students, high school students to apply for jobs is absolutely incorrect. Anyone can apply for any job in the city so long as they meet the age requirement for the job as set forth by the federal or Fair Labor Standard. And we are a large employer in this city, and we do not do this. That's not the type of activity we participate in,
Thank you.
ever.
Councilor Fennessy.
Thank you. In looking at this budget, are all of the costs associated with operating the pool captured in the recreation budget?
It is not. The maintenance falls under General Services Department, so Public Properties does an excellent job getting all the pools ready. They handle all the chemicals. We help with some of the daily water checks that we have to do for the state regs, but all that expense is under Public Properties.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, because it's been my experience in the past that we've gone beyond those dates that you've given, and make sure that I understand the question correctly. We don't always keep all 7 pools open because we may not have the staffing for all 7 pools. But we have always evaluated at the end of the season, as we're starting to lose staff to other places and for whatever reason, we've generally always kept the most populated pools open as long as we possibly could. Is that a fair statement?
You generally keep Keach, Rollins, Rolfe, and White.
Right.
You try to keep the ones that geographically scattered around the community that have the biggest demand.
So, because I know that, I mean, people have always been concerned that, you know, it's still hot this summertime, August is August, and I know the desire is to keep it open, but maybe not have all 7. So we're gonna do the best we can. The second thing is, you talked about the flexibility that's necessary, and I think Councilor Fennessy and I had the same conversation with several of the people who were interested in applying to be lifeguards at the pool, and the flexibility in work schedule seemed to be more important than many of the other factors, because not everybody wants to work every weekend, not everybody wants to work, commit to 7 days a week. That flexibility, have you built in that flex? I know you spoke a little bit about it, but you heard the demand. Are you responding appropriately? Yes, scheduling may be a little more difficult, but if we can keep the pools open longer, are you doing that?
Yes, and I think that's a very good comment for everybody here sitting at home, is we used to be able to hire 33, 34 lifeguards. 29 have to work every day. We would have everybody working. They would want to work 5 days a week. Life is good. I think over the past 5 to 6 years, it's quality of life, time off, family vacations. Right now, we have 37 lifeguards hired, and 27 of them still have to pass the certification. So, but we have to hire significantly more lifeguards to be that flexible.
So we've hired more than we've usually ever, really not ever, but generally hire. The idea is if we can keep hiring some more, we'd like to hire some more because it gives the other employees the flexibility of taking time off.
So we have seen that across the board. It's park staff, cemetery staff, everybody wants the flexibility to work less hours because they have more social time and family time, which is great from a Parks and Rec point of view. I think that quality is great, but it's also a challenge.
And the thought is with COVID potentially coming back and people getting sick and taking time off, there could be periods where, you know, you have to take a group and put them out of service, and then it'd be nice to have another group to be able to move in.
Okay. Any further questions? Councilman McNamara.
Thank you, Your Honor. So in the application process, would a new applicant be able to stay on the application? My family is going to be gone for this week. Do they get to write that when they're being interviewed and or hired?
We asked that question during the interview process.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure if it's on the application
Sure,
process,
that's
but it is one of the questions, because as we look at hiring everybody, if everybody wants to be off on Monday and nobody wants to work Monday, we need to know that early on.
Yep.
Because it literally takes a week to 10 days to try to figure out the schedule for 2 weeks out, because it's just, yes. So we do ask that question. It's very
Thank you.
important.
Councilman Krivik.
Thank you, Your Honor. And this budget does include an increase for our temporary seasonal employees, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilman Fennessy.
Thank you. I was just going to reiterate, I know this issue about flexibility has come up at the RPAC, and I think we talked about it in the fee committee as well, and certainly that's the feedback I've gotten from people, that our competitors in the market tend to be a little bit more flexible with respect to scheduling, and so in competing for the dwindling amount of lifeguards, it's important to have that level of flexibility. So I think we need to be as agile as we can in maintaining people so that we can hopefully keep the pools open longer.
Councilman Chaplin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hopefully, one last question. Is it fair to say that you're seeing the same challenges in hiring people for other seasonal positions in Parks and Rec as you are challenges hiring lifeguards?
Yes.
Okay. So it's the same thing all across?
It's cemeteries, it's snowplow operators, it's anything that's seasonal like that. There's a challenge.
Thank you.
Councilor Rice Hawkins.
Thank you. I just wanted to do a follow-up to something the city manager and Parks and Rec manager said. We do have the money in the budget to keep it open through the end of August, should we choose to. Great. And then the second part of that question is, are we advertising that we want people to stay, to apply for these jobs for the end of August, since we also advertise that the pools close at August 12th or 13th?
In the application, we don't have a closing date listed.
Thank you.
My understanding. I'll double check with that, with HR tomorrow to make sure that's an open-ended date.
Any further questions? My question is not reflected of a line item in this budget, but it is something that we have done as a city. And we have been very fortunate that the Concord Housing Authority has provided resources to the city to make sure that every child has the opportunity to get swim lessons for free. Is that an opportunity this year?
At this time, it is not.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? See none? Appreciate it. Thank you much. Any other issues before around Parks and Rec? Just make sure. Okay. At this time, we'll open the hearing on library or Parks and Recreation. Anybody interested in either one of those? Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, members of the Finance Committee. I'm Roy Schweiker, and I'd like to start out on a positive note. If everyone here would happen to go up to the children's room of the library, you could not believe how spiffy that is. Just wonderfully new and exciting. I just wish I was a little bit younger and could spend more time up there. So now, of course, we get into the negative stuff. I spoke last time about the structural racism, about how organizations do things that are not intentionally racist but have that effect on the lesser served people of the community. And I feel this has been a serious problem with the library during COVID, and to a certain extent it's continuing. My biggest gripe was last year, if you may recall, I complained that a small town in Vermont advertised that they had Wi-Fi available within 100 yards of their library outside, so probably everybody in that town could have been 6 feet apart and access Wi-Fi from the library. Well, in Concord, you do not even have reliable Wi-Fi outside if you're parked next to it. You can probably get your email with some interruptions, but it's not reliable enough to do streaming and so forth. So like during COVID, if I'd wanted to watch a city council meeting because they weren't being held in person, I couldn't have gone to the library and sat outside and used their Wi-Fi because it wasn't reliable. And I didn't try it myself, but I'm told the same thing was true with the Heights Community Center, which has their own Wi-Fi that, once again, you couldn't rely on using it. And I feel like this is a major issue, that here are some people in the city who are, definitely at the low end of the economic spectrum who could benefit from this, and the city council and the library staff, don't seem to care. So I think that's the first thing I'd like to say is we need to put money in this budget. The manager's probably going to tell me I'm in the wrong place. It's capital budget. Well, it can't be that expensive to just boost the Wi-Fi signal a little bit. You're talking relatively few dollars compared to everything else. I think that's a really important thing to do. And the second thing I'd like to do, and once again, I'm out of order, but to save everybody some time, I want to remove the new library from the capital budget out years. I don't think it's necessary. Take a look at what we've done with the children's room. We could do the same sort of a thing with the main library. And we wouldn't need to spend that, but the real problem right now is nobody in the library has the idea, let's make this library work. They all say we need a new one. I think that's wrong. If they would spend the same time they spend planning the new library, trying to fix the existing library, it would be better for everybody. And I mean, as an example, they say there's a lack of space. Well, last time I was over there, the whole lower level was closed off. You couldn't use it. So, if there's a lack of space, why aren't we using the lower level? They say we don't have enough room for books. Well, you walk in there and some of the bookshelves are only 2/3 full. You could put 50% more books on those shelves. If putting out books is a problem. And there's areas that if you see by the rug, used to have bookshelves, and now just have book carts. You could put a lot more books in those areas if you wanted to. And the other problem is, due to COVID, when they were trying to clean everything every 2 hours, they kind of jammed up all the patrons in small areas, so they have to clean less. I think we've now decided that cleaning all the surfaces is not really effective due to COVID. What's more effective is spreading people out, but we still have people all jammed in those small areas. We need to spread out the workstations for the patrons. There's a whole wing upstairs on the back aisle that there's no workstations in for people. There's the downstairs, there's no workstations in for people. We need to spread those people out. That's better for COVID. It's also better, I remember when I used to go to the library and you made a noise, the librarian would tell you to shh. Well, that's not true anymore. There's people talking on cell phones all the time. And there's people trying to work together on projects. So if you could spread these people out, instead of jamming them all in one room, there'd be less disruption due to noise. There'd be less problem when somebody comes in reeking of cigarette smoke and everyone in the room's got to smell it. So we need to put time into, doing stuff like that, to make the library work better instead of trying to, do a new library in the out years. We could do much better with the library we have. And once again, I'm talking about programs. It says in here they're going to have 272 programs this year. Well, I'm not, sure how they're counting them. I tried to count up the programs that they're doing next month, and it looks to me like they're doing 25 programs next month, so maybe that's in line with 270. But of those programs, one of the spaces they have for programs is called the Blanchard Room. That's used twice all month for programs. The auditorium is used 6 times all month for programs. If you could do 3 programs a day in each of those, that would be 90 each, and you're doing 2 and 6. So, we don't need the space. We have the space. We're just not using it. If we're going to use this brand new library, how many more staff are we going to need to run it if we don't have enough staff to run the one we have?
I appreciate you talking about program, just so it were fair to everybody. I'll just stick to FY23, if you don't mind.
Well, okay. But some of this stuff may require expenditures, like I don't know where the bookshelves went that are now replaced by carts, but we could make better use of the library we had now if we spent money on bookshelves to put the books on. And I don't know if we need furniture to move the workstations around, but this is stuff we should be spending on this year and not the out years. And another thing is we have very short hours at the library. It has not been open on Sunday in like 2 years. And once again, I think this is something you might call structural racism, because I think, once again, the poorer people in the city are more likely to be working during the week and less likely to, be available to go in during the week. So being open on Sunday is important. So I think we have the staff for those hours, but somebody told me they don't want to work then. And is that because it's only used to be a 5-hour shift? What if we make the Sunday shift noon to 8, so it's an 8-hour shift? Would that make it happy? I mean, we have the police department and the fire department. If they say they don't want to work Sunday, well, that's tough. You just don't work here. And what I'd like to do is a compromise on the library, say everybody can pick a day they don't want to work, and they'll only be scheduled to work the other 6. So if you're a devout Christian and you feel you can't work Sunday, well, that's fine. You take Sunday off. But do we have any library staff that are Muslims and want Friday off? Do we have any that are Jews and want Saturday off? Do we have any that are atheists and skiers that want Wednesday off because that's when the discount ski tickets
I
are?
understand. You like more hours on Sunday, right?
I want the Sunday hours back, and I think we can do it, once again, with the people we have. I want more programs. And the very last thing I'm told is the problem with some of these is there's too much turnover in the staff. And once again, that's a budget issue for this year. One of the reasons there's so much turnover in the staff is the library has the lowest percentage of full-time as compared to part-time regular staff of any department in the city. And in effect, they have, instead of like a pyramid, most organizations are a pyramid, a lot of people start at the bottom and then gradually some work their way to the top. Well, the library, it's more like a stovepipe, that there's only like one track to the top, and if somebody along the track decides, I really don't want to be a manager, then you hire the managers from outside. And 3 of the last 4 managers hired for the library came from outside because nobody working their way up wanted the job. I don't think that's good. So what I want to suggest is let's take some of those immense number of part-time jobs at the library and combine them into full-time jobs. And then you get maybe people who would stay, people who would be promoted to higher level jobs in the library. I mean, there's one woman over there who works part-time in 3 different libraries. It's not that she doesn't want the hours, it's that the full-time library jobs are hard to come by. So I think let's, once again, combine some of those jobs into fewer full-time jobs. Maybe people would stay. Maybe you could have less training, more programs, more people promoted from within.
Got it.
Okay.
Yep.
So,
You have anything further?
well, probably I should, but I think I've talked long enough. Thank you.
We're on the same page. Get it? Thank you for laughing, by the way. I appreciate it. Okay. Anybody any questions for Mr. Swiker? Councilor Royce Hawkins.
Just a comment. Thank you for your continued testimony and advocacy around the issues at the library as you see them. I do recall you brought up the Wi-Fi issue last year, and I think in the context of COVID that might have got lost, so maybe we could have the library director either give us an update on that Wi-Fi access or improvement, either now or later, but thank you for continuing to bring that to our attention.
Thank you. Anyone else? Very good to see you. Anyone else would like to talk about the library or Parks and Recreation? Good evening and welcome.
Hi.
Oh, you know what? Before we start, I didn't forget. I got the look from Sue. So Sue is taking minutes, and she takes good care of us. She requested, and I'm requesting, there's a sheet that's right in front of Mr. Walsh. If you could raise your hand, right there. When you're done testifying, if you wouldn't mind just putting your name on the sheet so that we get your name spelled correctly for the minutes and such. That'd be really helpful if you wouldn't mind doing that. So thank you. So with that, welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you. And I've already signed up. My name is Wendy Follansby, and I live in Pennacook. And I've been one of the many people who's been watching you on TV, so thank you for all you're doing and all the hours that I know you're putting in. I had 3 things that I wanted to talk about tonight. Now, after listening to Mr. Schweikert, I might have 4, but thank you for the work you're doing on getting the ambulance back in Pennacook. I know that's going to take months, but I appreciate the time that you're putting into that. I am concerned about the branch, the Pennacook Branch Library. It is open only 5 hours a week on Thursdays. The services are great, the staff is great. I haven't heard anybody complain about Wi-Fi there because we have somebody who actually parks outside the library and uses it all night, so I think it's okay. I do want to tell you that because it's a historic building, it has some repair issues, and I understand that's probably, we're not going to possibly renovate the building. I'd like to revisit that, but if we're not going to renovate the building, I would like you to know that people in Pennacook would like a brick and mortar library at some point. I know we have a temporary solution with the Boys and Girls Club possibly coming to Pennacook and having a room similar to the Heights branch. And I was told that that would be a temporary solution. And when I said, how long is temporary? I was told it was like 15 to 20 years. And I'm sorry, but that, I might not be here. So I kind of would love to have the library, and I would like some direction from anyone. If you had wanted fundraising during COVID, we could have been doing that. So we were told certain things, and I just need you to know that Pennacook gets 5 hours a week of local library support, and I would love for you to be able to find money from somewhere in the budget. And I did want to mention that some of the things that were said about the main library, I'm all for renovating it. I agree that the children's room is amazing, and I think that they're doing the best they can under the circumstances and the budget that they're dealing with. And we did lose the Pennacook Pharmacy, which was another huge loss to Pennacook. I mean, we lost the tannery, we lost Rivco, we've lost some big things in Pennacook, and I just need you not to forget that we're there. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have any questions? So I did wonder, so who suggested it would be temporary? Just I'm curious.
Say it again?
Who suggested it would be a temporary solution?
That was at the meeting with the Boys and Girls Club,
Gotcha, okay.
and that was mentioned there when I asked.
Do you not think that could serve the Pennacook area effectively?
No, I don't.
No.
But you're going from 10,000 things at the branch now that people can check out and do whatever they want to do with, to however many items you can fit on 8 rolling carts that have 3 shelves on each side. I don't have the numbers. We asked for the numbers, but so no, you're not gonna, they'll have access through the computer to check things out. It's a great solution to a problem, but I would love for you to figure out how to take care of the buildings that are historic so that they don't get into the disrepair that the Pennacook branch was allowed to get into. And with 2 years of COVID, that didn't help. That doesn't help an old building when it's not being used and taken care of, so.
Thank you, appreciate
You're
that.
welcome.
No further- Anyone else like to talk about the library or Parks and Rec? Seeing that, we'll close public hearing. Mr. Manager, if you would mind returning and talking about human services, please. Page 130.
I'll get there in a minute. So just before we move to human services, one of the members of the board of directors for the Concord Housing Redevelopment Authority said that they would put in $7,500 for swim lessons, as they did last year.
Great to know.
They just voted on that, I believe it was last night. So on, you want to be on item number 7, on page 130. Revenues budget to budget are flat. Expenses budget to budget are up, excuse me, $8,000 due to wages and benefit changes. As you see, the projected expenses for the miscellaneous line, which is Human Services Special Programs, is projected to only spend $75,000 out of the $229,000 budget. While the demand is still there, a significant amount of funds have been made available to the city's vulnerable populations from federal government emergency rental assistance program, which is distributed through the Community Action Office here in Concord. We are in close contact with the CAP agency on a daily basis to monitor this program and know that we are there to continue to help those who are in need. I don't expect that the situation will last forever. We'll accept the reprieve while it lasts, but I fully expect expenses to increase as we move forward, and that money runs out that has come down from the federal government to the agencies. Glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Councilor Fennessy.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Manager. So in looking at this budget, I have some concerns whether we're appropriately budgeting for what I anticipate might be harder times coming up for people, given sort of where things are at with respect to inflation. I'll use an example. My wife volunteers at a food pantry, and on Tuesday night she had more people than had ever showed up in the last 3 years. And so my concern in looking at this budget is I don't know that we are appropriately preparing for a potential onslaught of people, the most vulnerable people we have in the community needing some support. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on
I could
that.
address that. The monies that you see in the made available for the miscellaneous section, the vast majority of those are for rental assistance, not for food. So we have the food item covered. It's really the rental assistance part of it. So there should be more than sufficient dollars there to cover that cost. Recall, the city council also carries $100,000 in council contingency for items like fuel or food or other items like that. And you've never hesitated to make those dollars available if there was a need for them. But in the past, we've been able to cover these dollars. As a matter of fact, the question really should be is how come we're not reducing this budget by dramatically? And my response is, because I feel the same way as you do, that this is just a temporary reprieve. It is going to come back up, but we've never not had the dollars available. The council has directed me in the past, if the need is there, then we make the dollars available regardless of what's in the budget.
Well, on the rental piece, I know the last few years we've gotten a fair amount of money, as you mentioned, from the state and the federal government. Are we anticipating that there's going to be similar opportunities going forward in this budget year?
We're anticipating that there's still dollars left that those agencies have to cover those expenses, but that's a dwindling number. And really, by the time you get to the end of fiscal year 23, those dollars will likely be gone.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Espel, I recently had a conversation with a human services worker, not a city employee, but somebody who works with the homeless population. And in the conversation, I was asking about the situation in the various camps that are around the city. We know that they're out there. And it was indicated to me that they're seeing increasing numbers of people in their 40s, 50s, 60s who are being displaced when their residences, their apartments, are being renovated. Right. Particularly new owners, oftentimes people who don't live in Concord and may not even live in New Hampshire, but who are evicting folks and then renovating the apartments and putting them on the market for higher rents. And also people who just can't make the higher rents that are being asked. Is that what Human Services is seeing on the city level?
I'd like to ask the Human Services Director to come forward.
Thank you.
Good evening, welcome. Did you hear the question?
I did hear the
All right.
question. And yes, that is correct. We have seen those cases, unfortunately, especially of seniors actually being evicted. It's for renovation of their places. We just had one recently that just occurred. They were paying their rent for several years, and the rent now increased, and this person now has been now homeless, having money and resources, but just not be able to pay for that particular apartment. And we have seen that all through COVID as well.
Follow up, Your Honor? Excuse me. What is the city doing? How does this budget address those issues, if it does?
Well, it's really about finding the housing. I think that's really the biggest problem that we're seeing with a lot of our community members is for they able to find the housing, and we just don't have that. It's less than 1% vacancy rate that we're facing, and unfortunately is calling there to see if they have any family members that they can stay in the meantime. This particular case, they did have family members, but it's also making referrals to shelters, unfortunately, that we have to, because there is just no housing. We can pay for it. It's a problem of them finding the housing. So it's not a matter of income or funding. We have the funding. We just they can't find the place for it.
Follow up, Your Honor? Thanks. Last question.
Sure.
Am I correct in my understanding that usually if these people are evicted for reasons of a renovation, they then have that eviction on their record, and that makes it more difficult for them to find an
Yes,
apartment?
they may have that because they have to go through court for that. Any type of eviction that's on their record makes it that much more difficult, because now a landlord they can have 30 applications, and they're going to be able to pick the best application that they find there, and it might be beyond their fault that they're
So
being
even if
evicted.
they've paid their rent regularly, they've
Correct.
always paid their bills,
That is correct.
this circumstance suddenly puts a black mark on them?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councilor Craig.
Thanks, Your Honor. I was recently speaking with a landlord that had a condo, two-bedroom condo that became available. They had 300 applications. Is that also what you're seeing?
Yes, I'm not surprised. Unfortunately, I'm just not surprised by seeing those numbers and hearing it. We had one case who lost an apartment because they owed a utility bill from several years ago, and they were not able to get it. They went with somebody else.
Thank you, Ron. So, $1 million question, how do you fix this?
Giving more housing. Give the people more housing. And again, it's not unique just to Concord. I mean, we're talking about a nationwide issue here with the lack of housing that exists. And when we're looking at what people can be able to afford, we have cases right now that the rent is $1,900. I have a case like that. $1,900 is what the rent is. So it's how do they afford it based on their income, and the rent has continued to increase.
So, I mean, I asked the question because it's a stupid question, but like, who can afford anything?
It's something we're gonna be living with, I think, for a couple of years at least. If you just saw the Realtor.com rankings of Concord, we're still #2 hottest, housing market in the entire country. And the reason for that is because it's a fantastic place to live. People wanna be here. There's a lot of other places in the country where people don't want to live. This is a place where people want to live. And as long as that continues, as long as the quality stays fantastic in this community for livability, we're going to have this issue until a lot more housing is built.
Anyone else? Thanks for that good news. Appreciate that.
Realism.
No, it's true.
it's a
I mean, you and I, this past Sunday, we helped out an individual who was evicted from their home. And not only was it a financial issue, but they were also a hoarder. And so we worked with the providers to help clean things out. And, it's not just the city. I mean, the faith community stepping up, there's social services stepping up. I mean, and this is one thing, the point of the story is that even people with money, they can't find it. Can you imagine if you are someone who has a criminal record, you have a mental health issue, you may have a substance abuse issue, and you're obviously trying to find housing as well. And
You're aged.
it's very difficult. And I think that
It's very difficult.
what you've been able to do specifically in your department and how you work with and coordinate efforts with all of our social service agencies here in Concord and throughout Merrimack County and to the state, I just want to make sure people understand the impact that you have across the state, and I hear about it in the legislature, I hear about it through your peers, and I really appreciate everything you do. This
Thank you.
This community should be, we're very grateful for what you do.
Well, Oh, I can't take the kudos for that. I give that to my staff. I work with wonderful people that make me look good. So I really appreciate that, but I want to give that all to them because they really deserve it. They really out there advocating. We're out there really talking to individuals and really doing a lot of advocacy with landlords. We are trying to save housing here by offering to pay rent and doing everything that we can because we know that once they're evicted, it's going to be that much more difficult for them, for the family, for the children. So it's really important for us to be able to do that. So we try our best, and at times we can't save all the housing that we have, but we try to do our due diligence with and that's by partnering and collaborating with our partners in the community. We can't do this alone. But I thank you for that, but I'm going to give it to them, not me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none at this time, we'll open the public hearing on human services. Anybody like to come and share their thoughts about the human services budget? Okay, seeing that, we'll close public hearing on that, and I believe we're going to move to Mr. Walsh.
I'll turn to Mr. Walsh. He'll present the tax increment financing district information, and then you go into the capital budget for fiscal year '23.
All right, Mr. Walsh, no pressure, but you've got a lot of people watching.
I'm aware of that, Your Honor. Good evening, Your Honor, members of the Finance Committee. If you turn to start off with the tax increment finance districts, it's page 169 of the budget. The quick overview is this. We have 3 tax increment finance districts. They're governed by RSA 162K. In total, they comprise 333 acres. We've created about $111 million of assessed value in those districts since their inception. That number has increased since fiscal '22 because of recovery from COVID-19, so to speak, of commercial values. Combined, we've invested about $41.9 million in those districts to create that value, of which about $21 million were TIF funds, and the rest of it came from different sources: grants, the general fund, water, sewer impact fees, others. If you turn to page 170 to 171, it's an overview of the York Tif District, which is the North End Opportunity Corridor Tax Increment Finance District. It was established in 1998. It is projected to sunset in the fiscal year 2037. The current captured assessed value is $50,662,000. That is slightly up from last year because of, again, recovery of commercial values from COVID. We have been releasing assessed value, and some of that captured assessed value since fiscal year 2006. In fiscal year 19, since fiscal year 19, we've been releasing about 2/3 of the assessed value. In the coming fiscal year, that will translate to $33.4 million, which will be $856,734 going back to the city's general fund, Concord School District, Merrimack County, and the state of New Hampshire. In fiscal '23, the revenues that are going to remain captured by the district are $442,000. That's up approximately $74,000 from the previous fiscal year. Expenditures are flat at about $246,000. That's largely debt service and operating costs for a projected net operating income of $196,000. We are projecting to finish the fiscal year in that district with $2,496,000 of fund balance. If you go to page 172 to 173, it is the Sears Block Tax Increment Finance District in the downtown area. It was enacted in 2003. The projected sunset date is 2042. The assessed value, captured assessed value in the district is just under $43 million. And again, that is up from last year. Revenues in fiscal '23 will be just under $1.1 million. That's up about $50,000 from last year. Expenditures are about $1,277,000. That is up year over year by about $77,000 because of debt service that has come on for utility relocation that was done as part of the Main Street project, which was done as a bond anticipation note, interest only for 5 years prior. There are transfers out from the Sears Block TIF District. There is $437,000 that goes to the general fund for a variety of purposes, including debt service for the Main Street project, support of the downtown services team, and past support by the general fund of the Store Street parking garage going back to 2005. There are transfers going out to the parking fund as well, about $316,000. Again, that is supporting debt service for the Store Street parking garage. The projected net operating income is going to be a negative $178,000 for the district, and the district will end with about $150,000 of funds of working capital at the end of fiscal '23. Moving on to page 174 to 175 is the Pennacook Village Tax Increment Finance District that was enacted in 2010. It was expanded last April to support the interchanged development project at Hoyt and Whitney Road, as well as CIP 30, the intersection improvement out there, as well as CIP 567, the Canal Street Park, which we'll talk about later. Projected sunset date with the park is 2044. The captured assessed value created in the district is about $17.5 million, just under. That is up about $6.78 million from last year, largely due to the interchange development project and recovery of values from COVID-19. There are some key policy changes occurring in fiscal '23. The first is city administration is recommending that we're going to start releasing captured assessed value out of the district, similar to the York Tif District that we just spoke about. Specifically, next year we're recommending releasing 10% of the captured assessed value, which will be $1,074,000. $1,740,000. It will translate to $49,850 flowing to the city's general fund, the Merrimack Valley School District, Merrimack County, and the state. That will increase over time. We're also proposing to commence repayment of the Economic Development Reserve for its past investments in the district. Right now, there's about $771,000 that's owed, largely related to the former Allied Leather Tannery site. In fiscal '23, we're going to make the initial payment of $25,000. That will also increase over time, and we're projecting it will be fully repaid by 2032. Neither of these actions will threaten the viability of the district or the ability to support other already planned or underway capital improvements. The budget for next year in the Pennacook Tif District revenue will be $451,000. It's up about $222,000 year over year because of the development at Exit 17 and the recovery from COVID. Expenditures are going to be $448,000. That is up $344,000 year over year, largely because of the first year of debt service for CIP 30, which is the Hoyt Whitney Road project, which is supporting the Merchants Way project, interchange development, and as well as some operating costs associated with that and the ongoing groundwater management permit at the former Allied Leather Tannery site. It will have positive net income of a little more than $3,000. The projected fund balance at the end of fiscal '23 for the Pennacook Tif District is $404,000. Be happy to take any questions, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Councilman Fennessy.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. I have a question for you regarding the Sears block, Tiff. Looking at it, we're projected in 2022 to have a net loss, and the same in the budget for 2023. Obviously, we've got revenue coming in. Should we be concerned looking at the net loss if we had the same thing in 2024? In theory, it's knocking out whatever our working capital is at the end.
So we're anticipating that the district will pick up value from the employment security project. We're anticipating that sale to the flat leaf company will close sometime within the next week, and they are prepared to move forward immediately. That will generate, when it's completed, somewhere between $9 and $10 million of assessed value, which will bring more revenue into the TIF district. If that project does not occur, we will have to look at adjustments, or I'm sorry, transfers out to either the general fund or the parking fund, and we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But right now, we anticipate employment security will come online beginning in tax year '24, be fully completed in tax year '25, and that should make everything work fine.
Councilman Keach.
Thank you, Your Honor. So related to that question, because commercial development or assessments has gone down, that affects the TIF sort of calculation, right? Is that correct?
We're more or less back to where we were in fiscal '21. So we had a bit of a dip in fiscal '22 because of COVID-19 and the impact on commercial values. But the numbers that have been given to me for preparing this budget from the assessing department indicates things are more or less back to where they were.
Thank you.
Any further questions on TIFs? Councilman Champ.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Walsh, does the Store Street Garage have any impact on the net loss for the TIF?
The transfer out to the parking fund to pay for debt service that was originally booked to the parking fund, that does. And that's a function of how that finance plan was put together for the garage at the time and how things unfolded. The TIF ended up being more successful than we thought. At the beginning, we put more debt on the parking fund because we thought the parking fund was going to be better suited for that. It turns out that development in the TIF district exceeded expectations, so we are transferring those dollars to satisfy that parking fund debt service.
Follow-up, Your Honor? So we're basically taking money and taking it out of one pocket and putting it into the other.
That is correct, and it's something that we've done for several years.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Pierce.
Quick question about the Pennacook Village TIF. Is it on budget? Is it doing what you thought it would do, or is it ahead of the game?
It's doing better than we thought it was going to do. We had no plans to release value this early in the process. In fact, our original pro forma didn't show us doing that at all. So because of what's happening at the Exit 17 site, other things that are coming down the pike, right now the TIF is exceeding expectation.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Did anybody come to testify on any one of these? Hold on. Anybody come to testify on the TIF districts? Okay, then why don't you just keep going?
Okay, Your Honor, shifting gears to the capital improvement program. So if you go to page 176, it provides an introduction of the CIP, the legal authority, how we prioritize projects. We're going to be using a document tonight called the Capital Improvement Project by Category, which is on page 218. Just some opening comments. I'm going to limit my discussions to fiscal 23 only. As you look at some of the projects in fiscal 23, you'll notice an asterisk next to some of those projects or dollars in those projects. Anything that's asterisked will not be appropriate as part of your vote next week. That is something that usually there are funds that are coming from third parties or require conversations with third parties, and those will be brought forward at a subsequent time, either in fiscal 23 or beyond, for appropriation when the time is right or those dollars come through. For fiscal 23, there are approximately 52 projects totaling $21.7 million. Once you take out the asterisks, we're about a little over $20 million. The general fund share is about $7.14 million, and that is up from last year, which was just under $5 million. The general fund share of cash, which is capital transfer, is just under $530,000. That's also up from last year. Last year was $268,000. All in, the capital budget over 10 years is a little under $430 million. If you turn to page 218, you're going to find airport. There's one project in the category for $15,000. It's CIP 75, which is general airport repairs, and it's $15,000 of airport capital transfer, which is cash from fund balance for routine hangar maintenance as that's needed throughout the fiscal year. And that is the category, Your Honor.
Any questions about airport? Okay.
Next is the arena on page 220, and there are no projects in fiscal 23.
All set? Okay.
Next is bridges, Your Honor. On page 221, there is one project for $576,000. It is CIP 588, the Loudon Road Bridge. The city, just for edification, owns 20 municipal bridges. There were some funds that were appropriated in fiscal 20 for design. There's some supplemental funds coming through in fiscal 23. $576,000 is mentioned, of which $461,000 will come from the Department of Transportation as a grant, and the remaining $115,000 will come from the city. This is asterisked, which means it's not being appropriated as part of the budget, but it is carried in the fiscal 23 capital improvement program. That is the category.
Let's finish.
Just a point of clarification, so the funds here, is that for the design work that we originally appropriated for?
Correct, it is for design.
Thank you.
And the conversations with Department of Transportation and with Council Warmington, they added the legislature added the additional $14 million to accommodate the request that we had made as a community to make the improvements as we. Is that true?
I believe the improvements being the wider bridge deck for the multipurpose trail and some of the other improvements I believe that's my understanding, is like, yes, that it's on track.
Thank you. Any further questions, Councilor Keach?
Your Honor, so that's contingent on state approval, so that's not a done deal?
That's correct. You'll see the city engineering division come forward at a future date to formally accept the funds once we get a formal notice from DOT.
Thank you.
But the bill's been adopted by the legislature.
It
so,
is,
yeah.
okay.
Anyone else with
Hopeful.
bridges? Okay. Cemeteries?
Cemeteries, Your Honor, page 221, there's one project for $80,000.
I apologize.
I had a question about bridges.
Yep, sorry.
Project number 602, Ironworks Road Bridge Replacement Program, currently slotted for the out year 2027. That's been a bridge that residents in the south end have been watching for quite some time. And I didn't know if, certainly I want to use this opportunity to encourage general services and others to keep an eye on that as it continues to fall into disrepair. If we need to move that up, to do so accordingly. And I didn't know if we had an update on the project, anything substantive.
I do not.
Okay. I guess I don't need you to come up, Mr. Manager. I just really, please keep an eye on it. I know we've talked about that in the past. We get Jersey barriers out there, but if we just continue to do annual assessments of the bridge. Thank you very much.
And that, what you just witnessed is a ward counselor taking care of his ward. Sorry. Any further bridges? Okay, cemeteries.
Cemeteries, Your Honor, again, page 221, $80,000, one project, CIP 587. We have 13 cemeteries that we are responsible for throughout the city. The $80,000 is general fund bonds. 30 of that will be spent on needs assessment of buildings and structures at Blossom Hill Cemetery, some of which are a century or more old. And then $50,000 for ongoing road paving at Blossom Hill.
Any questions on cemeteries? Okay, community planning implementation?
Page 222, Your Honor, there are no projects in fiscal '23.
Any questions? Councilor Fennessy?
Thank you. 599, the zoning update, I see that in the out year 2026. Is that what we're looking at for a potential rollout at this point? I know there's been a lot of talk about it the last few years, sort of where we're at on that.
So I think the first phase of Concord Next is being worked on diligently by community development and the legal department, and I think you're going to see something on that sooner rather than later. I think the subsequent phase has been put out because there's a master plan update, 563, which is scheduled in 24 and 25. So I think it's anticipation of maybe doing other zoning changes after the master plan process is done.
Thank you for the clarification. Anyone else? Okay. Downtown?
Your Honor, page 222, there is one project, I'm sorry, correction, there are two projects for just under $105,000. The first one is 589, which is downtown corridor streetscape improvements. $100,000 of general fund bonds to replace sidewalks on Pleasant Street in their in-kind condition between Oddfellows Avenue and State Street. That is intended to dovetail with the State Street, Pleasant Street intersection signal replacement project, which we'll talk about later, as well as some electrical work that's being undertaken by the Dupree companies related to the Bank of New Hampshire stage and redevelopment of other property on South Main Street, which will be occurring this summer. Second project is 644, which is street tree planting. This is new to the capital budget. Just $4,874 at closeout funds, so these were monies left over from other projects in the general fund. We're going to be replacing trees throughout the community, and this will probably replace about 15 street trees in the community. And that is the category, Your Honor.
Any questions, Councilor Champ?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry if I missed this, Mr. Walsh. CIP 589, is that both sides of the street or just the north side of the street?
It is. It's going to be both sides between Oddfellows and State Street.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
This is the portion that we chose not to do when we were doing the Main Street portion, and this was the kind of the next step that we agreed to do back then, so.
Yep, exactly.
Takes us to economic development.
223, Your Honor. There are no projects in fiscal ~23.
Okay. Fire vehicles.
Fire vehicles starts at the bottom of page 223. There are two projects totaling $2,085,000. The first one is CIP 4, which is the fire department vehicle replacement project. $2,055,000 next year in general fund bonds. The first $300,000 of that is going to be for the new ambulance company that's been proposed in the city manager's budget. The second is $1,755,000 to replace Tower 1, which is our ladder truck. The current Tower 1 went into service in April of 2013, has about 85,000 miles on it right now. The replacement lead time for that vehicle would normally be 12 to 14 months. It's now running 20 to 22 months, so call it 2 years. So, and you have to have the funds in place if you want to order it. The life cycle is normally about 8 years of frontline service and 8 years in reserve, so about total of 16 years altogether. Obviously, we're going to be stretching that time now because of the 22-month lead time, so we're going to have about 11 years of frontline service with the current vehicle. If it is funded by the City Council, the current vehicle will eventually go into reserve status and Ladder 2 will be sold. This project dovetails with CIP 252, which is modifications to the central station to accommodate the new ladder truck, which we'll talk about in a little bit. Our goal is to buy a stock vehicle, which will actually let us get it hopefully a little bit faster, even with that ridiculous lead time. Customization usually becomes much more expensive and requires a longer lead time, and we have been customizing ladder trucks over the years, and we're trying to avoid that. The second is CIP 375, which is fire boats. Right now, the city has 3 boats based at Broadway Manor and the Heights stations. We're looking for $30,000 of general fund bond next year. The narrative notes that we're going to replace the boat 7 at the Heights, which is 1 boat. We are hopeful that we can maybe stretch the dollars and actually replace 2 boats. The fire department's working on a plan to do that with the goal to try and standardize all of our fleet for water rescue, so it's better standardized for swift water rescue and shallow water. Right now we have 3 different boats with 3 different motors and 3 different configurations, which is not desirable. That is the category, Your Honor.
Questions on fire vehicles?
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Walsh, you're saying the funds have to be on hand, so are we paying in advance and waiting 22 months for the fire, or you just have to have them in, like,
in order for the
escrow or
city,
whatever?
in order for the city to actually issue a purchase order, we need to have an appropriation.
So they're set at that point?
Yeah, yeah.
Just a quick reminder to make sure everybody talks really closely to the microphone so everybody can hear at home and hear. Councilor Keach.
Thank you, Your Honor. So just to be clear, 10 years ago, that was $1.2 million. Now it's $2 million for a tower? Is that correct?
That is correct. I think it was a little more than $1.2 million, but yes, that has been in the inflation, and the COVID-19 situation with supply chain issues is not helping.
Thank you.
Anything else? Fire vehicles? Okay, golf.
Golf, Your Honor, begins on page 224. There's a total of 3 projects totaling $950,000. The first one is CIP 107, which is the golf course clubhouse maintenance and, golf course clubhouse and maintenance buildings. $490,000 is proposed next year of general fund supported bonds to design a new clubhouse and parking area and associated amenities. The current clubhouse, this would be to eventually replace the existing clubhouse that is there. The current clubhouse was built in 1967 and is around 4,500 feet in size. It also features a patio, which is just over 2,400 square feet. There were some funds appropriated in 2019 for $130,000 for some minor repairs and renovations of the pro shop and restrooms. And as we got into that project, it became clear that those funds were not going to be sufficient to deal with some of the issues at the property. And since in the ensuing time, the project has evolved into from a simple renovation to full replacement. The next project is CIP 235, which is golf course grounds improvements, $390,000. The first $340,000 of that is going to be for irrigation improvements at the first, 17th, and 18th holes. It continues a multi-year project that was initiated in fiscal year 18, and thus far we've invested about $1.18 million in that time. The balance of that, $50,000, is for vegetation management per the recommendations of the U.S. Golf Association at the 2nd, 15th, and 16th holes. That's picking up on an investment we started last year of $130,000. Last is CIP 530, which is golf course equipment, $70,000 of golf fund supported bonds to replace a fairway mower. It's a 2009 unit with about 3,000 hours on it. We maintain 3 mowers at the golf course, and we keep them generally for 8 to 10 years.
Thank you. Anybody have a question with golf? General Services Vehicles.
Yes, Your Honor, page 225, there's one project that is CIP 121 for the General Services Department. It is $1,780,000 all in. It's a mixture of general fund, water, and sewer fund supported bonds, as well as funds from the city's Equipment Reserve Fund, which is a reserve account. This is up from last year by a little more than $100,000. We have about 225 vehicles in the fleet, which is that we use to maintain our infrastructure. We generally keep vehicles as follows. Heavy equipment, which is like loaders and graders, are usually held for 20 years. Dump trucks, large dump trucks are usually 15 to 20. Sidewalk tractors are around 10. All other vehicles are around 7 to 10 years. Fiscal 23 includes the following: $525,000 for a sewer vac truck. It's a 2014 model that we're going to be replacing with sewer bonds. There's $430,000 to replace 2 6-wheel dump trucks. These are the big vehicles that you see out there doing the grunt work for us. Those are both 2008 vehicles. There is $393,000 to replace 2 heavy-duty 4x4 pickup trucks. These are the big trucks with dump bodies and dual tires in the rear, including their snowplows and sanders. These are 2014, 2016 vehicles. There's $160,000 to replace a snowblower unit, which is a 1988 that we use for downtown clearing. There's $195,000 to replace a sidewalk tractor. It's a 2015 model with about 3,500 hours on it. There's $52,000 to replace an extended cab pickup truck for the water department. That's a 2013 vehicle. And there's $25,000 to replace a 2003 tandem axle trailer that we use to haul equipment around.
Anybody have questions about general service vehicles? Okay, information technology.
Information technology, Your Honor, page 225. There are 4 projects for about $330,000. The first one is CIP 2. Which is information technology, hardware, and software replacement. This is really the bread and butter project for the IT department to maintain our infrastructure. $275,000. It's a mixture of general fund, water, and sewer fund monies. The formula was revised in 2018. We no longer charge golf, parking, or arena for IT needs. Water and sewer also do not fund any police or fire department IT needs. The 23 request, again, is $275,000, is $185,000 for computers, monitors, and hardware. We usually keep our computers and monitors for 5 to 7 years. $70,000 for network switches, which are also kept for 5 to 7 years. $10,000 for UPS, which is uninterruptible power supply battery backup units, and $10,000 for printers. Next project is 297, which is $10,500. 297 is our geographic information system. This is used to hire interns to keep our data layers accurate and split 3 ways equally between the general fund, water, and sewer funds. Next one is CIP 477, library equipment replacement. $10,000 is requested for next year for e-commerce kiosk and software improvements to allow us to accept online payment of library fines and fees by credit card. We could also do that remotely with this on-site as well with this technology purchase. So that's what that is. CIP 130 is the next project, which is multifunction photocopy machines. We have 24 photocopiers, printers in the city. We hold them for about 5 to 7 years. We actually purchased the units. $35,000 for next year to replace 6 units at the following locations: the assessing department, general services at the combined operations and maintenance facility, the water treatment plant, the wastewater treatment plant at Hall Street, Green Street Library, and police administration, and that is the category, Your Honor.
Any questions on IT?
Just one, Your Honor. If you go back to IT and you talked about the fire department and police department, those charges are attributed to them and not IT in general? Is that right?
No, so there's a formula that's been used to allocate the split between the various funds for the city's technology needs. And in the past, water and sewer were paying for investments in the police and fire department for IT needs. That was terminated in 2018. So now whatever those specialized IT needs are for those 2 departments are paid for by the general fund.
So is it fair
entirely?
So is it fair to say that police and fire pay their own boat on what?
I would say the general fund pays for police and fire to finance those needs entirely.
But not specific to that department, just general fund?
Correct. That's how it would, yes, correct.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Takes us to, I believe, intersections?
Intersections, Your Honor, yes, there were 4 projects, starting on page 227, a total of $885,000 and change. The first one, CIP 30 Hoyt-Whitney Road intersection improvements. So this is picking up on appropriation the council made about a year ago. We're requesting $474,791 in supplemental funds for this particular project, of which $244,791 will be impact fees, and the remaining $230,000 would come from the city's Economic Development Reserve Fund. It supplements the budget that was approved by the council in 2021, which was $4.9 million after additional money came from the developer. Specifically, we're asking for the funds to address cost escalations that have occurred, primarily because of delays that we encountered with the permitting process, the state permitting process with DES and DOT, and to provide extra contingency until the project's completed. So that's what the project is at this point. Right now, the project's on track to be completed in October of '22. We would prioritize use of the impact fees first, and then the city's Economic Development Reserve funds, and any unused EDR funds would be returned to the Economic Development Reserve at project closeout. And if there are EDR funds that are to be used, it would likely be repaid by the Pennacook Village TIF going forward. The next project is CIP 31, which is Mckees Square, $100,000 of general fund bonds. The square was rebuilt by the state in around 1990. In 2012, the city did an engineering study in-house to do an analysis of the intersection. We found that the intersection is operating at or above capacity at peak times, and we're experiencing extended vehicle queue wait times back in 2012, so more than a decade ago. And there's also a significant crash history at Broadway and West intersection, which is part of that, which is about 7 crashes per year at that time. The $100,000 being requested in fiscal '23 will build upon the work that was done in 2012, and really what we're going to be doing is traffic analysis, looking at design alternatives, and then hopefully selecting a preferred design alternative that will become the basis for a future renovation in the out years of the CIP. Next is CIP 283, which is traffic signals and traffic operation improvements, $285,965. It's a mixture of closeout funds and general fund bonds. It supplements $175,000 that was appropriated last year for the State Pleasant signal improvement. And that's really just a combination of insufficient budget and COVID-19 supply chain issues. And then the last one is CIP 520, which is intersection safety improvements, $25,000 in highway reserve funds to realign the intersection of Lilac and Borough Road in conjunction with the annual road program next summer, which is CIP 78, which we'll talk about momentarily. It's basically to remove the slip lane and create a 90-degree intersection there with Lilac and Borough. That's the category, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Walsh, on CIP 30, the Hoyt Road, is the state contributing any money towards the work we're doing there?
They are not.
Thank you.
Anyone else? You had mentioned that you anticipated the Hoyt Road project to be completed in October of 2020 this year. Is it fair to say that completed means completed, the roundabouts, et cetera, but that it will be, won't it be actually open and accessible in August?
Correct. It sounds like we're going to have more or less an operational intersection sometime late summer, August, and that the project's subject to receiving the large lattice work structures that have to go over the roadway to hold the large signs, the highway grade signs that are going to be going up at the intersection. That's what will be installed hopefully in October, presuming that they arrive when they're supposed to.
Let me try the question this way, and if Mr. Mayor wants to answer. So if I'm living in the area,
yep,
and I want to know when I can get my groceries at exit 17, I'm probably going to be able to get them hopefully in August. Is that?
That's right. Good evening, Mayor.
Notice I didn't say liquor store. I said.
Yeah, you get that too.
I noticed.
I've gotten that question.
So to answer to your questions, based on our schedule right now, we anticipate that the roundabout will be operational by probably the first week of August. That we will continue to have construction in the corridor, but Market Basket, we've been working very closely with Market Basket and Rossios and the State Liquor Commission as well. And at our last meeting just a couple of days ago, Market Basket has indicated to us that based on that schedule, they plan to open the store in August at some point, probably late August.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that. Any further questions? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to other vehicles.
Other vehicles, Your Honor, page 228, there are two projects for $265,000. The first one is CIP 569, Parks and Cemetery Small Turf Equipment, $35,000 in general fund bonds to replace a 60-inch out front mower. It's a 2011 unit with about 3,300 hours on it, and it also has a snowblower attachment. We generally keep those for 10 to 15 years. We currently have 16 pieces of equipment for turf maintenance between grounds and cemeteries. CIP 575, police and vehicle and equipment replacement, $230,000 of general fund capital transfer, which is cash, to purchase 4 cruisers. We generally keep them frontline for 3 years, and we move them to the unmarked fleet for another 2 to 3 years. We've transitioned to SUVs because you can't really get sedans anymore, and that is the category, Your Honor.
Any questions on other vehicles? Okay, parking?
Parking, Your Honor, page 228, there are 3 projects for about $1.7 million. The first one is CIP 403, parking vehicles and equipment replacement, $51,688. It's a combination of parking bonds and closeout dollars to replace the mobile enforcement unit, which is commonly known as the Jeep. It's about 10 years old. It's got 90,000 miles on it. It's a special order because it's a right-hand drive. So we go to the UK to get one. I'm kidding. And it takes a long lead time to get one. The next one is CIP 432, which is the State Street Parking Garage, formerly known as Firehouse Block Garage, $1,250,000 of parking fund bonds. Here's $1 million for design of repair or renovation of the facility, and then an additional $250,000 for additional interim repairs as needed. The council just appropriated $200,000 of repair, which we finished last week, actually. The garage opened in 1981, has 238 spaces. The last major renovation was done in 2006, and we've been doing Band-Aids on it since 2018. Last is CIP 595 parking meters. This covers meters and kiosks. The city has 86 kiosks, 454 smart meters, and 184 mechanical meters, which manage 1,658 metered parking spaces on street and in our lots in our 3 parking garages. There are 2 projects totaling $420,000 and change. The first one is $240,423 to upgrade 82 of our 86 kiosks. We're upgrading the 82 originals that were put into service in 2010. The units are now 12 years old and will no longer be supported by our vendor. So what we're going to be doing is changing out the doors on them, which have all the components, which is far more economical than actually replacing the entire unit, which would be a 7-figure number. Also $180,000 to replace the remaining 165 mechanical meters that we have in the system. Technically, we have 184 right now, but once Employment Security sells, we will take the pay station out of there and move it to Hills Avenue, so we only need to purchase 165 mechanical meters. That is the category, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anyone else want to say?
Thank you. Mr. Walsh, looking at CIP 432, the State Street Parking Garage, in 2024, there's a $9,385,000 number. What is that?
So that is on the presumption that we decide collectively to repair and renovate the existing structure as it is. And the structural assessment that was completed back in February, the design engineer that was involved basically came up with 3 alternatives. The first alternative is to repair the existing facility as it is, which is what is in the capital budget right now. The second would be to demolish the existing garage and replace it with a surface lot, which would be about a $4.34 million lift all in. And the last was to literally demolish the garage and potentially replace it with another 240-space garage, and that could be upwards of $25 million. So right now we're anticipating that we would go forward with renovating the existing garage and keeping it. That's something that I think the parking committee is going to talk about a little bit more before we get to fiscal 24, and probably even before we start designing any renovations to the garage now. There are a lot of variables that are affecting the path forward. One of them is the state's parking garage that they're going to be building at the Department of Justice, which has been approved apparently by the legislature. Part of the other variables are, and how is that going to affect downtown parking? We have a lot of state employees that park in School Street and State Street. We don't know if that will continue if the new garage gets built by the state. We don't know if things are going to change with on-street use of parking by the state, especially handicapped legislators, members of the legislature, excuse me. So there's variables with the state and what they're going to be doing with their garage and who's going to be able to use it and how that's going to change things. We also have the variable of the YMCA, if they decide to vacate and move out to the new proposed middle school. And so those are some of the other things that are floating around in the ether, if you will, that make it challenging to figure out exactly what path forward to take.
So the 1.25 million we're looking at for fiscal year 2023, is that to do immediate repairs and design? Is that the idea, or what's that money being programmed
So the $1
for?
million would be used for designing whatever alternative we're going to go for. And right now, that number is pegged to repair and renovation of the facility as it is, but it could be any of the other two options that I mentioned. And then the other 250,000 would be for any additional repairs that we may need to make, whether it's in 2023 or maybe potentially beyond, depending on how long it takes us to make a decision on what we want to do and to get that permanent project started.
I'm going to switch gears now and talk about 595, the new parking meters. Are these?
Thank you.
I knew you were going to jump on it. So the parking meters, are these going to be replacing existing ones, or are these going to be new parking meters we're installing?
These replace existing mechanical meters that are already at currently metered locations.
Thank you for asking. Anyone else? Okay, takes us to our next item, Parks and Open Space.
Parks and Open Space, Your Honor, it starts on page 230. There are 8 projects for about $3.1 million. The first one is CIP 51, which is White Park, $280,000 of general fund bonds. 230 of that would be used for improvements to the maintenance building garage. They're primarily health, life safety, HVAC improvements to that space. This was a project that was asterished back in 2021. It never happened because of COVID. And then there's $50,000 for repair of the concrete parking lot that's at the park. CIP 52 is Keach Park, $160,000 of general fund bonds to convert the what's become an underutilized tennis court into a soccer mini pitch. It's been recommended by the Recreation and Park Advisory Committee. It better serves the recreational needs of the neighborhood. We expect that the court would last somewhere between 10 and 15 years. CIP 55, which is Rolfe Park, $15,000 of general fund bonds to complete LED lighting improvements at the facility, primarily related to courts, tennis courts and pickleball courts. Supplemental funds that were approved last year in the amount of $90,000. It's also an RPAC recommended project. CIP 56, which is Rollins Park, $15,000 of general fund bonds. It's basically the exact same as Rolfe Park. We had a project last year and needed a little bit of additional money to finish the LED lighting improvements, again recommended by RPAC. CIP 60, Kiwanis Riverfront Park, $125,000 of general fund bond. The purpose is to complete a community visioning charrette to establish a master plan for Kiwanis Park, the Everett Arena, and the city-owned Cornfields properties located between Terrell Park and Loudon Road. We kind of have started to call this internally the Merrimack River Recreational and Open Space Corridor. And really what the goal of this project is to develop a comprehensive, coordinated vision and strategy for these assets. And it will expand upon a 2017 effort that was done in-house by the Parks and Rec Department along with the CD Engineering Division and RPAC. We anticipate the stakeholders that would take part in that effort include, but are not limited to, the public, the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee, Arena Advisory Committee, the Conservation Commission, City Council, Concord Crew, Friends of the Skate Park, Friends of the Merrimack River Greenway Trail, and staff from applicable city departments, so in short, everybody. And again, it's been recommended by RPAC, and from this process, the definitive master plan for all these assets would be created, and improvements would be programmed in the out years of the CIP. The next project is 515, which is the golf course winter recreational improvements, $40,000 of general fund bonds to purchase a new tractor with attachments to maintain the skate pond. There's currently no tractor at the pond, and it hasn't been for a few years now. And we have the truck equipment there to actually maintain it, which is inefficient. The next is CIP 557 Memorial Field, $550,000 to repave the track. It's a project that has been recommended by RPAC. Essentially, this is an asteristed project, which means it wouldn't be appropriated this year, and here's why. There's $275,000 of donations, which we believe would come from the Concord School District in partnership with them, and then $275,000 of a state grant, potentially a Land and Water Conservation Fund grant that we'd have to apply for. So subject to conversations with the school district and applying for grant funds, that's why the project is asteristed for this year. The next project is CIP 567, which is Pennacook Riverfront Parks. $1,947,000 in change total for two distinct projects. The first one is the new Canal Street Riverfront Park. There's a map of the location on page 490 in the budget. And essentially, this is at 11 Canal Street, which is a 2-acre site located between Chief's Restaurant and Pennacook Landing Apartments developed by Caleb. It has about 500 feet of frontage on the river. The concept of the park was first established in the 1986 Pennacook Sense of Place Master Plan. It was subsequently carried forward into 2004 Allied Leather Tannery Charrette and 2015 Pennacook Village Master Plan. So it's been out there for a long time. And the park would represents the final piece of the Allied Leather Tannery redevelopment project, which began in 2002. Funds for design and permitting were appropriated last year, $110,000, all of impact fee funds, recreational impact fee funds. The city has hired a design team known as GPI. They're doing a great job. We've met with all the abutters, and we've also met with the Rec and Park Advisory Committee. And there is a community charrette that is scheduled on June 20th at 6:30 in the Pennacook Elementary School. Everybody is welcome to attend. Funding for construction would be as follows: $1,747,729. Of that amount, $1,025,000 are bonds that are supported by the Pennacook Village Tax Increment Finance District, $165,000 of parking fund supported bonds for reconstruction of the Canal Street Municipal Parking Lot, which is connected to the park but will not be part of the park. $57,000 in recreational impact fee monies, $500,000 of Land and Water Conservation Fund grants. Those are asteristed, and the council has approved authorized application back in April, and that process is already underway. And if the funds are appropriated, we anticipate construction would start in spring, summer of '23. The project dovetails well with the timing of Pennacook Landing Phase 2. They're going to be building their second building starting this summer. It'll be completed in summer of '23. And also the General Services Department, subject to your approval and funding, will be rebuilding Canal Street between Village and Community Drive as part of CIP 78. So it dovetails well with those two. We'll talk about 78 in a minute. The second project is $200,000 for the Tanner Street Park, which is located across Village Street. It is developed in the early 80s, and the funds would be used to refresh lighting, walkways in the parking lot. The goal is to have the infrastructure of Tanner Street match whatever happens at Canal Street. And if we run into any funding issues with that, we'll probably use those dollars to leverage, hopefully, additional land and water conservation funds. Tanner Street is scheduled to be rebuilt as part of CIP 78 by General Services in fiscal '23, so it dovetails well with that. That is the category, Your Honor.
Anybody questions on Parks and Open Space? Council Champion.
Yeah, Mr. Walsh, CIP 52 Keach Park, does the conversion of the tennis courts into the soccer pitch, does that leave any options for playing tennis up there?
I'd have to defer to Mr. Gill. I do not believe it does, though.
But there,
It does not.
It does not, okay.
but there are courts on that side of the river at Merrill Park, correct?
Correct.
And they're lighted, so you can play actually.
All right,
Correct.
that was kind of my question. Thank you, Your Honor.
Council Keach.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I would really encourage the public to encourage the school board to help us finance Memorial Park,
Memorial Field Track?
the track, because basically they're the ones that use it, and we pay the bill, and it's a bit unfair that we pay the bill and they are on the hook, so. I didn't say that too eloquently, but Nathan, you can help me.
I'd say that, my question was regarding 557 as well, Moorfield. I would say it this way, we all pay for this.
Yes.
It doesn't matter if it falls under the school district or it falls under the municipality, we all pay for this. So my question then is, you are anticipating other and in this case, you cited land, water, and conservation, or state, or somebody. Would it be fair to say that if, because, I happen to be down there quite often, and it's great the amount of use that it gets between, this time of year, it's lacrosse, and women's and men's, and baseball, and softball, and it's great to see the track and tennis teams, and everyone out there. But if the school district owned that field, would they have access potentially to more opportunities for grant funding and such than the municipality? And I ask that because if you look around the state at all the turf fields that seem to be popping up in these school districts, those are paid for oftentimes by other funds that the municipalities are, the school districts are able to come up with that we necessarily wouldn't have access to. Is that a fair assessment?
My understanding is that the state could access some of the funds that I talked about tonight, land and water, the school district could access things like land and water that I talked about tonight. But I think what you're referring to is the potential to access state building aid to help maintain some of their facilities, which is something that the city cannot access. It's only something a school district can access.
Okay. Anyone else? Council Mattson.
One question, sort of slightly off, but you mentioned Pennacook Landing 2, which is the next one. Could you remind us how many units will be on that?
20.
Thank you.
Council Fennessy.
Thank you. I want to ask you about CIP 59 Terrell Park in 2024. Is the entry there that is in the schedule, is that for a turf field?
Terrell Park in 2024. Yes, it is actually, yes. Yeah, the answer is yes, yes.
Okay. You've got there's a donation scheduled in there. Do you know what that is that anticipated to be something from the school district or some other source of donation?
I believe it's in anticipation of grant funds that might be land and water conservation or whatever might come from infrastructure money that's floating around right now.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, next category, public buildings.
Public buildings, Your Honor, starts on page 232. The first one, there are a total of 6 projects for just under $2 million. The first one is CIP 633, which is citywide recreational and projects. $799,000 and change for 2 projects. The first one is White Park Pool replacement, $750,000 of general fund bonds. Unless you're directing us otherwise, we're going to proceed with doing a replacement with a splash pad. The design has been completed. Construction is scheduled for this fall, subject to funding by the council. It's a project that has been reviewed and approved by RPAC. The goal is to have the splash pad operational by summer of '23. Splash pad is less expensive to operate, requires less staff, lifeguards, for example, less water, et cetera. The second is it's supplemental funds for renovation of the Green Street Community Center. This last year, there was an appropriation of $265,000 for roof replacement, window replacement, and lighting improvements. There's another $49,000 that's recommended in fiscal '23 to support that project. CIP 65, City Hall renovation, $750,000 to be used as follows. General fund bonds, $200,000 for the annex, which is the building we're sitting in right now, for interior piping for the chilled water system, which is part of the HVAC, $175,000 to renovate the collections division office suite in City Hall, $175,000 for masonry repointing of City Hall. It's the second phase of a 4-phase project. We'll be doing the Prince Street side of the building in '23. $100,000 to replace portions of the City Auditorium City Hall Auditorium ceiling, cupola roof, and insulation. There's a moisture issue there that needs to be addressed. And $100,000 of updated HVAC controls for City Hall. Next project is CIP 252, Fire Station Improvements, $70,000 of general fund bonds, which I alluded to earlier. This is to renovate a garage bay at the central station to accommodate the purchase of the new tower truck. Right now, if we don't renovate the space, a standard truck will not fit in there, a stock truck, if you will not fit in there, which would force us to customize, which is usually more expensive, longer lead time, and frankly leads to more gremlins with the vehicle over time that require more maintenance. CIP 323 is the combined operation and maintenance facility improvements, a mixture of bonds supported by the general fund, water fund, and sewer funds. $100,000 in HVAC control improvements. We're trying to automate the system up there. and $80,000 of garage door replacement, phase 2 of 4. We're replacing 20 of the 57 garage doors are at the comp. The next project is CIP 484 police station improvements, 175,000 general fund bonds, 150,000 of that would be used for elevator improvements to update and refurbish the existing elevator, which goes back to the early 1970s. $25,000 of equipment for essentially charging stations in the locker rooms for various pieces of equipment, tasers, radios, phones, things of that nature. The last is CIP 636, electric vehicle charging stations. This is a new project for this year. $10,000 of water fund capital transfer, which is cash from the water fund, to design charging stations at the water treatment plant. We will also be looking for grant opportunities. This is really the city's first foray into electric vehicles is starting there. And that is the category, Your Honor.
Who has questions on public buildings? Okay, seeing none.
Moving on to public safety, Your Honor, 235. There are 3 projects for about $103,000. First one is CIP 376, Fire Department hose and equipment replacement, $53,000, a mixture of cash and bonds, $35,000 of bonds to replace hazardous material meters that are carried on the apparatus, and $18,000 of capital transfer for routine systematic replacement of hose carried on the apparatus. CIP 573, which is Fire Department personnel protective equipment, excuse me. A little over $30,000 of general fund capital transfer, which again is cash. We routinely replace the turnout gear for fire department staff, and this replaces approximately 10 full sets of gear every year. CIP 630, police computer crimes hardware, $20,000 of bonds, general fund bonds, replacement of hardware and software used to investigate computer-based crimes. It's a forensic tower and hard drives, and that is the category, Your Honor.
Anybody have any questions? Ms. Mattson?
Thank you, Ron. The fire gear that you just mentioned, you said it rounds how many?
It does approximately 10 full sets of gear a year.
And so how old are the other ones? How long is your lifespan?
I would have to defer to the chief to talk about the routines, the schedule on that. Yep. John.
Sorry, I didn't expect that.
Okay.
Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, Your Honor, Counsel. I did not fully hear the question.
What's the lifespan of a turnout gear?
Lifespan of the turnout gear is 10 years. After 10 years, the vapor barrier is no longer functional, and by NFPA standards, it needs to be replaced.
Thank you.
So by replacing 10 a year, does that keep you up to date?
Yes, right now, we have just over the past few years gone on a schedule. Each member has 2 sets of gears because often as we go to calls, we have to move into the backup set. So what happens is every 5 years, we provide each member a new replacement. So by the time their old gear hits, or their backup gear, I should say, hits 10 years old, he or she should be receiving a new set to keep those within standard.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just for clarity, do firefighters on different shifts share the same equipment?
No, they do not share the same protective gear. That is fit specifically to leg length, arm length, because it needs to fit precisely so you don't get thermal or vapor burns.
So follow up. Thank you. So we're basically looking at 2 turnout suits for each firefighter?
Correct.
Right. Not each firefighter on each shift, but I mean each firefighter in the department.
Each firefighter on the department right now is on a set schedule to have one new set of gear every 5 years.
Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anyone further? Thank you very much, Chief. Good to see you. Sewer collection.
Sewer collection, Your Honor, starts on page 237. There's 3 projects. The first one is CIP 91, sewer main rehabilitation and construction. The city has 141 miles of sewer mains that we maintain, so it's quite a bit. $40,000 in cash next year from the sewer fund to maintain about 1,000 feet of sewer interceptor access road located between 40 Elm Street and Village Street up in Pennacook. $400,000 of sewer lines to sewer bonds to line the following locations: Merrimack Street in Pennacook, Village Street, generally between Bonnie Street and the former BD Electric property at 88 Village, Chandler Street, really Elm Street to the Bosquen Town line, Cypress Street, Stark Street up in Pennacook, South Fruit Street, Woodman Street, and there's a map on page 232 and, 332 and 333 in the budget that shows those locations. CIP 275, sewer pump station improvements, that's on page 238. We have 8 sewer pump stations throughout the city, $75,000 of sewer bonds to design improvements to the Chanel Drive pump station. Likely includes replacement of the pump systems, piping, valves, addition of an emergency generator and switching, and SCADA improvements, which will be handled in an out year. CIP 648, this is a new project in the budget this year. Wastewater master plan update, $160,000 of sewer bonds to study the Loudon Road, Manchester Street sewer shed. I had to practice all day to say that. Primarily Loudon Road, and it's going to be focused primarily on Loudon Road in anticipation of future redevelopment of the Steeplegate Mall. And that's the category, Your Honor.
Any questions? Okay, sewer treatment, please.
Sewer treatment goes on to page 238, starts at the bottom. 2 projects, a little over $3.3 million. First one is CIP 104, which is the Hall Street wastewater treatment plant. The plant went into service in 1981. There are $2.8 million recommended, a little bit more than that next year. $2.4 million for screw pump replacement. We have 3 screw pumps at the plant. They transfer waste from the collection system sewer lines into the plant itself. We're going to be replacing pumps C, which is original 1981 equipment. The other 2 were done in 2010 and 2017. Then we have $400,000 for SCADA processor replacements. SCADA stands for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition Software. It basically helps us operate the plant and pump stations. There's an additional $15,000 to replace a mower that helps maintain the property down there. The current mower is 22 years old. The next project is CIP 466, which is Pennacook Wastewater Treatment Plant Improvements. The plant went into service in 1974, had major upgrades in 05. 30% of the volume, it comes from the town of Bosquen through various agreements with the city. $510,953 in total, of which $300,000 and change will be used for concrete and structural repairs, $150,000 again for SCADA improvements, and $60,000 for water pipe replacement and improvements throughout the facility. That's the category, Your Honor.
Any questions on sewer treatment? Council Pierce.
Thank you. Mr. Walsh, the other towns that use our sewer treatment plant, how do they participate in the bonding? Or do they?
I do not believe that there is a direct participation in the bond. I think it is done through sewer rates and users that pay for it. Yep.
All right, okay, thank you.
Council Keach.
Thank you, Ron. Mr. Walsh, Bosquen contributes 30% of the usage at the sewage treatment plant, is that right?
That's the number I have, yep.
And how is that calculated, like their rate, or, I mean, do they pay 30% of our cost or not?
I believe it's all handled through user fees, but I'd have to defer to Mr. Chesley or his staff to go into more detail than that.
I don't need a question tonight, but that's a question I have.
We got a lot of people waiting, so you know what? Just we'll put it on the yellow sheet and how's that?
That's fine with me.
Any further questions? See none. Sidewalks and streetscapes.
Sidewalks and streetscapes starts on page 239. There is one project for $60,500 next year at CIP 17. All donations, and this is restricted funds. This is to in anticipation of a new sidewalk being built on Dolphin Street between Community Drive and High Street as part of the Pennacook, the Boys and Girls Club project in Pennacook, which I know you're all familiar with. So right now it's in as donations, likely coming from the Boys and Girls Club. We're going to be rebuilding Dolphin Street as part of the highway program, CIP 78, which we'll talk about momentarily.
See no questions? Solid waste management, please.
Page 240, there are no projects in 23.
Okay. Stormwater, please.
Page 241, one project, $150,000 for CIP 83. We're going to be replacing a failing 48-inch culvert near 275 Portsmouth Street and the I-393 right-of-way.
Any questions on that? Okay. Takes us to
street corridor improvements. Yep, page 241, no projects in 23.
Street rehab?
Street rehab starts on page 242. It's only one project, and this is the city's annual highway improvement program, CIP 78. There are maps that are showing the streets that we're going to be doing in '23 on page 312, 313, and 314 of the budget. The city has 220 miles of roadway and 107 miles of sidewalk that we maintain. In fiscal '23, we are requesting $2,655,000 of highway reserve funds for the program. That is up from 2.375 last year. We desire to do maintenance on 6.28 miles of roadway in '23. We've been expanding, as you all know, our highway investment significantly since 2017. In 2017, we spent $1,475,000. With this year's request, we're up over that number by about $1.2 million. There are 3 typical repair techniques that you'll see mentioned in the CIP. The first one is a maintenance overlay, where we simply go in and add a shim over existing pavement. You'll see that on Bog Road. The second is cold plane and overlay. This is when we go in and we grind off the pavement. You get that groove pavement that you hear when you drive on it, and then we repave. The last one is reclaim, where we go in with a giant rototiller. We literally chew up all the pavement, we obliterate it, we churn over the road base, mix in the pavement, we grade it and compact it, and we build a new road on top of it. Our current sidewalk policy is this, and city administration is asking for some thought, maybe not tonight, but in the future, about future road programs. So currently, we only repave or rebuild sidewalks when we're reclaiming a roadway. If we're doing a shim overlay or we're doing a grind and pave, we're not rebuilding. We're suggesting that the council consider a policy in fiscal '24 and beyond where we revisit that and actually rebuild or address sidewalks as we're working on streets each year in the program. So right now, you could say we have a curb line. The curb line point of view, when we're looking at road maintenance, we'd like to look at a right-of-way line to right-of-way line point of view. And it's something we don't have to talk about tonight, but it's something that city administration is interested in pursuing in the future, but is going to require additional resources. For this year, we're proposing the following: $100,000 for drainage repairs, $140,000 for pavement preservation, which is really crack sealing, $25,000 for emergency overlays, $2,390,000 for overlays and reclamation for 27 streets, as follows. Bog Road, full length, we just repaved it. This is the wearing course that will go in because we wait a couple of years to let things settle out. And then we're reclaiming a bunch of streets, 26 of them throughout the community: Barnett Street in Pennacook, Bonnie Street in Pennacook, Broder Street in Pennacook, By Street in Pennacook, Canal Street, Chandler Street, Coral Street, all in Pennacook, Dolphin, Electric, Elliott, Fifield, Hardy, Lilac Street, all in Pennacook, McCoy Street in Pennacook, Maitland Street, Matthew Street, Merrimack Street, Merrimack Street's in Pennacook, Shaw Street in Pennacook, Stark Street, Steeple View, Stone Street, Summer Street, Sweat Street, Tanner Street, Webster Street, and Winter Street. And again, there are maps in the budget on page 312 and 4 that describe all of that. That is the category, Your Honor.
Anybody have any questions?
Is it fair to say that Councilor Todd and Councilor Pierce are now the 2 most powerful and effective city councilors?
Yes. I think it's fair to say it's fair to say Ms. Follansby, are you still here?
Yeah.
And I think what you heard is we do not forget Pennacook. I bet there's other parts of the city feel the exact same way you do. Any other further comments? All right, seeing that. Street new construction, I think is the next one, is that right? So
That's
it's
correct, Your Honor.
nothing-
Page
nothing in
242,
that
nothing
one.
there.
Water distribution system, I think is the next one.
There's one project, Your Honor, it's on page 243, $375,000. So the city has 177 miles of municipally maintained water mains. The project is CIP 244, which is water meter replacement program. $175,000 next year to replace 600 meters throughout the city. And then $200,000 to replace 100 gate valves that are associated with meters. You'll see us doing that over the next 20 years. There's about 2,000 gate valves that need to be replaced. That is the category.
Any questions? Water distribution, seeing none, okay, water treatment.
Water treatment, it's the final category, Your Honor. Page 244, 3 projects. The first one is CIP 88, water plant improvements. $389,000 and change. It's a mixture of closeout and bonds. There's $299,762 to replace floor, filter, effluent valves at the plant, and another $90,000 to renovate the lab and administrative areas. CIP 124, which is water system SCADA improvements. Again, SCADA is supervisory control and data acquisition software. We use it in the water plant as well as the wastewater plant. Helps us operate the plant. $30,000 for routine upgrades for hardware and software. CIP 347, water storage tank repairs. We have 5 tanks throughout the city that support the system. $50,000 is asked for next year for cleaning, crack sealing, valve replacement for the West End tank, which is near Concord Hospital, as a category, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Anybody got any questions on water treatment? Okay, seeing none, we will now open the public hearing. We're going to hear testimony on the FY23 budget, capital budget that is. Those are the items which Mr. Walsh just reviewed, and I have Mr. Malivi as the first person to be recognized. He was very quick with the hand.
Thank you, Robert.
Welcome, good evening.
I'm here in 2 capacities, actually. Longtime Concord resident and a longtime advisory board member for Beaver Meadow. And I looked it up today, and it's been 16 years. Somehow I keep getting signed up, and as my wife often says, I'm not good at saying no. Deeply involved in the community and have been for a long time. I really want to throw my support behind the funding for the Beaver Meadow new clubhouse. It's long overdue. It is a real gem in this city. It provides year-round resources and for activities for everyone during the winter for cross-country skiing, skating. It's an award for voting. It's really utilized. It's come a long way. We made investments over the last several years in a lot of new staff. The course looks fantastic, and it's something that's very important, I think, to this community. It's a real gem. It's the oldest public golf course in the state of New Hampshire. And it's something that I think that warrants future investments. That's all I have.
Thank you. Since you're here, I do have a question for you. What do you think about item 31, which is the Mckees Square project?
What do I think about it? Yes, I am an engineer, but
Well, I would assume from your vantage point, you may witness.
it's a difficult intersection, for sure. That's being very generous, actually. I avoid it at all costs. Fortunate now that I go in a different direction on purpose, because it will back up literally from that intersection all the way down past Allison Street from the corner of Broadway where I live. It is a difficult intersection. And people that are coming up West Street trying to get to Mckees Square, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Who'd like to go next? I'll just remind everybody, if you could, when you're done, to put your name on the list, that'd be real helpful. And good evening and welcome.
Thank you. My name is Tracy Bricky. I live in Pennacook. Just to start out by saying that I started golfing this year, first time in 45 years. I'm terrible, but I have been having fun. I wanted to bring that up only because I'm not here to diss the golf course. I'm not here to diss Beaver Meadow. I believe it is a gem, as the last man just testified. But I think that we need to re-examine where our priorities are when we are spending $1 million for golf versus 5 hours of library time in Pennacook. So I just want to say that out loud for all of you to hear me and hopefully take that into consideration when you are voting. The other thing, I have a couple of questions. The ambulance. I had been hearing, and it could be my fault, and I'm willing to take that, that the ambulance was coming back, and then I just heard talk about an ambulance service. So are we getting an ambulance to replace the ambulance that we lost, or are we going to have an ambulance service that will come and serve our district, serve our town, or our village in Pennacook anyway? That was the question. The other thing is, I heard about the park, I just heard about the park meeting, and I heard that it's June 20th. Is that true? June 20th, I believe, is a federal holiday.
For Juneteenth.
Juneteenth.
For Juneteenth.
So I'm wondering if that should maybe be moved. And the other thing is Pennacook Landing. I had a question that was asked me and I wasn't sure, so I'm just gonna ask you guys. And Pennacook Landing Phase 1, how many of those were market value versus not market value? And same with Pennacook Landing 2. Thanks. That's really all I have.
I can answer one. Item 4, CIP Fire Department vehicle replacement is $300 for ambulance and new ambulance company.
Okay, so it's for a company, it's not for an actual vehicle.
No, it's for a vehicle
And the
plus, and the
Oh.
operating budget funds
Okay.
the whole company, which then
All right.
staffs the
That-
vehicle.
Thank you. I was so confused. I was like, what?
And the last time when the council took action, this was explained to us as the third leg to the stool. We took action on the last one. This is now the third proposal.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
And in terms of the market rate and such, the gentleman
Right.
who just spoke is the person that you should go right over there, and I believe he'll give you all the answers you need.
Thanks.
Who'd like to go next? Back there. And thank you for coming tonight. Good evening, welcome. Hi.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and city councilors and city manager. Thank you for hearing my testimony today on the issue of removing CIP 40, the Langley Parkway extension.
So maybe I didn't explain well. So what I was trying to do was to get all of the FY23 issues out of the way first, and then do the out years. So it'd be kind of easier, just clear the deck with everybody, and then you'd have the rest of the evening to do what you want. And it's my understanding, and I don't mean to scare you away, I apologize. No, it's on me, sorry. But the other part is, I was told, and maybe I should just have said this out loud, that there were some people who brought a presentation to use PowerPoint, and I was hoping that we could have them maybe go first, because they might, if they have a PowerPoint, and hopefully people have coordinated efforts, and we could do that first. Is that?
That's totally fine. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. I really appreciate your patience. Back there. Good evening, welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council. My name is Mark Cohen. I'm a long-term resident here. I'm also on the Conservation Commission and on the Beaver Meadow Advisory Committee, and I also served on the Ad hoc Building Committee at Beaver Meadow. What I think is fascinating tonight, my wife Tracy just loves this. If she's still watching, I'm sure she is. She's riveted by all the information that's going on, how to run a city. And not only just run a city, but a city that is so well thought of nationally as one of the top cities in the United States to live in. And the reason is because everybody around this table, and it's been like that for 20 years. Financially, it's very solvent, very responsive to the citizens. The thing that when I first moved to Concord in '71, I was amazed about all the opportunities that the city provided for the residents, for recreation, et cetera, at no cost. I mean, when I was a kid, I went to a pool every summer, but I paid to go here. And there's no cost. This, the pools, the tennis courts, pickleball, all that stuff is not free. It costs the city money, but the city council, in his wisdom, decided not to charge citizens for those opportunities. And I think that's great. Getting back to the golf course, this is the first time, and I ever remember that there was some controversy about funding the golf course versus funding trails or anything. I mean, it was all incorporated as part of the quality of life that Concord provides. An interesting thing that's happened in the last few years, I'm sure part of it's COVID, but also there's a huge uptick in golf nationally. And what they found was people in their late 30s to mid-40s are really taking up the sport of golf on a national level. And there's really the demand. So it's usually about a 25-year cycle, it looks like, throughout the history of the game of golf. What's interesting about Beaver Meadow was about 15 years ago, the quality of the course was being diminished. And a lot of it had to do with the infrastructure. The big thing was the irrigation. The pump, the water pump, was 25 years past its sell date. I mean, it was not very efficient. It caused a lot of problems, and the course itself went into disrepair, mainly because of that. So a few years ago, that the city council invested in a project to basically get the irrigation, new pumps and irrigation system going. And the council broke it down into phases. And so this is, I think, the third phase. It was delayed because of COVID, but for the irrigation, that's one of the CIPs doing that. And it's really improved the quality of the course. But we're not finished with that yet. And again, we broke it down, the council broke it down, I think, just to make it manageable over those years. The house itself, the clubhouse, was designed in 1966, 1967 for a different type of use than it is now. And so when the ad hoc building committee looked at it and saying to repair it, and we had engineers look at it and saying it was going to be over $1 million to repair the clubhouse as it is now, and you're going to end up with something that was designed for 1967, not 2022. And what happens with a lot of this stuff you're talking about tonight, the CIP, but there's also an operating side that you're going to talk about next week, I think. But and what the operations and how it affects the building affects the operations and the surplus. It's projected next year or this year to be $110,000 surplus in the operation side of the golf course going into the general fund. And for years and years, there was always a surplus going back into the general fund. It wasn't until, 15, 18 years ago where because of the conditions of the course, it failed to provide that much money. But ongoing, it certainly looks very promising that you'll have that kind of money, over $100,000 a year from the operating fund, contributing to the general fund. But part of the operating fund monies is because of the building and a new building. The new building, we can expand our winter activities with simulated machines. We can put a couple more machines in that generates money and surplus. And also a potential of rental space, not only that we have the New Hampshire Golf Association is interested in partnering with the city and having their headquarters there, so that brings up a lot of different things. The other one is the nonprofits in this city receive over $200,000 in revenue from golf outings they put on at Beaver Meadow. And that's everything from the Boys and Girls Club, the Crime Line, to domestic violence, you name it, food pantries, sports, high school sports. It's over $200,000 a year because we as a city provide that venue for those organizations. So the way I look at it with the building is that it's another one. Flip back just a second. I think it was last week, the police chief was here talking about the police station in 1971 when it was designed, and it was really not designed well at the original. And the fire department was there also. And so after the thing's built, people come in and say, this is what you needed. What we've done here with the ad hoc building committee, we went out, talked to people, other golf courses, see what works, what doesn't work. The idea of hiring an architect is so we don't make an error like that was done in 1971 by not having the correct building size and the opportunities for what that can generate for revenue. So my thing is that if it's a $4 million building, it's going to return money to the city, but it goes through the operational side. And the council's the ones that makes the decision when that money goes into the general fund, what to do with it. I mean, you know, it's, you could help pay the bond off or whatever, it doesn't matter. It's but that's the beauty of it. And I look at, you know, the parks in Concord, everything that's provided, it really makes it a great place to live. But the golf course is one of those few things that actually makes a contribution, a serious contribution back into the general fund, which others don't. I mean, but they're not designed to. So that's why I really urge that the minimum is that that we go forward with a design of a new golf course. The other one is a parking lot. It was 10 years ago, it should have been replaced, and now it's just it's ridiculous. It's a hazard. And the original parking lot is smaller, too small for what we need there now, and it's all can be done with a redesign on the property, so you don't, you know, there's no additional cost of buying land or anything. So anyway, that's why.
Thank you, appreciate that. Any questions, Mr. Cohen? Zena, thank you
Thank
for
you.
coming out tonight, appreciate it. Who'd like to go next? Good evening, welcome.
Good evening, Your Honor, and members of the council. If I was as eloquent as Mark, I would have said the exact same things that he was saying. I agree with him totally. For full disclosure, I golf at Beaver Meadow. And the only thing I would add to what Mr. Cohen had to say is it's folly not to protect your important assets. And that's the only thing that I would add, that we have to do that.
Thank you, appreciate it. Good to see you, by the way.
Welcome back. We miss you.
And you are, in your name?
Oh, Linda Kennison.
The
Thank
Honorable Linda Kennison.
Thought I recognized you.
Good evening and welcome.
Hi, everybody. I'm actually here as a neighbor. So I'm a resident of Bow, but I am a member now at Beaver Meadow. This is my oldest son, Jack, who is also a member at Beaver Meadow. A year ago, my son decided that he wanted to play golf. One of my other hobbies, I am the vice president of the Bow Athletic Club, right over a town over from you guys. And so when he said he wanted to play golf, great, I'm all in, let's start a golf program. So this last spring, I actually started a youth golf program, and we started shopping around looking for places where we could host our golf matches and our golf practices. And we looked at a bunch of different courses, and Beaver Meadow, by far and away, stood out above every place else. You guys have a fantastic facility, you have an amazing course, you also have the resources, and you have a fantastic golf instructor with Phil Davis, who was 2022 Youth Instructor of the Year. That being said, the building is not without its needs of being repaired, and there's issues that happen right now. I've currently brought in 36 kids from the town of Bow who have all now expressed interest in golf. As far as we've been told, this is one of the largest youth programs that have been started in New Hampshire to date with 36 kids. I've got a waiting list of 5 kids. We're building something here that we're hoping is going to be something going forward, and we're really hoping that Beaver Meadow is going to be a partner with this. And I guess we're looking for support that you guys are going to invest in this golf course and keep this thing going and bring it up to speed with this new plan to get this clubhouse up and running. I think we've got kids that are really interested in joining the sport, and somebody said earlier this is one of the largest growing sports right now in the country, and I think that's 100% true, and I can see it in Bow, New Hampshire, which is not Concord, New Hampshire, but we're your neighbors, and we consider ourselves part of the community as well. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Jack, what's your handicap? Come on, wait. Hey, wait, guys, don't go away yet.
Questions?
Councilor Rice Hawkins.
Thank you for coming. I was just curious, could you share how the youth club uses the clubhouse?
A lot, actually. So we the kids found the clubhouse extremely quickly after the first match, and to be totally honest, that's one of the highlights of the evening is they make their way into the clubhouse, and I've got pictures of the kids saddled up. You know, they look like grown-ups basically, but they're ordering sodas, they're ordering French fries. That's basically the hangout after the match is done, and it becomes kind of they're almost ushering us out the door at the end of the night because we're staying so long. But it's definitely a highlight of the kids' evening to sit around and talk golf and watch golf on TV, and they get a kick out of it. It's a blast. So.
Thank you. I sit on the Arena Advisory Committee, and one of the things we always talk about with ice hockey time is who are our competitors. So I'm just curious, was Concord your choice because of how close we are to Bow, or are there other facilities you'd looked at?
We did look at other facilities, so we looked over at Dustin's, we looked at Pembroke, and to be honest, it was a combination of the proximity to the course, the condition of the course, and Phil Davis was a big draw as well. You also hired Josh Lacasse, who is a Bow alumni. My kids went to Josh's mom as a babysitter, so I've known Josh for a while. That was a good draw, and just the course itself was, it speaks volumes about the golf program.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Council
Thank you,
Brown.
Honor. Hi, would you consider paying more?
As a member,
Yes.
I would consider upping my fees to some extent, yeah. Yep.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Slightly.
Fair answer.
Thank you for not asking for water. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
What's like on it?
Hi, folks.
Welcome. Good evening.
I just run in. I was participating in the bedtime ritual, so apologies for blitzing in here. My name is Sam Evans Brown. I'm a Concord resident, Ward 5. I am the former coach of the cross-country ski team, the high school cross-country ski team, which has recently, under my tenure, started to ski at Beaver Meadow, which to me has been an incredibly beneficial change. That no shade on Memorial Field, but it's very difficult to teach kids how to race up hills on a pancake flat hayfield. So the fact that the terrain that we have in the city exists is incredibly beneficial to us, and we view the partnership with the city as incredibly valuable as well. When I think of the list of reasons why I as a, excuse me, I have breath because I literally ran up the stairs. Why
You're a skier. You're supposed to be in shape.
Well, I have 2 kids as well, so it's the worst shape of my life. Why I, as a 20-something who moved to Concord, stayed here, it's because of the recreational resources. And Beaver Meadow, as a place that I can take my kids skiing, which we do very frequently, multiple times a week, is a really valuable resource to us all. I understand the debates about spending money on golf. I don't pretend to be an expert in golf. I simply am here to speak for how important the skiing is. I would also like to say that as I've demoted myself. I'm no longer the head coach. I have a busy job and 2 kids, and so I've found a valiant new head coach. I'm now assistant coach. But during my 5 years as head coach, one of the things that has been a consistent struggle is the lack of any sort of facility for the ski team. The kids stash their ski bags behind the doors of teachers because there's nowhere to store their skis. Teachers who walk out of the classroom and lock their door, kids will find their skis are locked in a classroom and they can't get them, and so they'll show up on the bus and we'll say, where are your skis? They're locked in Mr. Klarner's class. No shade, Mr. Klarner. And so when the prospect of the clubhouse came around, we saw that as potentially a really great synergy, that maybe there could be a space for the ski team in some sort of city facility that would not require all of the workarounds that we have found as a ski program. And then big picture, I'm now also the chair of a newly minted nonprofit called Ski the Beeve, who exists solely to raise funds to try to improve skiing here in the city of Concord. Focused on Beaver Meadow. We were the ones who raised the money to be the match for the groomer that the city just purchased. We found the groomer, which was at least a $40,000 discount from what the market rate should be. And I simply am here to say, remember skiing. We really value the partnership we have with the city. We hope that we can sort through the issues with what it means to pay for golf. But remember, it's not just a golf facility, and it doesn't have to be just a golf facility.
Thank you very much.
May I ask Sam?
Council Champion.
So would it be fair to say that from your perspective, I've been waiting to do that ever since you sat down, Sam. Is it fair to say that from your perspective, Beaver Meadow and its facilities, including its cross-country ski trails, its snowshoe trails, its golf course, is the kind of amenity that makes Concord more attractive to people to move here, to live here, to work here, and maybe to start a business.
That for me is absolutely true. You know, I look forward to having many of these types of conversations with the city council about what I think the skiing at Beaver Meadow could represent. And again, we've heard folks talk about the possible for investments in the facility to then result in the ability to raise revenue long term. I would encourage you all to look to the Weston Ski Track, which is also functioning on a municipal golf course. It is just outside of Boston, so yes, the market is slightly different. However, the Weston Ski Track is a perfect example of a public-private partnership. They lease the operation of the ski facility to a, I'm actually not 100% sure what type of entity it is, but another entity runs the ski facility. You know, folks pay user fees, and it generates revenue for the city. So I see, you know, an investment in the type of facility that could result in a, you know, at least in the black skiing facility as the kind of thing that could have, again, a real synergy.
Well, thank you for your work with the kids, by the way.
Trying.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's great to see you, Sam. When you're talking about kids having their skis and their stuff in the classroom and sometimes it's getting locked, I think that most people are not familiar with the entire report that was put together and what the advisory committee, the ad hoc committee had recommended, that in a redesign of the golf course clubhouse, it would include locker rooms. And those locker rooms would be able to be used during the golf season by golfers by a paid fee. And that during the winter months, our ski groups would be able to use the locker rooms in order to store their gear for a paid fee. And so I just want to make sure that you understood that it was a paid fee.
I am certain that we could work with the athletic department to find space in the school budget for that type of an expense. You know, we don't ask for much from the school.
And the other part was an area to wax skis. That it's very difficult, even if you were at Beaver Meadow today and wanted to wax your skis, it's not something you could do inside the building. You would have to come with the skis waxed, and on tournament day that would be difficult. Is that correct?
And currently the way it works is we have wax stations spread throughout the cities in the basements of kids. You know, it works. I would say that big picture, the question of how to design that facility for the whole community is something that I would be happy to weigh in on. There are no real deal breakers for us. It can only get better than it is now. And one last small point about the architecture firm. I was very encouraged to see that you all are using H.L. Turner. My day job is I'm the executive director of Clean Energy New Hampshire. I would point out that the city does have a net zero pledge. H.L. Turner is a very good architecture firm when it comes to energy efficient building design, and anything we build today should be ready to be a net zero building. Doesn't mean it has to be net zero on day one, but I was glad to see the architecture firm you chose.
Thank you so much.
Anyone else? Thank you. Appreciate coming on. Good evening and welcome.
Hello, my name is Jessica Wheeler Russell. I am a resident of Pennacook, and I have a question. And forgive me, since I've read about 300 pages of this document, I'm going cross-eyed if this is not the right night to ask this, but it does concern the TIF. So I did hear that it sounds like we might have a market basket opening in August. Is that correct? The estimated
Yes.
date? Great, that's fantastic. So my next question is, some of the residents have been asking me, is there plans to extend the bus route up there for residents without vehicles?
I don't know the answer.
No, don't know the answer to that? Okay.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, what was the question?
To extend the bus route.
Extend the bus route, okay, thank you.
The answer is yes.
The answer is yes? Okay, and about the hours, because some of the residents I was speaking with have told me that it doesn't run on Saturdays or Sundays. Is that accurate?
Can I,
Please.
The schedule is being worked out right now
Okay,
because it
fantastic.
requires public input
Uh-huh.
anytime you change the bus schedule, so there need to be outreach and so forth. So that process has begun, is my understanding.
Mhm.
And, but there'll be more public outreach from CAT and,
Mhm.
so they would like to try to coordinate the start of the bus service with the opening of the market basket, but it may be that that gets slightly delayed.
Okay.
As for weekend service, that's been an ongoing issue with CAT for a while. There's no weekend service at all right now, and I don't know that there's any specific plans to change that anytime soon. There's lots of issues involved in that.
Great, awesome, thank you so much. And that is, I have a question that was brought up after, it's definitely not for this part of the budget, that was brought up after about the swim lessons, after public speaking. Did I hear correctly that how much was it gonna cost to purchase swim lessons for kids at the public pools?
Zero.
Zero, it is gonna cost $0, okay, cool.
Because we have a wonderful person sitting back there over against the wall who's the chair of the New Hampshire Concord Housing Authority, and she confirmed that, once again, through their kindness, they are supporting the city and making sure that every child gets an opportunity for swim lessons.
Great, thank you so much for that, I appreciate it. That's all the questions I had, thank you.
Who else? It's 52 projects. Good evening, welcome.
Hi, my name is Chris Harrington. I am part of the Concord Skate Park Association, and we're working with Parks and Rec on CIP number 60. And I just wanted to show that we are in full support of that.
Thank you. Great. Anybody, Council Knight?
Thank you very much. I'm glad that you showed up tonight. I actually discussed the skate park with our Deputy City Manager of Finance and the City Manager earlier today, and I had a couple questions. So, how many members do you have? And I don't use the skate park. I don't know how.
Whoa, whoa. Wait a second.
I know it's shocking. If you could just kind of, give me an overview and kind of give me some numbers relative to usage and who's using it. And
Okay, so almost any day of nice weather at the skate park, it's pretty full. We're talking about like 15 to 30 people, children to adults 50 years of age come to the skate park. Even older, actually.
Even as old as Keith?
I'm down there every day.
I'm going to be down there now, so I look forward to it.
So the last couple of years, me and our kind of tight community that's been skating there since well before that skate park was built, actually. We cleaned up the place. It was looking pretty bad, and I know there was a lot of concerns from the city about it. So we took it upon ourselves to clean it up, and it's being used way more than it ever used to be. We have a lot of people from all around the state that have better skate parks than we have come here, just strictly because of the city, the community, and the kind of the culture that we keep there. And most recently, due to skateboarding being part of the Olympics last year and female sports in the Olympics with skateboarding, we're having a lot more children and parents coming, and it's been great. Just recently, I did some lessons with this girl and her parents, and it was a wonderful time. I think everybody enjoys what's going on down at the skate park and at the Kiwanis Riverside Park in general. And that skate park wasn't really well designed back in '99 or 2000 when it was built. The company that did those was prefabricated ramps, and they kind of sold it to all of New England out of Massachusetts, and they're not good. And they're especially not good now 20-something years later. And we're doing what we can to keep it nice and fun, but we're about due to have a nice skate park like some of the other cities in New Hampshire are getting done.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Just one question. So what could, what changes could be made to improve the park? I mean,
So the ramp design in general isn't that intuitive to actual skateboarding. It's fun. It's a nice spot to learn, but you really get pigeonholed into a certain level of skill. And the pavement isn't really great to skate. It's hard. You have to really push yourself. A lot of other skate parks are full concrete, and that's really how they are all across the country now.
So concrete is preferable
Yes,
to
yep,
to pavement?
yep. And, yeah, really, that's kind of the goal. That's what most other town like West Leb, Nashua, Derry just approved a new one. Manchester just had one, a small one built last fall. So it's really, that's kind of the movement across the country is, full concrete skate parks that are kind of professionally built for the sport, not some concrete company that kind of cashed in on the trend.
Sure. Great. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to compliment your group on how well you have organized and how well that when Director David Gill laid out what you needed in place, that your group was very quick to become a nonprofit. The fundraising you've had, it's been very, very impressive. I've worked on RPAC, been other skateboard groups that have come through, but you guys are really on top, guys and ladies, are really on top of it and very, very impressive. And, you know, bringing the committee different pictures and models of Plymouth and, and everything else to show what different parks are and what different cities are, and working together to see what your needs are and what you would like to see in the capital city. And also, I think it's very encouraging because the skateboard park would be an economic driver. As you mentioned, that families now come and skate and then shop and eat in Concord. So thank you. You're
you're welcome.
Well organized.
In all honesty, it was easy. The community at the skate park is really the driving factor for our nonprofit. There's only so many of us in the nonprofit, but our support circle is really large, especially within the community. We have a lot of, community, local businesses and people that are in full support of us and helping us out. So it's really easy.
Thank you.
To get where we're trying to get to.
Anyone else? I just want to echo everyone else's comments. Thank you for participating tonight. I want to paint a picture for you. So 20 years ago plus, I was the assistant director of general services, who was a retired military person. He was at least my age, and he and some members of the Recreation Park Advisory Committee, whatever, they traveled New England looking at these. We were cutting edge at the time.
Yeah, so
at the time. But I want you to just picture, there were people who ended up purchasing and designing, had no business picking out what we're doing. But the point is that at that time, we recognized as a community that skate parks were something that was important to a portion of our community who was not recognized at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And we were getting complaints from downtown merchants, from people on the road, and the parking garage and such. So this was an opportunity for people to gather and to share an experience. So I think that your involvement and the folks involved in your community, it's really important that you be at the table. I know you have already. But when they design this master plan, if it's to be adopted, your voice is going to be a really critical part of that design, where it should go in that park, what it should look like, etc. So tonight, if this is adopted, this is but your first of many, many, many meetings.
I'm ready for it.
Okay.
So I'm here.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you
Who
for
else would
having
like
me.
to testify? Anything else? Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, councilors.
You wouldn't be married to the person who's going to make sure that all the kids safely get swim
It would
lessons.
happen to be that same person, yes. Yeah, she gets more credit than I do, though. Rightly so.
Good
welcome, thank all the councilors and the mayor and city manager and Matt Walsh as well. It's interesting tonight. I come in here and I look around, and it's kind of like the parking lot of Beaver Meadow on an average day. You know, I mean, every space is taken. I've never been to a budget committee meeting before, Do you actually volunteer to do this every year? God bless you. God bless you. So my name is Bob Lutmel. I'm a resident of the city of Concord and also a member of the golf committee, golf advisory committee, and I'm here in support of the new clubhouse. Beaver Meadow, as we've heard from other people, is a gathering point. It's more than just golf. You know, there are people there, you know, you could go over there for a meal, you could go over there for, there have been numerous events that I've been to, including memorial services, weddings, showers, and so forth. I think that, you know, the clubhouse certainly is in need of repair or replacement, and I'm in favor of that. And listening to some of the things that Matt talks about in the budget, it's clear that Concord takes its business seriously and tries to promote the city, and I think that's what makes it such a great place to live. You know, as we promote, we take care of these things that need to be attended to, and I think it's time to replace the building. You know, you see, go over to Beaver Meadow, and this gentleman with his young son who joined. I was over there the other day, and there must have been 40 kids. They've got kids programs, you know, introducing kids into golf, which is great. There's also, I think Phil started a program. We got a grant so that some of the immigrants or some of the people that have just moved to this country can learn what golf is about and go over to the golf course and play golf. And so I think that what I see here tonight is a very dedicated group of individuals here doing something that's important for the city and that's perhaps what makes it such a great place to live.
Thank you very much. Any questions, Mr. Whitmore? Council President.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Watmow, the program that you're speaking of is for low-income kids in needs, not necessarily just immigrants, but I did want to note that it is mostly membership that are donating old clubs that our golf course team is modifying them for their use. And I know you struggle with your clubs. You could donate them.
Yeah, and I think in volunteers from the golf course are also helping out with the project.
That is correct. You can't miss an opportunity to jab someone you golf with, you know.
Councilor Hawkins.
Thank you. I actually had a question about that program. How many years has that been offered?
This is a brand new program. You're talking about low income.
This is the first of 3 years that we were granted.
Thank you. Oh, follow up, please. That you were granted. It sounds like a community grant.
Nope, it is from the New England Golf Association. It was something that Mr. Davis applied for back in September, and I believe the council accepted that grant on the May 9th meeting when I was absent.
Right, I announced it, yeah.
So it is the city funded,
No,
city
it's a
accepted,
100
granted, funded program.
The city accepted the grants for the first year from the New England Golf Association.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great job. Thanks. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'll be brief. My name is Gil Rogers. I've lived in Bow, and I've been a pass holder at Beaver Meadow since 2003. And I've had the privilege of playing 70 courses through New Hampshire. There's still another 10 or 12 I haven't got to yet, but my experience has been, of course, we have a lot of excellent facilities and some not so excellent. Beaver Meadow is, at this point, is above the middle, but it is, as a gem and a jewel, it indeed deserves to be polished from time to time, and this is the time to go ahead, and you have the opportunity to go ahead and polish up that gem. Please do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Good evening and welcome.
Hi, my name's Jennifer Fletcher. I am a member at Beaver Meadow. Have been there since my husband and I moved to Concord in 2000. Listening to others who've come up, first I'd like to say I agree with everything they've said about Beaver Meadow, the golf course. And I'm sorry I didn't hear your name, but you had asked the question in regards to the community.
And did the gentleman feel like the investment would benefit the community? Hands down, I'm going to say 100% yes. I feel that because the course now offers year-round events for whether it be children, whether it be, I believe one gentleman said now you see a lot of 40, 50-year-olds. I recently retired, and I've been playing with one gentleman who's 83 years old, another gentleman who's 91. So the fact that it's available to so many people on so many different levels, whether it be youth programs, whether it be golf, the winter, skiing, skating, the benefits from not only a health and well-being, when we think about our community being outdoors, families that go there, join together, participate in outside activity, I think that's a huge plus to the community. When you talk about specifically the investment in the clubhouse itself, if it is year-round, right, you have not only the Sims that people have started playing, and I joined last winter in hopes that it would help my golf swing when I came out in the spring, and I will say it did. But to see the volume of people participating, utilizing that, the Sims and the activity to do something in the winter, when some of our activities from outdoors are limited, maybe you're not a skier. That's a plus, but it's in the clubhouse. The Sims are in the clubhouse. The use, the size, being able to expand that, making it more room for additional Sims, potential, generating more revenue. Again, I think the opportunity isn't just how much you spend in 2023. It's the investment in your community in the future, and the potential for what other types of programs. You've heard several other people come up here and talk about their programs, whether it's the bow school, the skiing program. You have the ice skating out there with the pond. There's so many things, but it's not just about what we do today. It's what we do in the future as well that you're investing in. So there.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Good evening, welcome.
Thank you all for having us here tonight. My name is Ruth Ann Bradley. I have belonged to Beaver Meadow for, I think we're probably going over 25 years now. One of the things I want to talk about as far as the clubhouse is I've actually worked in the concession and helped out those in the concession during different events. You can only get one person at the sink. And when you have 150 people at a tournament, plus all the people that are out golfing or on the driving range trying to come in, and then you have a bar that's only, like 3 feet wide, you cannot get to everybody. And I would like to be able to see a part that people can actually come in and sit with each other. You can't do that if it's bad weather outside. The other thing is, I find in the winter time, the people that I golf with, I see them mostly during golf season. I don't get to spend too much time with them outside of that, because there's really no place for you to, congregate or meet each other occasionally, because there's sim going on in one room and sim going on in the other room, and then the concession may seat 4 people. So it would be really nice to be able to have a place that you can continue to support during the winter months as far as going out for a lunch or a breakfast or a dinner. You just can't do that right now with it being as tiny as it is. And like I said, the staff, you can literally get 2 or 3 people behind there. And I would like to be able to see them when they're at 180 people, to be able to move more freely and have more than one little dishwasher that will support all those dishes that they use for these functions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone? See none? Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Does anyone want to test on anything other than the golf course? Any of the others? Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. My name is Connor Baldwin. I'm a Pennacook resident, and I would just like to emphasize the importance that the budget has on Pennacook, specifically regarding parks and recreation and driving in the streets. So as it goes for pavement, that was just a huge improvement for everything, because when you're driving down Lilac Street or when you're driving down Tanner Street, it's just boom, 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 boom. And just adding off of that onto the parks, when you're going down Tanner Street to get to the Tanner Street Riverside Park, you can hear the Concord Parks and Rec trucks coming miles away, because boom, 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 boom. Whatever, that doesn't matter. But anyways, I would just like to emphasize the importance of Pennacook Parks and Rec and Riverside Park, and I think that's a good step in the right direction for just kind of the culture and the community of Pennacook, because Rolfe Park oftentimes fills up very quickly with people going to the park or enjoying the basketball courts or with baseball season right around. So opening up more spaces that are usable and they are nice and enjoyable to visit, including Riverside Park and the new Riverside Park on Canal Street, that would really bring out more people to more areas of Pennacook rather than just Rolfe Park. And so I think that this is just a good step in the direction for Pennacook, because we have a very active community of people that are very aware of the things that are going on in their area. And we all want to see Pennacook develop to be something that is great, because we live there and we want to see it all develop and we want to be able to enjoy the facilities that we're asking for. So yeah, I would just like to say that go parks and enjoy nature, and thank you.
Appreciate it. You're glad you came out. Thank you so much.
Parks and Rec Committee, right there.
Anyone else on the current fiscal year? Okay, I'm going to seize that opportunity to move out to the out years. Anyone who wishes to testify on anything they want to move up in the out years, or they want to move out in the out years, or they want to take out in the out years, whatever you want to do. But it is my, who is the?
I think, yeah, have Meredith start, and then they'll bring it, then she's gonna introduce people, and then they'll order.
Okay, apparently this has been well choreographed. And apparently, Meredith, I've been told you're the first person.
Mr. Mayor, those people that were here for the golf course, are they free to go?
Yes.
Okay, just.
Welcome back.
Yes. Thank you.
The gentleman right behind you is going to help you out with that. And if you want to start talking while he sets that up, then that'd be great.
Yeah, and it's going to be for the presentation after me.
So welcome. It's wonderful to see you, and the floor is yours.
Is there only one file here?
No, there are two. There's, yeah.
Which one do you want me to?
Well, not for my presentation, but there's one that is a PDF for a medical presentation, and it's Chris Mertz, and then another one for Andrew Dennis. Are the two, yeah. Not my mother-in-law's 50th anniversary, if you don't mind. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, city councilors, and city manager. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for hearing my testimony today on the issue of removing CIP 40, the Langley Parkway Extension Phase 3, or LP3, from the budget. My name is Meredith Cooley, and I'm a mom, a nurse, and a website designer. In April of this year, I launched the Concord Green Space Coalition website, created to protect and improve access to green space in Concord. And we've heard a lot tonight about how amazing the recreation and green spaces are in Concord, and I just want to back that all up. It is the gem of our city. My husband and I moved to Concord from Denver in 2011 because of Denver's unchecked urban sprawl and pollution. They did have great skate parks, though. We wanted to start our family in a livable green urban village, and we chose Concord for its good schools, accessible green spaces, and hiking trails. As a new mom in a new place with a colicky baby, I needed community, and I found it pushing my son in his stroller on the Langley Parkway Community Trail. A decade later, I see parents pushing strollers and biking with kids in tow, and I realize that this trail continues to attract and sustain families new and old. My kids spend hours playing in the woods, and they are joined by children from all over Concord whose parents choose rocks and trees over computer screens. Over the years, I had heard of the threat of the community trail being paved for Langley Parkway extension, so it was not a surprise, but a total disappointment to me when on April 7th, the city manager outlined Langley Parkway in his presentation during the State of the City event. I reached out to Stacy Brown, our city councilor, who had spoken to the city manager on April 11th. He advised her that the only opportunity for citizens to be heard regarding LP3 would be at the budget hearings on June 2nd and 9th. Feeling deeply concerned and without a lot of time, I reached out to city councilors, many of whom insisted that this wasn't a big deal. I investigated the city's website and found that, in fact, LP3 is a big deal, and it's a big deal to my family. And in the recent City Council Priorities Quarterly Status Report on page 10, I learned the city is actively looking for funding with plans to bulldoze the community trail in 2024. In talking with my community, I've heard outrage and opposition to LP3. My kids and I are outraged, too, about losing our beloved nature trail. As a family, we decided to take a stand, and we connected with local experts, who you'll hear from tonight, and launched a website with a petition. The city manager recommended that my city councilor include petition signatures in the agenda for the May 9th city council meeting so city council could be aware. Within weeks, we received over 600 petition signatures of people opposing LP3 from every ward, including their comments and concerns. Interestingly, this is 1/6 of the total number of people who came out to vote in the recent city council election. The website concordgreenspace.com has given people a forum to express their views about the kind of community they want to live in and the impact LP3 would have on it. I strongly encourage you to explore the website. We regularly update it with blog posts addressing citizens' concerns. People in Concord care about sustainable development and land use. They care about green space, recreational opportunities, and good neighborhoods and schools. Constructing Langley Parkway would destroy much of what its residents value and enjoy about Concord. I have the petition here, as well as 10 submitted testimonies from people who couldn't be here tonight. I'd like to read you just a tiny sample, and I chose a few short ones for time, and these are from comments from the petition. From Ward 1, quote, I agree with the recommendations of the mayor and the fire department that there are many other ways to improve medical care in Concord in general than spending $22 million on constructing this parkway. Ward 2, LP3 will impact countless families who utilize this precious area right in the heart of our town. Ward 3, LP3 must be a boondoggle for somebody, but it is certainly no benefit to the citizens of Concord. It is a waste of money to accomplish absolutely nothing other than destroy a beautiful, semi-pristine recreational area. Ward 4, unnecessary, waste of money, can't even keep our current streets free of potholes. Ward 6, adding new parkways to Concord is unnecessary and will detract from the Concord's image as a family-friendly city. This is a horrible idea, a waste of money, and should be axed from the budget. Ward 7, as a former EMT, I know that good patient assessment and care are more important than fast transport times. The large amount of money could be better spent on training and equipment for medics. Ward 8, wildlife will be severely impacted, as well as my ability to walk those trails in that area with my dogs. Ward 9, our property taxes are already out of sight. Leave the natural habitat alone. We are not a city of the size of Houston. It doesn't take that long to get to the hospital. Ward 10, I work at Concord Hospital, and one of the things I appreciate there is the ability to go for a quick walk nearby. A lot of hospital employees do the same. Children at the Learning Center spend a lot of time outside and would be negatively impacted by the increased traffic and pollution. Potential benefits are minuscule, at best decreasing the commute time by a couple of minutes for some people. I don't want my tax money to support such a project. I really appreciate your time and your service to our city. Thank you so much. And I'm going to submit these. These are the 600 petitions, the comments and concerns that go with them, as well as 8 other people's testimony.
If you wouldn't mind just giving those to Sue, Rebecca, that'd be great. And before you go, would you be willing to answer any questions? Yes. Great. Councilor Crittenden.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Cooley, you and I spoke a couple of weeks ago, and you were going to take a drive from Pennacook Village out to the hospital. How long did it take you?
I didn't time it, but I did drive it.
Thanks.
Is there any further questions?
And my husband is going to speak on that next.
Can I follow up, Your Honor? I had a doctor's appointment this morning. I also work. I had to take an hour and a half off from work in order to accommodate my 20-minute doctor appointment. Thanks.
Would you believe?
I believe. Thank you.
Council Champlin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for your passion about our community. We appreciate it. I was concerned to hear you say that you looked at the budget and it said that the city manager was actively pursuing funding for Langley Parkway. Those of us who have been around a while and gone through these budgets a lot know that there's certain boilerplate language that recurs. Would you believe that I think that what you're looking at is boilerplate language? I'm looking at the city manager and he's nodding, and I saw his eyebrows raised when you said that he was actively seeking funding. I just respectfully suggest that.
Then if it's boilerplate, then why not just remove it from the CIP, which is all that we're really asking?
So, so I should have said this before, my mistake. But it was for our Human Services Director, so I let it go. So typically what we do is we don't do a lot of whooping, hollering, clapping, and stuff like that. And we just basically try to be respectful of everybody, whether you agree or disagree or whatever. So we're going to show Ms. Cooley the same respect that we show everybody else, and just kind of keep it in your head, clap, and then everyone will get a chance to speak, okay?
Do this.
You don't need to do that.
Yeah. Thank you, Your Honor.
Further question?
Would you believe, I've read your website. It's now that you say that you're in website design, I can see it's all over the website. It's a very polished product. Would you believe that I have been concerned that throughout your website, you have used a paraphrase of the city manager's comments at the Chamber of Commerce as a direct quote, a paraphrase that was not enclosed in quotation marks, as someone who has a master's degree in journalism, and therefore are not the direct words of the city manager. And particularly, in repeated areas, would you believe that I've been concerned that you've used the word urgency and used the fact that the city manager said that to justify concerns over this project, when in fact, if you look at the tape, the city manager never used the word urgency. The reporter did use that word, but again, that was a paraphrase, and I think it's questionable whether it was an accurate paraphrase in terms of underscoring any sort of immediacy on that. Would you believe that?
Sorry, would I believe what? That it was inaccurate?
That the monitor got it wrong.
Yeah.
That the Concord Monitor got it wrong?
Yeah. Yes. I think that's what he said.
Sorry, I've been here for several hours.
She's right behind you. You can ask her. You can pick. The manager's on the side, the monitor's on the side.
I did just watch city managers. It's on minute 48, I think, of the State of the City. And if I am saying that he said the word urgent, I'd have to pick through that again, but there did seem to be an urgency in his description of that project. Does that answer the question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Also, this is a grassroots, all-volunteer coalition. We started on the fly. I launched that website within 24 hours. Usually it takes at least 6 weeks for me to launch a website. So I think at first it was a real rough draft, and there were a lot of corrections. We had a lot of people working on with us to make those corrections. And so if you were looking at it in the early stages, then...
It was just in the last couple of weeks, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask you, do you know how much of that land is owned by Concord Hospital and what their intentions are to develop that moving, I guess that would be east?
I don't know exactly those numbers. I'm sure there's someone behind me who does have those. I can happily pull someone up that can answer that question. I do know it's a mix between
everyone's got to get a chance. So
conservation, Concord Hospital, ortho, and the city.
Yeah, I'm just suggesting that
there is
we
a
don't
map.
have complete control of what happens to that property.
Well,
the point.
after it's removed, we're going to request it go into conservation. So that would be it would be a multi-step process.
Who else will have questions? Thank you very much. So somebody's going to do the presentation, I guess? Who's doing the PowerPoint?
Are they speaking on behalf of others, or what's the?
So,
Hi, my name's Chris Mertz. I'm a internist at Concord Hospital.
all right.
Which is a
Chris,
great place to work.
let me ask you, Chris. So are you doing this on behalf of yourself, or are you doing this on behalf of the group?
Myself.
Okay, got it. Then sit down and relax.
Just trying to pull this up. I have a couple of slides just to illustrate my points that I'd like to make. I am strictly a concerned citizen. I'm not speaking on behalf of the hospital. And I live in the neighborhood. So the tagline that we've all heard is that Langley Parkway will save lives. It will not. That's not true. I think it's a misunderstanding of the facts. At worst, it's a scare tactic to prevent anyone from questioning the price that would be assigned to this project, which we've estimated at $22 million when built in 2024 or 2026. If you spent any time on Little Pond Road or any of the downtown roads, you know it's hard enough to maintain those roads, let alone, but putting in a new road just adds to the burden. So here are the facts. So components of pre-hospital time, which is the response time is broken down, and forgive me if I'm going over things that everybody knows. Pre-hospital time is broken down into response time, which is when the 911 call comes in, to when EMS arrives on the scene. The on-scene time is when EMS is providing care and assessing the patient, and then eventually loading them into the ambulance, assuming they're coming to the hospital. And then the transport time is the time that it takes to get to the hospital, and that's really what LP3 would have a major impact on. Well, major is a misstatement, sorry. So what the EMTs use that on-scene time for is really crucial, and while response time saves lives, on-scene time does not necessarily save lives, and transport time definitely doesn't, and those are the slides I'm going to go into. So out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. So this is somebody who has a ventricular tachycardia, ventricular fibrillation. Their heart stops. They are unresponsive. This slide is from a study that was done in 2019. And if you look at the bottom line, it has the response time in minutes, categorizes 0 to 2, 3 to 5, 6 to 8, 9 to 11, and greater than 12 minutes of response time. The longer it gets, the vertical axis is likelihood of surviving to leave the hospital alive. So the longer response time is, the lower the likelihood of you surviving to leave the hospital is. Response time saves lives. That's the point of that slide. This is another one. It looks at trauma mortality. And again, it's in minutes. The likelihood of mortality, or the likelihood of dying, is on the vertical axis. And then as time goes on, response time goes on, your vertical axis, your likelihood of dying goes up. This is, now we're getting into transport time. So transport time is the time that it takes once you're in the ambulance to get to wherever you're going to receive the definitive care. This is a study from Canada that looked at transport time separated into less than an hour or greater than an hour. And as you can tell from the images, there's no difference in mortality, which is the long dashed line on the top. And then there's no difference in whether or not you're discharged home or to rehabilitation, which are the two lower lines in each of those graphs. So we're talking about an hour or greater than an hour or less or greater than an hour. No difference in transport time mortality. This is another slide looking at pre-hospital time mortality at 30 days. So again, the likelihood of dying is on the vertical axis. The horizontal axis is pre-hospital time in minutes. And if you look at that pre-hospital time, it goes out to 300 minutes. So we're talking about much longer times when we're talking about transport time. And there's, as you can tell, there's no increase in mortality. It's flat as pre-hospital time goes on. The black line is cardiac, and that really speaks to what EMTs do. They are highly trained medical professionals. They provide an immediate assessment, and then they provide medical care on the scene. In many cases, they're giving medications on the scene. So they're bringing people with that extra time that they spend on scene maybe is associated with triaging them to a cath lab facility, because it's the black line that shows descending mortality with increasing time. So that's really, I don't think we can fully explain that, but I would say that what you can take from this slide is that you're not going to have an increase in mortality due to the amount of time you spend outside of the hospital once EMS has arrived. So what really matters is that we provide the resources to EMS to help people survive by getting to the hospital, getting to the scene on time. So I'm done with the medical lecture, and I apologize. I did want to talk briefly about the distance between the Manor Fire Station and Concord Hospital. This is just me looking to see how far it is from the center of Pennacook to, or Manor Fire Station rather, to Concord Hospital. And it's at different times of the day. It can be anywhere from 14 minutes if you go around Lake Pennacook Lake, to much longer if you're committed to the North State Street route. The distance is a bit longer if you go around Pennacook Lake, but the time is almost always the same on that route. So we're talking about putting in a new road when we have an existing road that wouldn't significantly change time. So this is the map of the really problematic section of getting an ambulance through Concord from North State Street, because those are the densely populated neighborhoods. And that route can take significantly longer if you go through Rumford, over to Pleasant Street, Liberty Street, that range. So the new route is proposed there is, if you look at those two distances, the one that exists is 2.1 miles. The new route would be about 2.1 miles as well, because you have to go around the hospital. So we're not really saving any significant time or distance there. And then I think I'm getting beyond the amount of time that I really have, and I think other people need to speak, but I do have a lot more to go over, and if anyone wants to hear from me about it, I'm happy to do that, either in this session or at a later date.
Thank you very much. Anybody have any questions? Council Pierce?
Thank you for that. That's very interesting. When you're making these calculations, where is the ambulance?
Which calculation are you talking about?
Well, you said from Manor Station. You know, if I'm talking northwest Concord, Pennacook, upper parts of Ward 3 and 10, my Ward 2. One of the problems we have now with response time is the ambulances aren't in the house. They may be at the hospital. So I agree with your response time being important. I also agree with transport time being important, because as conversations I've had with our interim fire chief, cardiac arrest, stroke, those kinds of things is all about transport, getting the patient to where they can be dealt with at a more intense level. So do you have a response on that particular point, on how the ambulance gets back because it's already at the hospital?
Yes, on both points actually. So the first one is, what if the ambulance is not at the location where it is
Yeah, our
optimized?
ambulances run around the city all day long.
Fire department study. So the fire department study really gets to the heart of that issue. It optimizes it offers multiple optimization strategies. So 4 ambulances being a minimum, which fortunately is on the budget now. There's also the option for a 5th ambulance and a 5th fire station. That is going to be the #1 thing. Funding the fire department to have the ambulances they need, the staff they need, and the training that they need to reduce response times is going to be way more impactful and way less expensive than putting in this road. So yes, you can get from the hospital to the furthest section of Concord, let's say the northeast corner. That's probably going to take 20 minutes. Those are rural roads back there up on, I believe it's Bog Road, or that area that is behind Oak Hill. That's pretty far away. If you're in Pennacook, if you're at Manor Fire Station, if you look at the current fire department study, those response times are actually quite long anyways. We're talking about 9, 10.
They're longer now.
Oh, yeah.
So moving the ambulance out of Manor Fire Station makes that harder, but fully funding it so that we have an ambulance at Manor Fire Station is going to be the answer to reducing response times.
If it's there.
If it's anywhere.
For how long? Sorry.
I'm
If it's anywhere. Having the appropriate number of ambulances to serve the community is really what will bring down response times. So if we don't have enough ambulances and we don't have enough EMTs, that's where response time is going to become a major issue, and people are going to get hurt as a result. In terms of the second point, which was transport time, it is always a good idea to keep transport time to a minimum. There's the time is tissue argument, which was the next slide I was going to show, but I don't feel like, I mean, we can talk about it if you'd like. It's a good idea to keep transport time to a minimum, but there is no survival benefit to keeping transport time to a minimum, and that's what those studies show. There are many studies that show that.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry, did you?
Just when you're on, thank you. So it was Chris, is that
Yeah.
correct? So I'm concerned because we are, not we, but we seem to be very focused on response time by ambulances. And I view this more as just a strategic decision whether we should build a road or not build a road, for a lot of reasons. And I'm old enough to remember when we built Langley Parkway the first time, and it took 20 years to do, and it was a huge success. I mean, that intersection through Concord High School was a nightmare. So that first part made a lot of sense. So I'm less, maybe this isn't a question, but a statement, and I apologize, but.
Would you believe?
So I'm, yes, so I'm less concerned about response times by ambulances and just like, strategically, does that make sense to build that next piece of road?
I am only talking about the health aspect, that component of this.
Right. And that's your expertise, and I appreciate that.
I'm not even an expert in emergency or trauma or anything like that. I'm an internal medicine doc. There are other people who know more about urban planning and that kind of thing. So the only reason that's what I'm focused on. That is the reason that's why I'm focusing on response time and transport time.
Yes, I appreciate that, but I think of it like a larger level, like is that road necessary for a whole bunch of reasons?
I think that's a very good question.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have a second person doing a presentation?
What? Yes, there is a second person.
Okay. Would that person be willing to come forward now? There you go. Good evening and welcome.
Thank everyone for taking the time to have me present this. So I'm hoping I might be able to answer some questions, or whether or not this road actually would make sense for Concord. Okay. I'm going to move closer to the microphone. There we go.
Welcome to our world.
This is, yes. I applaud you all. Hi, my name is Andy Jennis. Just to give you a little background on myself, in 2013, I was recruited by Apple to be their quality assurance manager for routing, navigation, and traffic to help them fix their map product. And so when I heard about Langley Parkway, I started looking into like the feasibility study and really digging into some of the data that was presented in it. And just some of the conclusions and sort of assumptions that the study seemed to be kind of built on just seemed kind of wrong to me. So I started digging into it a bit more. And so as I was looking through it, as part of the traffic growth, since the study was done in 2015, it was actually utilizing traffic data from 2011. And even that data was somewhat limited due to the budget constraints on the feasibility study. And so they assumed a growth rate of essentially half a percentage of traffic growth annually, with some areas of the community seeing potentially 2% growth annually. And since that was done in 2011, I just basically looked up the New Hampshire Department of Transportation. They offer traffic counts for all the intersections that were covered in the study. And as part of that, just sort of that red line represents a 0.5% annual increase from about 2010. And you can kind of see that over time, we actually didn't meet that. And then starting in 2018, we actually declined. And you can see really a sort of dramatic decline during the pandemic. And we're starting to kind of recover in traffic now. In this as well, and I'm happy to share this data with everyone here, I provide links back to the New Hampshire Department of Transportation so you can view all the intersections that make up these numbers. So I think in the kind of first assumption that this roadway is needed to alleviate traffic, we're actually already seeing a decline in traffic for the last few years.
Again, because of the pandemic.
I mean, we're actually seeing it since 2018. And parts of the study, I think, also assumed that the Lincoln Financial Building was going to be bringing more vehicles into the kind of community. And I think since that closed, that might explain some of the drop initially in there. So another part of this, the assumption is that all the traffic, at least from reading the study, it seems like the assumption is that the traffic is all heading to the hospital. And so as I was sort of looking into that, I took one of the routes, just like coming from North State Street all the way to the hospital, kind of through North State Street to Franklin Street to Liberty, and then over past the high school. And just utilizing the data that they provided in the study, you can sort of see that. So coming in from North State Street, there's a little bit of traffic, so we'll call that the sort of the medium. So there is sort of free flow traffic happening at around like 2.5 cars a minute. So every 30 seconds or so, you have a car passing by. Still pretty free flow. Moving up to 5 cars a minute, you're starting to see a little bit more traffic, and then really once you start seeing 10 or more cars a minute, really you start to see a lot more congestion start to happen. And so kind of starting at North State Street and looking just based on the numbers that were collected in the study, you can see that the traffic sort of starts to build. You lose some vehicles at the time at the Liberty Mutual building, or Lincoln Financial, sorry. And then it gradually builds along Franklin Street, along Liberty Street, and then really at the intersection of Liberty and Center Street, you really get a massive amount of traffic building up. And in that area, you're dealing with the traffic circle there, which helps greatly, but then you're also dealing with a stop sign at School Street, which then causes the traffic to back up on the traffic circle and gets kind of messy. But from there, after the Liberty Street intersection and the turnoff by the school, you can see that the traffic drops dramatically, which to me states that as a destination, you're looking at the high school, and then also the state offices right there, the state building, is really sort of the major generator of traffic that's coming through that neighborhood. And as after you leave past the high school, it goes back to more free flow traffic again, heading to the hospital. So really, to me, this says that building a highway road north of that intersection isn't going to solve the problem, because you're not utilizing or moving any of the traffic that's going to the state offices or to the high school. And even just, kind of anecdotally, when the high school is not in session, it's amazing how much quieter it is in those neighborhoods. So just purely speaking from like a traffic point of view and looking at the congestion, I just don't think that this roadway would solve the problem that we'd be trying to solve purely at a congestion level. And I think we could really utilize that money better along, either, improving some of the other infrastructure around those particular destinations and trying to figure out, a better way for the traffic to flow, whether that's, more roundabouts or, improving the traffic signals and things like that.
Thank you very much. Are you by chance a civil engineer?
No, I'm not. I am more of a computer engineer.
Gotcha, okay. Thank you, I appreciate that. I got my issues with Apple, so I'll leave those.
I can help you with that, maybe, possibly.
Councilor Credivic.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thanks so much for your presentation. As you noted, the traffic detail was from 2011.
Mm-hmm.
We just did redistricting last year, and my district for Ward 3 used to be geographically huge, and now we're geographically small because we have much higher density, and all of us have to rely on North State Street or, as the previous presenter pointed out, going around Pennacook Lake to get to the medical offices that are along Pleasant Street. So not necessarily the hospital, but all of the units. So despite what's not in the budget this year, what is in the budget for next year is a review of this area, and you would agree that we need to update the data, yes?
Oh, absolutely. It's,
Thank you.
I mean, it's, over a decade old at this point.
Councilor Pierce.
Thank you. Thank you for that data. When you were looking at this, and I think it's great that you found the state offices generate a lot of traffic. Did you do anything with an anticipated middle school being built at the completed end of the existing Langley Parkway and what that might generate?
I did not, because the original study data didn't include intersections out that far. But it is possible that the New Hampshire Department of Transportation does have intersections out towards like the Langley Parkway
Do you agree that that might be important to have that data?
To look at that traffic.
To look at a traffic study that on
on
Clinton Street near the end of the completed portion of Langley Parkway.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
I see a member of the school board out there. I'm sure you could tell us
Yeah.
all about the traffic. Councilor Fennessy.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. Good to see you. I just had a question, and unlike some of the other people around this table, I wasn't around in 2011. So, at the time that the data was taken in 2011, was the circle at the bottom of, or at the corner of Auburn's Center and Liberty there?
From the traffic model, they did show a circle, at least like some of the roundabout, I believe. I'd have to.
At Center?
No, the Liberty roundabout.
Yes, they do show a roundabout. It's
from Dewey School.
Okay. Any further questions? Appreciate the time you put into this, and thank you for coming out tonight.
No problem. Thank you.
Good evening.
Welcome.
My name is Dr. Og Young. I'm a retired obstetrician, having practiced in Concord for almost 40 years. My family and I moved into a home at the foot of Rum Hill Road when we first came to Concord 40 years ago, where my wife and I still reside. It was a perfect location for an obstetrician. Short walk through the woods, and I was on labor and delivery in 45 seconds. The nurses actually knew where I lived, so sometimes I got called when I wasn't on call. But it was well worth it to me just to be close to my family when I was on call and not on call. Interesting story. There was an obstetrician a few years before me, Dr. Tracy. Anybody remember that name?
Yes.
Anybody delivered by him? He lived on Auburn Street. In fact, his house was the original house where they served ice cream cones on Halloween.
Oh, yeah.
But back then, obstetricians were on call all the time. And he used to love to walk in those woods that we're talking about. And he would go out in those woods with his 2 beagles. And when the nurses called his home, because he had a patient come to the hospital, and he wasn't home, they told me they learned to go to the window and whistle out the back window into the woods. Now, he didn't always hear that whistle, but his beagles heard the whistle, and they would deliver Dr. Tracy to the hospital in time for delivery. Anyway, you've heard good reasons why we really do not need to build this road. I am so impressed with those 2 speakers. One who really looked at the difference between response time and transport time in terms of saving lives. And the last fellow, was it Andy? Who has looked at traffic patterns and seen that it actually has improved in Concord recently. So to me, it makes no logical sense to spend money on a road when in fact we should buy a few more emergency vehicles and staff them. But I don't want to belabor those points. They've been well articulated. Tonight, I really just want to share with you a little personal history with the land that we're considering for this new roadway. I have 3 sons. Believe it or not, I finished training with 3 sons, one 8 years old, one 5 years old, and one almost 2. When I interviewed with Dr. Black for a job, he said to me, "I'm really happy to know you need a job so badly." Anyway, as I already noted, our home was a perfect location for my work, but it also was a wonderful location to explore those woods behind the hospital. And when I wasn't on call, explore those woods we did. We made trails before there were even trails. This is years ago. We built forts. We even camped back there, although there was probably a city ordinance that we shouldn't be. But we played as though we were Lewis and Clark, and we had wonderful times. We saw all kinds of deer, and the birds changed with the seasons. As the years progressed, my boys felt comfortable in those woods by themselves, and they played with their friends back there. Every day was an adventure to them. We had a dog when we came to Concord, and now 7 dogs later, we're still walking through those woods and see many others with dogs who are dog lovers. And my wife and I cross-country ski on those trails when there's fresh snow. Now there are many more established trails, even many bike paths which are used by young families year-round. Today, the priority of young people are to spend time in natural surroundings with their families, not to build a road trying to get someplace a little bit faster. When I walk at noon, I can't believe the number of hospital workers who are walking along that pathway where the road would be built, and are so happy to have a break and a quiet place to enjoy nature. I spoke with Bob Stegmeyer about this unique opportunity Concord Hospital has, that they can have workers, physicians, nurses, medical technicians out taking a break and walking behind the hospital. And his words to me was, "Og, this Phase 3 of Langley Parkway is not going to be a hospital project, unlike Phase 2, which made a lot of sense. So all of this is to say we can put a $22 million price tag on this road, but I don't think we can ever put a price on these woods, beloved by so many. The road clearly makes no sense to me. Maintaining the woods for Concord folks and their families makes a lot of sense. And putting $22 million into otherwise worthwhile projects also makes sense. So tonight I want to urge you to remove the development of Phase 3 of the Langley Parkway from future consideration.
Thank you very much. Anybody have any questions for Dr. Young? Seeing none? Appreciate it. Thanks for coming out. All right, it's tough to see around people when they testify, so there you go. No, it's Leslie, it's you. You were smart to keep your hand up after they walked away. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, and I want to thank you for hearing my testimony today on the issue of removing CIP 40, the Langley Parkway extension, from the budget. My name is Leslie Ludke. I live on Ridge Road and am a 30-year resident of Concord. I have followed and been involved with Langley Parkway for many years, as many of you probably know. What I'd like to do is give you a way of thinking about what action you should take with regard to Langley Parkway. And I think to do that, it's important to understand the history of the Parkway. I know quite a bit about the history of the Parkway because of my previous involvement with Phase 2. Langley Parkway, formerly the Northwest Bypass, is closing in on its 70th birthday. 70 years, 1954 to 2022. England is celebrating the Platinum Jubilee of Elizabeth II to mark the 70th anniversary of her reign that started in 1952, which is actually my birth year. So I am very fond of that year. But in any event, if we let it sit for another 2 years, we can have the Platinum Jubilee of Langley Parkway, something to celebrate, 70 years. But it's a long time. 70 years is a long time, I know that. And a lot has changed in 70 years. In 1954, the birth date of Northwest Bypass, it was the beginning of the Eisenhower era of highway building. Freeways and ring roads, that was the transportation model. And purpose and need were one and the same. We didn't really have to look at the purpose because we knew we needed a ring road. That was the answer. We knew we needed a ring road because a ring road was a rim, and the local streets were spokes, and spokes wouldn't have the same amount of traffic as rims. So a ring road would remove the traffic from the inner city, alleviate the traffic congestion, and solve our problems. So we went ahead with the spoke and rim model without asking a lot of questions, because the whole idea of purpose was presupposed by the need. That's what the model told us we needed. And what happened is in 1963, if you go and look at the alignment, they developed a plan, the city developed a plan for the Northwest Bypass. And it was a divided freeway. And it connected directly to I-89. So there was a direct interchange and a divided freeway that went right across Concord and dumped out near 93. The problem was, It ran through acres of wetlands, acres and acres of wetlands. If any of you have been up to St. Paul's and walked your dog, you know those wetlands. If you just draw a direct line through that and across, and unfortunately, it also ran through a number of houses down in northwest Concord. So that sort of sat around for a while, 1963 to 1984. And no one really cared when it came into existence in 1963, because what mattered to the people in 1963 and what their values supported in the era of highway building was something that connected one freeway to another. Who wants to spend time driving when you can go from one freeway on another freeway and get onto a third freeway? That was the answer. So no one cared that much. But in 1984, what happened is that times changed and values changed. And the era of highway building ended, and environmental protection and conservation started. I remember when I was at the Attorney General's office, and the Environmental Protection Bureau was just starting in about 1984. It was a new concept, Superfund, let's protect it. Guess what? Swamps became wetlands. They were swamps before they were wetlands. No one cared about them. But then people started caring about them, and people started believing that those were valuable. So through the 1984 lens, the city looked at these plans from 1954 and 1963, and they said, this is excessive. We don't need something like this. This goes through all these wetlands. We don't need a divided freeway running through our town. We do not need it. And they came up with a new plan. And what it was a reduced road. It was a reduced ring road. And the ring road would not be a divided freeway. It would not have a direct interchange. It would not go through acres of wetlands. It would only go through a smaller amount of wetlands. And it would go by Concord Hospital. But still, even in 1984, no one really thought about the purpose of the road, because the transportation of the rim and the spokes persisted. So people didn't really look at the purposes. And I actually have testimony that I'm going to file before I leave, and I entitled it Separating Purpose and Need. And that is the way I want you to think about this. I want you to think about, why are we doing this? What do we gain from it? And what type of action best achieves the purpose? And that requires pulling it all apart. It requires looking at the purposes, asking questions about those purposes, and then asking questions about what options best achieve and best accomplish those purposes. So in 1984, people decided what happened in 1954 and 1963 wasn't a good idea. Langley went into the CIP budget in 1989. We've now gone 34 years from that time. And when Langley went into the CIP budget, the city identified 3 purposes right then and there. And those purposes were not delineated specifically before that time. But the city said, here are the 3 purposes. Here's why we're putting it in CIP 40. So what are the 3 purposes that they said caused it to go in 1989? First one, relief of traffic congestion and enhancement of pedestrian safety in older, dense residential neighborhoods. Number 2, enhanced access to major employment and service centers in northwest Concord. Number 3, improved access for emergency vehicles to Concord Hospital. Well, you heard a lot of testimony about 2 of those. You heard about relief of traffic congestion, and you heard about improved access for emergency vehicles to Concord Hospital. I outlined those issues. I think you've heard from the experts already on that. I would like to add a couple of points about that. First, I would like to note that Langley Parkway has a very well-established meaning. It is the successor to the Northwest Bypass. And Langley Parkway, by definition, is a limited access road that is designed to prevent curb cuts and secondary development along its corridor. Because the idea is if you build a rim, you don't want to replicate the spokes. You want a rim that is a rim. And if you look at phase 2 and the permit for phase 2, you see that there is a special exception in the permit for phase 2 for the curb cut for the clinic. That was the only one allowed. Phase 1, which is the Concord Hospital driveway, had the same list of limitations and conditions on the issuance of the permit. The permit for phase 1, limited access road, no curb cuts. It was permitted as a public road. It was built as a private road. Concord Hospital maintains that as a private road. When issues have been raised regarding the curb cuts, the answer is a private road. It's a private road. If it ever becomes a public road, we'll take care of it. So first of all, think about Langley in that context. If we're looking at a rim road that doesn't allow curb cuts, it's a limited access road that is designed to avoid stoplots and the rest, Concord Hospital's phase 1 that runs from Pleasant Street to the beginning of Wynant has a speed limit of 5 miles an hour. It has 2 speed tables on it. It has substantial secondary development on the other side that came since the issuance of the permit in 1994. So there's a very serious question as to whether phase 1 is even suitable for use as part of a limited access ring road. And I think you should really seriously consider that. And it's not my position to say they shouldn't have done it. Concord Hospital is a good employer. They provide a hugely valuable service to the community. I am not criticizing them. But I'm asking you, when you think about, should CIP stay in the budget? Because CIP is for the Langley Parkway, which is a limited access ring road. Is that what we want in 2022? Things are a lot different now than they were in 1989. And I think Andrew Janess told you in one way how they are so different. They are different because there are 4,000 people who are employed in the state office park. The high school has grown tremendously. The locus of traffic is not Concord Hospital. The locus of traffic is the state office park and the high school. And you have phase 2, phase 3 connecting through Pleasant Street there. It is unlikely that that will address the traffic congestion on Center Street and Pleasant Street. And if you look back at Langley Parkway, when it went into the CIP, it said specifically to address congestion on Center Street and Pleasant Street. So I really ask you to take a close look at the project purposes and determine, based on those purposes, are the purposes still purposes? Do they still present problems that require a solution? And if you find they still do present a problem that requires a solution, ask yourself what the best solution is, what the options are for addressing those problems. You don't have to adopt a highway model. A highway model doesn't automatically provide a solution. So that is what I'm asking you to do, and I thank you very much for your time and for listening to what I have to say about this. And I believe that this is a very important matter for the city, not only for the financial issue, but for the quality of life that we've heard about over and over and over again tonight. We heard about Beaver Meadow, we heard about golf, we heard about skiing, we heard about walking, we heard about nature, we heard about dogs, we've heard about why people choose Concord, why it is the hot housing market. We heard that too, because it's a great city and it's livable. And you, as the city council, have done a lot to make it a great city, and I congratulate you for that. And all I want you to do in this case is to really think about it. It's 70 years. It's time for some serious thought and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Chapin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Lucky. Thank you very much for that detailed testimony. Quick question. Do you think that there would be, or would you think that there would be any value in leaving CIP 40 in the CIP budget, just in the interest of allowing a future council to respond to the changing nature of the city's development, if in fact that might be necessary? For example, we heard Councilor Kretovic talk about the increased density in her ward. We've had a proposal. It hasn't come to fruition, and it may never. But certainly, there's been a proposal to do significant development south of Whitney Road, north of the Concord Monitor Building, along the Merrimack River. Things change, development, there are changing circumstances. And quite possibly, instead of a parkway, a more limited road might be something that some future council might consider to be of value to the city to respond to the challenges of the time. Well, let me answer your question by addressing the last statement you made, that someone might find a value. I agree that there ought to be improvements over in Northwest Concord. I think North State Street is a plot problem. But Steve Dupree, one of the developers of the Lincoln Financial site, said he didn't care whether it was built. And I think that's right, because I don't see the value of a limited access ring road to transportation infrastructure in that area and development in that area. And it seems to me a considerable expense. When you go down and look at that area, it's not easy terrain to build a road on. And so it's going to be expensive. Everyone is using 22 million. It may be more than that. Sure. Phase 2 was 3 million. It came in at 9 million. So, I think I think that right now CIP 40 is a hindrance to people's thinking about this, because I know that there's discussions going on with the developers in that area. And I think because CIP 40 is tied definitionally to a limited access ring road, it limits those discussions, and it limits what the city is able to do with the developers. So I think the final answer that I have to your question is I don't see the value of a limited access ring road, and I particularly am concerned with its connection to North State Street, which has never been an issue that's been completely resolved. Well, I agree with you there. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Councilor Fennessy.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your history that you gave us. Do you think there's any value to maintaining the project in the CIP so that the council could have a larger conversation about whether it should be limited access or not, whether that would make sense, what the east end of the potential road might look like? Do you think there's any value to that?
Well, I'm not familiar enough with city financial matters, but it was put in there specifically as a limited access road with three specific purposes. And the Northwest Bypass, as I told you, is nearing 70 years of age. So that is what it has always been. So I don't think there's any value leaving it in there if you're not interested in putting a limited access road in, because that's what it is. That is what you are continuing. That is what it is a placeholder for. It is a placeholder for a limited access ring road. There's a great quote, actually, about ring roads, because if you look around other cities, you'll see a lot of cities with ring roads. I mean, that was a really popular transportation model. And the quote is, if you take a marker and you draw a ring road, look for the suburban sprawl outside the road. So that's the best way to get suburban sprawl, is to draw a ring road on a map. But, ring roads have gone out of favor. There's a lot of criticism of ring roads right now. So I think it's an outdated concept, and I think that people initially thought it was a good idea, And everyone was well-intentioned. No one has bad intentions in this at all. Everyone is well-intentioned. Everyone wants the best for the city. They want to get rid of traffic congestion. They want people to be able to get to the hospital. You know, and I recognize the difficulty the council is in, because the status quo is a very powerful thing. It's easy to say, well, we've done it for 34 years. We'll do it for another few years. Maybe someone will need it at some point. But it has a cost. It has a cost to the developers now down in that Lincoln financial area. It's a huge swath of their property that can't be developed. It has a cost to the homeowners who now have property down at the bottom of Pennacook Street, who are looking at their house basically facing a sidewalk on the side of a 75-foot road. It has costs, and I think these are the major cost, really for the city, is it has prevented the city from thinking about what might be better options to address the issues, what its values are, what it wants to look like as a city with its transportation structure. And Langley has always been the solution. So there hasn't been this kind of inquiry, and what can we do? What can we do to really improve things? What can we do to make the city function better?
Thank you. As a follow-up to Councilor Fennessy's question, if this idea started in the 50s as a 4-lane median highway, a beltway around, and then it was reduced in scale to a rim road, limited access rim road in 1985, what's to say that it can't change again? I mean, I walked through that site with one of the abutters, had a great morning, saw why people love that area so much, and our conversation turned to, not at my suggestion, but just naturally, to how you could put, you know, a limited road through there with pedestrian underpasses, pedestrian overpasses to allow animals and humans to get from one side to the other, you know, something much more limited in scale that was consistent with what's there. So what's, you know, isn't it possible? Oh, and then I would also say that the whole reason that, you know, everybody around this table put the Langley Parkway on the priority list for this biennium, and the reason that everyone around this table voted in favor of it, was because we were really talking about doing kind of what you're talking about, which is take another look at how this proposed roadway was impacting that lower part of Pennacook Street on the east end there. So our intention, if I understand it correctly, and I'm seeing nods around the table, you know, was that we were going to take a look at it and see whether, you know, things had to be changed or whether the scale had to be changed. Or, you know, we were asking staff to start taking a look at it and come back to us before, you know, people got really upset and started to assume that that meant that we were gonna build it.
Well, it's true the scale of the road changed from 1963 to 1984, but it was still limited access, and it was designed not to have secondary development along the corridor, and not to operate as, if you will, a spoke, but to operate as a ring road. So it had a defined function by the purposes of being limited access. What you're talking about is changing it from a limited access, no secondary development, no curb cuts, to something that's not. And you know, maybe the whole argument here is about, well, does that mean it can still be in CIP 40 or not? My understanding is it can't be CIP 40 because CIP 40 is this ring road. And it's limited access, and it's limited access for the purpose of preventing secondary development. And what you're looking for down in Northwest Concord is secondary development. That's what you want. And I think it's great. I think you should go down to Northwest Concord and negotiate with the developers and figure out what makes sense for development down there, because there's enormously useful tracts of property down there. Concord has a housing shortage. I hope there's houses built down there. It should be used. but it doesn't have to be in CIP 40 to be used. It's not connected in any way, in my opinion.
Do you think that it's possible that the possibility of this limited access road has actually acted to preserve that tract of land as undeveloped, since the concept was to put a road through there with no curb cuts, and therefore the land would be undevelopable?
Well, that's partially, I think, part of the problem, because someone asked earlier how much Concord Hospital owns there. Concord Hospital owns quite a bit, but the first part that Concord Hospital owns, the part that's closest to Concord Hospital, is mitigation property that Concord Hospital put into conservation as mitigation for the wetlands impact in Phase 2, and there's a considerable tract of land on that. Then as the road continues up by the water tower, it's Concord Hospital, but there's wetlands behind there, not huge numbers of wetlands, but some wetlands. There's probably one buildable lot on the road, maybe one buildable lot for Concord Hospital. But if it goes in as Langley, it won't be buildable because it's a limited access road with no curb cuts. So I honestly think the reason it hasn't been built is because it's not that important to Concord Hospital. I mean, we've talked a lot tonight about response time and the need to get to the hospital. But I go back to 2019, and the city appropriated $350,000 for design costs to move Langley forward. And it was matched, conditioned. And the match never came. You know that. And Concord Hospital didn't pay $350,000 then. They could have had the design work done for the road. But I don't think they're that interested. And another reason I don't think they're that interested is because they like Phase 1 being a private road. They like having a 5-mile-an-hour speed limit. They like using it as a hospital driveway. They like the curb cuts. So I don't think that Concord Hospital is particularly interested at this point in changing the status quo. I think they're fairly satisfied with the status quo. And in an emergency situation, they can clearly get an ambulance through that road. I see water trucks there. I saw a water truck the other morning when I was walking there. It's not an issue.
Thank you.
That's 9.
Thank you. Ms. Lutke, would you feel different about the discussion that Councilor Fennessy and Councilor Champlin mentioned if we gave it a new CIP number and called it something different? Because all we're talking about is having a discussion.
Absolutely. That's what I would want. I want it to have a new, I want Langley to go away. I want it to be done.
So if, hypothetically here, we took the same CIP out-year budget schedule and took the same numbers and put it in CIP 837 and called it Champlin Drive, you'd be fine with that, to have the discussion?
Absolutely. I think that's exactly what I'm asking you to do. That's all I'm asking you to do.
I appreciate
That's it, right there. I want Langley to be dead.
So, first of all, thank you very much for all your testimony. You've been going for about half an hour now, and I appreciate you taking the time with us. I do want to thank you for bringing up the property that Lincoln Financial owns, or whoever owns it now. Sorry, it's late. Also bringing up the blighted, underutilized property of the Santander Bank and the Irving gas station. Because it was in this room that, and we couldn't do it around this table because COVID was running rampant. We had to spread out. We did it down there. We did have 2 reporters in the room. At that time, we brought up Langley Parkway, never discussing anything around the hospital or the trails, or that was never discussed, never mentioned. But what we did discuss was exactly what you talked about, and I'm really glad you did, because we have a serious housing crisis. We heard from our Human Services Director today. We all heard what she goes through and her staff to try to find housing for some of the most difficult, challenged individuals in our community who need housing, who morally deserve housing as much as you and I do. We also know that we have a school board member in the back of the room with us, and it is critically important that we add tax base expansion to this community in a smart way, as you said, not in open space, but where the city services are, water, sewer, transportation. We want increased density in those areas, not see the sprawl that you and I think we both agree on. So I feel a little bit like the tale of Chicken Little. The acorn fell, the sky was not falling, there was nobody talking about this area that we're talking about today. We were talking specifically about trying to revitalize blighted, underutilized, underdeveloped properties, as well as increasing density because we desperately need housing. So that's what I think we were talking about, and I think that's what the manager was talking about during the State of the City. And unfortunately, the acorn fell and Chicken Little took off.
And I think
so
if you-
I want to, just to finish, I thank you because you brought up exactly what this council was talking about.
And I think if you took a poll of people in this room who came to testify about Langley and asked if they would support those kind of discussions, I think you'd see everyone raise their hand.
I would hope so. But I will say the part where you and I may diverge a little bit, and the reason it was talked about under the Langley Parkway label, if you will, not because we're building anything, not because anything was happening, there's zero in the budget for this, but because we know that Brady Sullivan did come into our community development department, and you sat on the zoning board, you know these cases as well as anyone. They came to us with a development proposal. The proposal that they came in with a design that was around a road that was not going to be built, right? But removing something like that is not as simply as saying it's gone, because it's in the deeds, right?
Right.
So there's a lot to unfold in this thing. It's not a simple thing. So that's why when you say they are not connected, I think they are connected in the sense, if we are to maximize density, we do have to remove that road from that property. Is that fair?
I'm all in favor of that, and I think if you remove CIP 40 from the budget, you would be removing the road.
But we aren't.
No.
Legally.
It's not that simple. I mean,
Yep.
and you're also an attorney. You can speak to this better than I can. But you know when things are filed at the registry of deeds, it's a whole different world, so.
Right. But I think that removing CIP from the budget is consistent with removing that road. And I think no one really wants that road down there. It goes through a very bad spot on Lincoln Financial. I ride my bike by there every day. It really needs work. Everything needs work down in that. So I applaud you for working on it.
Would you believe we also need commercial space? There are large employers who are looking for space in our community. I thought I got it wrong. I thought that with COVID, we would see a tremendous amount of office space open up, become available. Come to find out, absolutely not. There are employers who cannot find space in this city to actually move, to grow. So that provides, because they have water, sewer, and transportation, it provides
Right.
opportunities there.
Well, it should be developed.
I appreciate your taking your time, and 35 minutes, thank you.
Thank you for listening to me for too long. I appreciate it.
We've had some great testimony this far. I want to sit, I think all of us are going to sit and listen to everyone who wants to testify, but I would just ask you one consideration. You don't have to repeat everything that everyone else said before, but we are going to sit here as long as you wish. One moment, please. Yeah. I have somebody over here. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Liddea Irwin. I have a 2-minute timer, and I'm not going to go over that. I'm in Ward 6, so I just want to put out there that I'm not in a ward directly affected by the Langley Parkway. I want to reiterate what everyone else has said, blah, 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 blah. And I kind of want to point out a few things that Mr. Chaplin has said about how this was not urgent, right? Except we have the folks over here that say, yes, we really need a road. or we need something to fix the congestion. So instead of using CIP 40, which has been around as a CIP for 2 years less than I have been alive, just to put that in perspective, I am 2 years older than this particular CIP project. Maybe come up with a new CIP project that actually outlines the goals that you want to achieve with this project. Instead of rehashing all these old things, get a new CIP. Let this old one die. Obviously, I'm young, I don't want to die, but I think 33 years.
I'm old, I don't want to die either.
Yeah, but I think 33
All
years.
agree upon that. You have consensus. Nobody wants to die.
We're all going to die.
33 years, yeah.
Gonna die.
But I think 33 years is a good time to retire a CIP and possibly bring a new one to life. And I think that would solve a lot of issues that we have here today with people wanting to protect the green spaces here in Concord, which is why I am here. Green space is a big deal. And I'm done with 25 seconds left. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Looks like this one. Evening and welcome.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Frank Betchart. I've lived in Concord for 31 years and lived through a lot of the controversy, history of Langley Parkway, all phases. And I've had the opportunity over these years, excuse me, to walk along this section that everybody's concerned about, which is the 3/4 of a mile between Auburn Street and Concord Hospital. I use it as an access, and many people do, to access to Wynett Park. In November of 2013, there was an invitation for the public to make comments about this proposal for Phase 3 of the Langley Parkway. This room was filled with, excuse me, there's dry behind that mask. This room was filled with people with legitimate testimony about their feelings about this section of Langley Parkway. But the report was essentially done before they asked for input, and what they really only sought was whether or not to put traffic circles or traffic lights at the major intersections. So the conceptual design report that was released in 2015 only said that, quote, "There's some opposition from local residents who use the former roadbed as a recreational path." My testimony in that 2013 hearing was the same then as it is today, that this conceptual design is totally insensitive to environmental impact and to trail access and recreational use that's been going on historically for my experience, at least 30 years. There are no fewer than 7 access points from the neighborhoods and no fewer than 5 entrances into Wynett Park that are currently unofficial. But the artery that holds those together is this road or path that's a utility corridor that has the water line on it. So there was no mention of all of these crossovers and connections between trails because they're not official trails. There were no pedestrian studies done to look at how this is used by pedestrians and bicyclists. It was all done based on traffic traffic studies. So much has been made of wetlands, and I don't want to repeat that too much, but the wetland studies in that 2015 report really were confined to just the right-of-way that was delineated. And they marked the wetlands areas, but they did not talk anything about the hydrology downstream. When Samuel Drive was built, there was at least one house on Ridge Road impacted by the runoff and directional changes of the water that came through one of the hospital tracks into the Ridge Road area. This kind of a project would impact potentially even more houses downstream. Now, I know your decision here is going to be real important, and I know you're going to be really thoughtful about it. Livability has been talked about here, and the livability of an urban area has lots of factors that go into it. Education and hospital and employment, but also open space and recreational access, as well as the traffic issues. So it's a multifactorial issue, and I hope that some kind of compromise can be reached. My bias in this situation is admittedly towards open space for this particular stretch of the proposed Langley Parkway. There are basically 5 tracts of land, somebody was asking about this, between Auburn Street and Concord Hospital. The city owns a lot on Auburn Street. I'm not sure how large that is. Concord Hospital owns 2 tracts of land that together are about 50 acres. But the majority of that, as has been mentioned before, has been put in conservation already as mitigation for other wetlands disturbance. There are 2 privately held tracts that parallel these tracts of the hospital that have been held by private citizens for a long period of time. But all these trails I've been talking about course through these private tracts, including Concord Hospital. Those 2 other tracts are 7 and 17 acres. So the total area we're talking about in there is about 75 acres. The combined tax assessment of that 75 acres on the books right now is $226,000. So in short, those 5 tracts of land in combination would connect the city to Wynett Park. And what I believe could happen is that a coalition of the city, the hospital, a conservation organization like Five Rivers Conservation Trust could access either private or public or some combination of funding to purchase those tracts, dedicate the system of trails as access to Wynett Park, and even have an ADA compliant trail from the hospital to Auburn Street along this utility corridor. So the millions of dollars that this road would cost could then be redirected towards more strategic improvement, has been mentioned, of other transportation issues in the city. So in summary, or in a counterpoint, if it's decided by the council that a road needs to be built, then I think we need to go back to the drawing board with a sensitivity to trail access and to minimizing the environmental impact. The 2015 conceptual design does neither. And I think that design should be abandoned for those reasons. Now, the questioning of Ms. Ludke and her responses, I tend to agree with, that we can take CIP 40 off the budget. You can replace it with something else that keeps the deliberation open, but it really frees the council up from discussing development down at the lower end by North State Street and the Lincoln Financial property, and also leaves the door open for a permanent open space option in this section we're talking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? See none. Appreciate you taking, and thank you for your patience.
Listen, I think you're all in agreement that, you know, Concord as a city,
You
oh,
and
I'm
I.
sorry, I'm Ann Shear, and
Nice
I
to
live up
meet
in Bishopsgate, and I think everyone's in agreement that we have paradise here, okay? And so we're not gonna create a parking lot, okay, or a parkway or whatever. And I think it's dangerous to keep something, a couple of you have been asking about, well, let's just keep this in place in case something changes or whatever. And I'd like to just address that in that I think that's dangerous. It limits as we all know, if you've got something and you're just like remaking the dress or you're redoing something, that's not the best approach. If there's really a need down in, you know, of course there's a housing need, and of course we've got this big swath of land now that could be used for it. Take a fresh look is what I'd like to ask you to do. Get rid of this old nugget that's chestnut that's been around forever. It doesn't serve the purpose. It doesn't seem to serve any of the things that originally it was designed or thought that it was going to serve. I think there's other ways to approach the things like getting to the hospital and response times and things like that that are far more economical for the city and will solve the problem far better. So I would ask that you do take this thing off the table and start anew, start fresh, look at it new, and solve what the real, ask yourselves, what is the real problem, what are we trying to solve, and let's solve it. That's it. Have a good night. Thank you for all your time. I don't know how you guys do this night after night. I could not do that.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Jamie Henn. I live in Ward 5. And just some important news that the Celtics are down by 6, but if they show half the stamina of the people in this room, we should be okay. But I'll be really quick. I mean, I was really moved by hearing the testimony from the obstetrician who lived here for so many years. My family and I just moved here a year ago. We're celebrating our first year anniversary and moved to Dwinell Drive. And one of the reasons we moved to Concord and have loved living here and falling in love and hope to raise our daughter here is because of the incredible access to trails and the open spaces that we have and the value that this community puts on that. You know, we take our 15-month-old daughter out on that trail every single day. I take her out walking there. She's taking some of her first steps there. This winter, we heard that there are sledding parties at the neighborhood holes where they bring hot chocolate and let the kids sled down the hill from the water tower on down. And that's what we look forward to, of raising our daughter back there in those woods and letting her learn about nature and appreciate that. And so, I mean, it's hard to imagine a road going through that area. We heard a lot tonight about the golf course. I support that. I stick with Sam. You know, I'm also a Nordic skier. Be great, but I mean, nobody is proposing running a road through that golf course. We understand the value of that to the community. I'd argue this is just as valuable. I mean, this is a space that probably more people use every day. The hospital uses, people in the neighborhood use, people come from around Concord to use. You all would never consider, of course, running a road through Beaver Meadow, but somehow this is still on the table. And I think that this is a valuable space and should be seen as an asset, just like our other open spaces there. And so, you know, I think there's been some commentary from the council, from the mayor about, you know, maybe this is a miscommunication issue where this actually isn't a priority, that area of land isn't up for development, a road won't go through there. I guess I'd just ask the mayor and the council, if that's true, then state that plainly. It seems still, I've sat here for 4 hours and still a little bit confused whether or not this project is proposed going forward, or if there's real opposition from the council and saying, look, no, we don't want a road there, we don't want to build there. I think if that is the case, it would be great to hear that. I think that would assuage a lot of the fears that folks in this room have, and for folks that live in the neighborhood, having this budget item still sitting on there every year that this road might be built, it might be built, it might be built. You know, it's a threat to a place that we really love and hold dear. So if that isn't the case, we'd love to hear that. I'd love for that to be just clearly stated and communicated. And I think all of us would love to go work on other issues of making Concord a place that we want to continue raising our families and continue to live. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Ron. Would you believe that councils around this table have said that, and the counter has been that we haven't been telling the truth?
If that's the, I mean, I haven't heard that, but if that's the case, that's fantastic. So I guess my question is, you're opposed to the road and don't see it ever being built. Is that the case?
I would like to,
I guess that's why I'm confused. I mean, if that's the case, isn't it just, yes, I oppose the road and don't ever want to see it built in that area?
So did you hear the back and forth between Ms. Ledke and myself?
Mm-hmm.
So do you think the city needs more housing?
Yes.
Do you think the city needs to expand the tax base?
Sure. Yes.
So if you think those things, and that's what the council talked about, the question then becomes, is it linked to this road or not? It's because it's in this CIP piece. And there is a paper street that runs through a parcel of that property, right?
Dotted line.
Right, so
that paper street exists, is that true, right? We agree?
I suppose we agree, but I'm still, I guess this is where I'm a little confused just as a citizen here of why not, it feels like there's a little bit of a pushback from the council on those of us who've been saying, so
No,
can we just state?
you asked us, I'll speak, I can only speak for myself. You asked me to be clear. I'm
Yeah.
trying to be crystal
Okay, great,
clear.
perfect.
I care about housing. I care about economic development. I have consistently said that. I'm saying that to you. I said it to people who attended the Transportation Advisory Committee meeting. I've said it to anybody who's asked me. That's what I care about. That's what the discussion was when we talked about this item at the beginning of this year. Because we know that a school board member in the back of the room, they're proposing a significant project to the city. We know that we've heard from tonight people who've said, please, we want public safety expanded in our community. We want access to another ambulance. We want police department to respond quicker to all sorts of things. So to provide those services and not create a huge spike in the tax rate, we need that economic development.
So I guess,
So we have to get the deed, would you agree? We have to get the deed that goes to that paper street off. Does that make sense?
I guess I'm still a little confused, and pardon, I feel like I've been on the witness stand all of a sudden, but this is fun.
No, you asked a great question.
Yeah, no, I'd just like to
That's
follow
why
up that, so can't we just agree that, yes, we support those things, but we'll make sure that we do those without building a road through this space? I mean, that's what we do in other areas too, right? We wouldn't say, oh, we need housing, so we're gonna build a road through City Hall, or we'll knock it down and go through Memorial Field. I mean, that wouldn't be on the proposal, so.
And there's no money to build this.
Great, so can we just state then that, yeah, let's pursue these other options, but we're not and never going to build a road through those woods?
Can I jump in for a moment? Thank
I
you,
guess
Your
that's
Honor.
the
One other piece that I think, and I think, thank you for your comments. I do think that this has been confusing for many, and so I appreciate what you said, and I think we can provide more clarity. One piece of this that nobody has spoken to is the fact that many of these trails are on private property. So I do want to state that too. We can talk about, all of the interests of the trails and how, they're a jewel to this community, but much of those trails are not owned by the city of Concord. So we don't ultimately have control over what will be done with that property. So I did just want to add that to the conversation.
Councilor Hawkins, you had your hand up.
Oh, thank you. I was just I think you addressed it. Your question, if I may rephrase, is your question, are councilors prepared to remove CIP 40 from the budget?
I actually, honestly, the technicalities of it, some of my folks who are opposed to this may disagree. I think as a person who never heard of a CIP, honestly, before this, like, the technicality of it is a little less important to me than y'all's commitment and just being clear that we don't want this road in that area built. We want to pursue public housing. We want to pursue all these other goals, but we'll do it preserving our green spaces. We've heard from the community that this is a precious spot, that people feel deeply about it, so we're not going to let the project go forward. And if the technical way of doing that is removing CIP 40, great. If there's reasons, as you stated, that it has to remain, but we're really clearly opposed to that, is not going to happen, I think that would assuage a lot of fears as well.
Do you believe in making judicious, well-reasoned?
Follow up, please. Follow up, please.
Obviously not.
All right, go ahead.
Just for the answer. Thank you.
Don't have to yell at me.
And just to answer, I've been in your seat before, and I know it's frustrating. I would say, without putting opinions for other counselors, I think there's divided opinion on council right now, and there's some people who are still making decisions. So appreciate all the time and energy people are spending today to help guide counselors in those decisions. So really appreciate that.
That's great. Thank you.
You had a question?
Thank you. Do you believe in making, particularly when public policy is involved, do you agree that we should be making carefully considered, carefully weighed decisions that, to the best of our ability, are in the best interest of the entire city?
I feel like this is one of those leading questions members of Congress ask witnesses to try and trap them in an answer. I take the fifth. No, of course. And I guess what I'm saying is, I think that I would ask you all that the threat that this poses to many of us feels really real. Like, again, as I said, I love bringing my daughter back there. I want to raise her back there, and leaving that hanging and saying we're just gonna, think about it, and the road's always gonna be built. That it feels a little bit callous, I think, for those of us who feel like this is a really special place that's near and dear to our heart.
To be fair, I think you're making light of what we're trying to do. And let me speak personally, because I was the one who you asked directly. I want to make a well-reasoned, carefully balanced decision that takes into account the interests of all parts of this city, not just the people who live, who abut this property and who enjoy it. And I honestly, I've been there, and it's a jewel, and I agree. But I want to make sure before I make a decision that it is the right thing to do, for all of the people of Concord. And if I need to take some time in doing that, rather than just saying, okay, we're going to arbitrarily say we're not going to do this, then I'm going to do that, because that's what the people of the city elected me to do. I listen to people, I talk to people, I've talked to more people about this subject than any issue that is actually in the fiscal '23 budget. And there are significant ones.
Which it's not.
Which it's not. And so, what I'm trying to say is, I wasn't trying to be cavalier. What I'm trying to say is, it sounds easy to just say we're not going to do this. I want to make sure that if we don't do this, it is in fact the right thing.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate you all listening to us. And I guess I'd be curious, as you talk to people, if you hear more people in voice of proponents or opponents to it, and the intensity of those feelings. So. But I appreciate that. I don't think anybody's asking for everybody to raise their right hand and answer a yes or no question, as they do push people in Congress to do tonight. That's not my prerogative. But I appreciate you all thinking about it. I appreciate you all hearing us. And I would just say, I think that, as you said, Mr. Mayor, a lot of the feelings of this have been confused because of the lack of clear communication. So whether that comes tonight or a week from now or whenever it comes, I think the sooner the better. That would be really helpful, and I think really reassuring to all of us who care deeply about that area and care deeply about the city. Thanks.
Just one quick question. You live on Donnell?
Yes.
When you bought the house, was there something in the deed about a road? Are you an abutter?
It's a disclosure.
No.
A disclosure statement?
Oh, that's an interesting question. No, I don't think so, because we're not abutted on the road, so I don't know why it would be. So no, I think, is it sort of the assumption being that it could impact our property values if the road is built, or?
I just know that some people with whom I've spoken has said that there was a disclosure, and that's usually a question I ask. When they
I'll go back and take a closer
Okay.
look at my deed.
That's all.
I mean, I would just maybe close by saying, I think for us, whether that the property value, of course that matters to us. We're tracking that. We bought it when it was very expensive and painful. But
Well, you outbid me on that house.
all right. There we go. Yeah, you can. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we'll settle it up later. I would just say again that as a young person moving to this, not that young anymore, but close to middle-aged person moving to the city. You
were young when this night started.
I know, I was young when the night started. I've aged a lot. I would just say that the quality of life piece is huge. I mean, we love this place, and I've loved showing it off to our friends. We have friends who come in from all over, and they say, wow, we never knew Concord. This is incredible. The city should market this. The city should celebrate this. Like, why doesn't it make more of its trails? We should promote this. I know you're looking to hire a trail.
We had one and they left.
Yeah.
But no, we highlighted a significant amount, and you know, we're very proud of the almost 90 miles of trails we have.
Yeah.
We highlight them on our website.
Yeah, so what a blemish to destroy one of the best.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this one's not ours. But
I know there are others who want to speak, and I promise to be quick, but thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, welcome.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely. How are you?
Good.
Great.
So my name is Cynthia Bell. I emailed my personal story to each counselor already, which explains why I'm so passionate about the future plans involving Langley Parkway. I didn't get a response from everyone, but I know you're busy. She walks to school. And I walk the streets where I live, and I bike the streets where I live. I live 4 blocks from the proposed entry of what would essentially become a beltway around Concord if CIP 40 ever is constructed. The Phase 3 Langley project will act like a fire hose, in my opinion, and dump mounds of traffic into intersections that frankly are due for improvements and have been due for improvements for many years, and still have not been improved. I'd like to focus my comments on economic vitality and transportation that serves the community. Both are tenets of the 2030 master plan and vision, which I think is due for an update. I think it's relevant to talk about more than just the trail. I echo many folks' concerns about the trail, but I don't use the trail. I live 4 blocks from this property you all have been talking about. To answer your question, I don't know your name, I'm sorry, but first we have a road, because you had made a comment earlier that we need a road, or about this road. Pennacook Street is our connection to Carter Hill. And, you know, the intersection at the high school that you had mentioned too, that got fixed with Phase 1 or Phase 2, it's still a mess. I mean, and that has nothing to do with Concord Hospital. That has to do with other traffic in that area. I know just because I drive by there every day. But I wanted to point you all, you know, as an emergency room nurse, I wanted to point you all to the fire department study, which suggested that for optimal performance, we need to add fire stations. And we don't need to necessarily add fire stations according to what I read in that area. We actually need to add them on the opposite side of the city. So the Parkway wouldn't affect any of that. The other thing that I can speak to as a nurse is that ambulances return to service and respond from the hospital because there's not another ambulance in service, or because they can get there quicker. That's usually how it happens. So I think all of that talk about response times is troubling to me as a nurse who's been in the back of an ambulance, because I happen to believe very strongly that if the ambulance needed to get to Concord Hospital through the Pennacook, Fisk, Long Pond, any of those that I've biked around and around, they could probably do so in less than 2 minutes. And I'm sure that they would agree. The real bottleneck, though, is down at the bottom, where this property is. I don't know anything about paper roads or all of those terms you were talking about, so I can't speak to that. But Boughton and those lights and 393 in that intersection with North Main Street has been that way since I was a kid. It's never changed. It's never been improved. There are no roundabouts. There's no throughway. And it would be a real shame if you spent all this money and built a road and nobody but the ambulance used it once in a while. And it ran right alongside Pennacook Street, and nobody could still get through that Route 3 Boughton interchange. I come through there every day, twice a day, to go to work up at the state offices. So I see it constantly. So I just wanted to make that clear, because I don't see anything on the budget about improving those intersections or adding a roundabout. And I know that being 4 blocks from there, we would all really welcome that. I think what concerns me about all the talk tonight about not removing CIP is CIP has nothing to do with that. That's not going to get done in CIP 40. if you leave it on there. I mean, all of these other concerns that we really do have about those intersections isn't gonna get done. I would love to have a bike path on Pennacook. I don't think it would be too much to improve that road. It's full of potholes. It's a nightmare to go up that road right now. It hasn't been repaired in years. I can't understand why we would want to build another road and then have a whole bunch of dead ends. And, you know, another piece of information that's helpful is that the fire department doesn't like dead ends. And they really like to try to avoid them because it's difficult to turn the trucks around and it's hard to get to places. So when you talk about responses, I think response times, it's a little more complex than just, oh, we'll build a road and they'll get there really fast. I think it's a more complex issue. The Langley project would create a barrier between my community and Carter Hill. How am I going to get my bags of apples? What's more, how are all those patrons going to get to Carter Hill? I will have to go all the way down Route 3, all the way up Bog or Burrow, all the way around to get to Carter Hill. I wonder if anyone's even talked with Carter Hill. I don't know. It will also create the 3 dead ends that I mentioned, which impacts EMS response. Second, the parkway will increase traffic to the area substantially, and with no curb cuts, and you're talking about economic vitality and tax base and all of that, the road doesn't serve our community. It doesn't raise any money. In fact, it takes money to maintain. If you can't develop along the road, how does that increase our tax base? That's my thought. And the most important piece that I wanted to bring to you that no one's really mentioned, well, I think one gentleman mentioned earlier when he was reporting to you, decisions should be data-driven. And leaving CIP 40 on this docket budget, leaving it there means that all of the data comes with it. Every time you bring it up, you're going to talk about 2011 data. You're going to talk about things that are old and outdated. And so the project is flawed because the feasibility study is 12 years old. There's no mention of the new women's prison, which came, you know, it's 24/7 at the women's prison. There's 3 shifts there, just like the hospital. That was 2018. So that happened after all of this study was done. It doesn't track how many people use Route 3 to get around 93 backups. I do it. I'm sure people have. Imagine what my neighborhood will be like when everyone traveling to points north decides to use Langley to skirt around stop and go traffic. That's a reality for me all summer on I-93 from Wednesday to Sunday. Hood has trucks, Granite has trucks. All of those trucks will now use that parkway if they please, which will increase noise in our neighborhood. And those are areas, you know, that we ride and walk down, so we'll have to cross over that parkway and have to listen to all of those trucks. Small improvements to Pennacook Street and the intersections on Boughton would make a world of difference with much less investment and would allow any type of housing or commercial development that you wanted for Lincoln Financial Spot. Add a few flowers and trees in the middle of a roundabout, that would be nice. That's just my plug. I'm a gardener. I would love some flowers and trees. I'd like to share a quote from the 2030 Master Plan, which was created in 2008, and I truly believe is a bit outdated. About the land use, the plan states, development that does occur in the rural areas is rural, not suburban in character, and does not adversely affect a working rural landscape. It goes on to say, municipal comprehensive planning involves a balancing of competing and sometimes conflicting goals and endeavors, which you had mentioned, Mayor. Hence, each policy and recommendation has been reviewed within the overall context of the master plan. To say it more plainly, if proposed project priorities conflict, the best approach is to make sure that all plans do not stray from the overall strategic vision for Concord at a minimum. I urge the council to let Langley stand alone finally and be judged for what it is and has been for 3 decades, not just unpopular, but a poor plan without data to back it up. I also urge the council to prioritize the improvements to the Pennacook, Boughton, Rumford intersections that I mentioned. One project has nothing to do with the other as far as I'm concerned. I would argue that many times preserving the walkability and vitality of a neighborhood is more important than increasing commercial tax base. However, Langley doesn't even do that. A parkway with no curb cuts offers no opportunities to increase revenue and in turn will cost money to maintain and devalue the residential tax base in that area, which includes my house. I'll lastly say, I bought my house 7 years ago, and I love to garden, and I have a very small plot, and I could go outside of town and buy a big lot and have a big garden, but I choose to live here simply because we can walk to town. We can bike up there. My daughter can walk to the high school. So that's what's important to me, is that you don't cut me off from everything else that's beyond that that we enjoy. Thank you, respectfully.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilor Griffith.
Any questions?
Where exactly is your home?
33 Highland Street.
Thank you.
She has lousy neighbors.
I was gonna say, I thought you moved there not for all the other things your name is, because you got a nice neighbor.
Yeah.
I'm
Any other
just-
questions?
I'm actually curious, this is a personal curiosity here. So, your daughter goes to Crooked High, you work over at the State Hospital campus over on Pleasant Street, I assume?
No, I work
Oh,
up
you're-
top, up at the top, Hazen Drive. Yep, but I drive to the high school, and I drive back, and I
Sweet.
take 393, and I come back.
How do you get from the high school to work in the morning?
Well, I go back to my house first.
Oh, okay.
And that's the thing, like, we're all just kind of zipping around, and I have to say,
I asked you because you told us in your email that you got hit on Warren Street.
I was walking, yeah.
And I'll tell you that the speed of traffic is just as dangerous today as it was back then.
Sure, but Langley Parkway will be
I wasn't talking
higher
about
speed
Parkway.
limit,
I was
yeah.
just talking about
So it'll be even faster when I try to cross that one, so, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Hello, Mayor Boulay and City Council members, members of the Finance Committee. My name is Aaron Frack-Monroe. I live on Short Street here in Ward 5. And I'm, like I think everyone else who's testified this evening, opposed to extending Langley Parkway through, all the way down through to Pennacook Street. So removing a pedestrian-friendly north-south link in the city and severing the downtown area from direct access to 25-plus miles of trails that can be easily reached through Wynant Park. Additionally, the section behind the hospital is one of the few limited access mobility unpaved paths around that I was able to utilize after recent knee surgery. The Northwest Bypass and Langley Parkway is itself 50 years old with traffic data that is decades old as well, as you've heard. 62 to 78 and a half foot wide swath of asphalt does not help with the promotion of green spaces and non-motorized transportation through the city, which is stated as a priority in our master plan. And the mayor and some members of council have stated via email and in other meetings that there are no plans to develop Langley Parkway through the existing green space. So in researching, looking at RSA 674-6, the capital improvement plans must classify projects according to the urgency and need for implementation, which is noted as high on the CIP form, from what I'm understanding, and include a timetable of implementation for those projects, which appears to be FY24, FY26. So that would indicate, at least to me, that the CIP 40 is queued up for the next biennium. CIP items are not used as a wish list, really, for projects that may not materialize, going back to that RSA. We've kicked the CIP 40 down the road for 33 years or so. So if it's not going to be built, we should look at removing it from the list. If additional roads need to be built down at the end by North State Street to provide some economic access into those properties. I think that's definitely an interesting subject to look at, but keeping it under the auspice of CIP 40 is really not helping the situation at all. So I'd hope that the city could work with landowners, conservation groups, and whatnot to keep sort of some of that valuable green space in our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody have any questions? One question for you. How do you get Short Street to be plowed before every other street in the city?
Because it's short.
I swear.
I'm out there with my snowblower
Yeah.
just hitting up the sidewalk.
Short Street is always one of the first streets in the city to be plowed, so well done. I don't know how you do it.
Thank you to our general services folks. Thank you.
Good to see you. Thanks so much. All right, just a general question. How many more people want to testify on this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 more. And everybody feels like they got something they haven't heard tonight that they want to share. Okay, you go first.
Mine's a minute and a half. I timed it. And I'll just read it. Hello, thank you for your time. My name is Erin Parker, and I have been a resident of Concord for over 21 years. I've lived in Ward 4 for over a decade, and my husband and I and our dog have used these trails almost daily for even longer. We see amazing wildlife and habitats every day we're out there. So much of this would be destroyed, and the Wynett trails would be affected too. We can currently walk to the Wynett trails via Langley Parkway Trail or park on the Auburn Street entrance. If LP3 were built, we would have to drive to the Fisk Road parking lot for Wynett Park, and there's only parking for about roughly 6 cars there. I've heard nothing about any improvements that would be made to make the Wynett Park trails more accessible if LP3 were built. Why is the city not making this green space an attraction for all residents to enjoy? I think it's for the whole city, not just locals around it. I've gotten a lot of feedback from city councilors telling me how many miles of trails and conservation land already exist in Concord, but I fail to see how that justifies destroying this priceless environment that connects the city to the amazing Wynett Park trails. Green spaces should be used to increase the quality of life for all residents and should be increased, but definitely not decreased. There should be more forethought in planning for growth instead of taking natural spaces to expand development. What traffic problems will LP3 create? Could other satellite healthcare spaces be used for those who live further from Concord Hospital? Why are Little Pond Road and Fisk Road not a priority for improvement? The roads are in such bad shape, they're literally dangerous to drive on, as I'm sure most of you know. Improvements to those roads would help with commute times around and through the city. There must be other options looked at for more cost-effective ways of improving traffic and development while not destroying a habitat that is loved and enjoyed by so many people and wildlife alike. The reasons for building LP3 are what ifs. The perceived benefits don't outweigh the cost of the environmental destruction it will absolutely cause. We cannot get the green space back once it is destroyed, and we can't see any reason more important than protection of this critical habitat within walking distance of downtown Concord. Please remove it from the budget or whatever the technical terms are so that that portion of a road isn't built and the environment's not destroyed.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Sir, you're next. You had your hand up.
I promise to be quick if you don't ask a lot.
That's why you were called. I saw you said to me, I can do this in 30 seconds.
I want to get to see a little bit of the Celtics. My name is Martin Piroso, Piroso, for those people who want to read that. I'm not a Concord resident, although I was born and raised here on Pennacook Street, and I feel this is a portion of the street that hasn't been talked about tonight. It's because I own 72 Pennacook Street, which is on the sharp corner as you're going up the hill. There's a red house that sits off to the right, and I bought that from my parents' estate. My dad bought that piece of land, 33 acres of it, which was all the way from the cemetery land all the way up Pennacook Street, from where originally the land was from across from Jennings Drive, all the way up around the corner to where Bishop Brady's field comes through onto Pennacook Street. All of that was all my parents' land at one time. And the insurance company asked if they would sell off a piece of it, the back land. Maybe they wanted to build a third building, and my sister worked there for 30-something years. So my dad ended up selling that off, and it's a border. It's a line where the Langley Parkway proposed road is where the border of my land and their land is on it. So, and I'm not going to talk about hiking up in the woods there. I've done all of that. I grew up here when my dad grew up when it was a dirt road, and the mailboxes were down at the bottom of the hill. So it's been a long road that I've been there. I like Pennacook Street. I rent that property out. I don't live there, but I intend to keep it for a long time. I own other property in Concord too. But there is a concern about whether it's a road that goes up behind my property, which would take out my septic system and other parts of my own property going up through there. I'm not concerned about what goes beyond me, what goes up beyond Bishop Brady and goes up to the hospital. Everybody's beat that to death. We don't need to hear any more about that. I know there's talk about development of the lower half of Pennacook Street, which is where the big field is, owned by Brady Sullivan. I've known those two guys for 30 years, although I've never talked to them about this property. I understand, because I'm also a real estate broker who's not doing that for a living, that we do need housing. I understand that, and I own some housing here that I rent out, and I could certainly charge a lot more rent than I'm doing because it's crazy money right now, but I'm not greedy. I have long-term tenants. So I just want people to consider, I'm not even interested in having a path that goes up along my property between those two, my property and the insurance company and the people that own it today. Because honestly, there's such a narrow margin between the back of my garage and their parking lot now that having people walk through the woods behind my house is something I'm not interested in having. But the bottom half of that, where I used to sled there as a kid, and that whole area there, if that needs to be developed to add housing, I'm not opposed to that. So I think that this is a good thing we're talking about, but I just was concerned about this piece of land that no one's mentioned tonight, which is 10 acres of land that goes up behind my house all the way up to Bishop Brady Field, that I want to help preserve and keep that as raw land. And I've not done anything to develop the frontage that I have on there or any of that stuff. That's what I had to say.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, we're good. Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Bob Cotton. I'm the school board member that keeps on being mentioned for some strange reason.
You're the big dog in the room. My gosh. I looked at your budget and I looked at ours and I said, wow,
Oh, yeah,
what we
yeah.
could do with all that money.
You got a lot more line items than we do, I'll give you that. But anyway, I also wanted to mention that I also happen to be the trails steward for Wynett and Backwoods trails for the Concord Trail Committee. And in that capacity, I'm out on those trails all the time. I will tell you, without question, more people access the trails from what we call the Hospital Road, or the road in from Auburn Street than from the Fisk Hill parking lot by far. That portion of the road, if it were developed into a true Langley Parkway, would definitely adversely affect Wynett. And as all of you, I hope, know, Wynett accesses trails that go over to Swope Park, and from Swope on and on and on. As the mayor has already mentioned, 90 miles of trails in Concord. Not all of them connect, but there are, I personally have walked about 18 miles on connected trails coming off of Auburn Street. And it's an important asset that I hope the city council thinks about when they're thinking about developing. The second thing I just wanted to say is I strongly agree with the notion that something needs to be done with the lower portion of Pennacook Street and access to hopefully housing on the Brady Sullivan, Lincoln Financial, whatever you want to call that property. I think that's very much needed. I also think that, as the mayor has also indicated, that there is a real need for something to be done on the old Irving gas station property, and with respect to the sign still says Santander. I don't know whether they still own the property or not. As far as I can tell, the only thing there is an ATM, and it's a waste of a very valuable piece of property. I think that the best way to do that, in my view, is to do away with CIP 40, create something new, reimagine how we're going to do it, and let's move on with it, because right now, yes, we've got a paper street, we got to get rid of that, and frankly, I probably have something better to do than talk about a development that I expect, and I hope most of you expect, will never happen in terms of the Langley Parkway. So let's fix the problems that actually need to be fixed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Quigley.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cotton. I appreciate your time this evening. I did have an opportunity to go on a walk on the trails, and because you're a trail steward, I have a really stupid question. Is it really common that we would take broken wooden pallets and cross over wetlands as part of our good stewardship to green space and paths? Because that's what I experienced when I went on the trail, where people were
I'm not sure what part of the trail you were on. If it
off trail. It was a trail that leads from one of the houses up to the paved area.
Those are not official trails. That's not part of the Concord Trail system.
But is that good stewardship or no?
No, but that's also private property.
It's city property.
Well, then the city's got a problem. I can't help you with that. It's not part of the trail system. I will tell you that.
My dumb question. Thank you.
Just to follow up on that, one of my jobs as a trail steward is to try to block access to what we call pirate trails or that type of thing. There have been problems with people accessing the rest of the trails on unofficial access ways, and we try to discourage that whenever possible. Having said that, there are also some very nice bridges that the Trails Committees have put in over some of the streams up there, and it makes it much easier for people to
Yeah, Greg Raponi's
go across.
one is a very nice one.
Questions?
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
One question, Mr. Cotton, if you don't mind. So one thing I've really had a hard time tonight getting my head around is why the urgency now about this project that's not funded. It's way out there. It's been pushed out for 50 years. Like, where did the urgency come from? I don't get that.
I think, it's already been discussed earlier. It was brought up in the State of the City. It was reported on, perhaps not as accurately as possible, in the Concord Monitor.
The 10% increase you guys have?
I'm not going to judge that one way or the other, but I think, again, and I also think, quite honestly, that many of the people who were here tonight have been to this rodeo before.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great discussion. Don't get me wrong, but I don't see the urgency. And
I don't think there's an urgency until you start hearing the word urgent being used. Having said that, I actually do think it is somewhat urgent. I think it's urgent that we fix the bottom of Pennacook Street. And
We thought so too.
and
That was our thought.
Unfortunately, it's all part of one long project.
Right.
So if you're going to do part of it, we assume you're going to do the rest of it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Way back. Yep. Welcome.
Good evening.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you all for your patience. So my name is Stephanie Krasinski. I recently moved to Ward 5, coming up on 2 years now. So I am a mom, a nurse practitioner at Concord Hospital, and moved here with my multi-generation family because of the green space that this city offers, because this city also has a real city that I can have a coffee shop downtown and get outside quickly and enjoy all of those things with a family built of people of very different ages and generations, and we can all enjoy those different aspects of this together. The other thing I'd really like to echo as a provider is that we need to support the emergency providers who bring the people that I see in the hospital to us so that they get to us safely with good care, so that we can take over that and continue to support the community in that way as well. So I, as well, would like to echo that you remove CIP 40 from the budget, and I thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilor Carter?
Just a quick one.
Please.
Does everybody come to the hospital by ambulance?
No, of course not.
That's all.
I think it was you earlier today who mentioned, or it was over here, I went in the way back, so I can't see who mentioned that they recently had an appointment.
Yeah, that's me.
And so, no, of course, people come from many different ways. But one of my roles is that I sometimes admit from the emergency department. And there's a huge benefit for people who get good emergency care in the community, and that I can continue to support what was given to them there. So getting people good care initially makes my job better for both myself and the outcomes of my patients.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
That and clean up.
You have things that you haven't heard you need to share?
You know what I'm going to say is different because I'm a different person here. Good evening, folks.
You don't need to read it, just tell us what you think.
I'm going to read it, it'll take a few minutes, and if you have questions, I'll certainly be...
Just speak from the heart. Just tell us what
Well,
you
this
think.
is from the
Point of
heart. I
order,
don't-
please.
Yeah.
I don't know why...
Isn't every constituent allowed an opportunity to speak in the manner they feel most comfortable?
Absolutely, of course.
Thank you.
I don't know why I'm not being given an opportunity to present my information in a way that I'm most comfortable with.
No. We're gonna listen to everything you say. You have a wealth of information, and you have a perspective from sitting around this side of the table. And I think you have give greater insight than some people who haven't. I think it's fair that speak any way he wishes.
Thank you.
No, thank you, Counselor.
So before, I'm going to talk about why I think it's so important to remove Langley from the CIP, but I think from a little different perspective. But before I get started, I will make a few comments. I think even in some of the documents, the city documents that support Langley, like the 2020 report, they talk about strict growth controls to avoid sprawl. I think if we want to make sure that we don't need a Langley Parkway, that we should use our upcoming zoning, the form-based code zoning, to develop our city in a manner that would preclude the need for a Langley Parkway. So we should be doing that while we're in the process of adopting our new zoning. And of course, housing is a priority, and I'll talk about that as I read my piece, that by placing Langley, or Phase 3B, will have a huge impact on the amount of housing that would potentially be able to be built on the Brady Sullivan property. So with that, with your permission, I'll read the statement that I had prepared. Thank you. We are told Langley Parkway is in the capital improvement program as a placeholder. What exactly does that mean? Does it mean you are holding a spot open for it just in case it serves a future purpose? Or does it mean you are holding a place for it in the CIP until the money can be found to construct it? If Langley Phase 3 isn't going to be built, why does it remain in the CIP? If it isn't going to be constructed, why is it important to design and map the road from Auburn to North State Streets in order for development to occur on the Brady Sullivan, Santander, and Irving properties? Is it the mixed messaging that is preventing the development, or is it that the road remains in the CIP and continues to be listed as a city council priority that is obstructing the development of these properties? Similar circumstances have occurred in the past for an item in the out years of the CIP, also as a placeholder waiting for funding. When the City Council authorized the administration to apply for the Department of Transportation Tiger IV grant for the Main Street project, we should remember how this limited the discussion to how the project would go forward, not if it should. I'm quoting from the July 11th, 2011 City Council minutes. Mayor Belay clarified that if council votes in favor of the motion, they will just be accepting the report and the public would have the opportunity to comment on these items in the future. Councilor Bouchard asked that by accepting the report this evening, that no money will be expended and council will only be accepting the report, and that there will be plenty of time for the community to come forward when this is being brought forth in the future. Mayor Belay indicated that to be correct. But what was written into the grant application was not what the council had authorized. The grant stated, and I'm quoting, "The Rethinking Main Street project was accepted by the council at a public hearing in July 2011, which included the community consensus design and placed it in the out years of the city's 10-year capital improvement program due to the inability to completely fund the project. At the time of the completed study, there was no reasonable expectation that state or federal funds would be used for this project." The application continues. Project to start upon granted approval and be ready for construction by April 1st, 2013. And it further states, the City of Concord is committed to maintaining targeted funding sources, including annual maintenance and operation funds and major capital project funds for upkeep. Based on this application, the city received the grant and was then obligated to move forward with the project. Even after the mayor and city council had assured the public nothing would happen until after the public was heard from. This February, the city council voted to continue to include Langley Parkway as a city council priority. The manager reports quarterly on the status of council priorities. His April 1st report to the council states, "This project is currently programmed for fiscal year 2024 and 2026. A significant portion of the project funded is expected from private contributions or grants. The city will continue to explore all possible funding options." At the most recent Transportation Policy Advisory Committee meeting, after the mayor remarked he didn't see the parkway being constructed, Dick Lemieux, the chairperson, stated that unless the committee votes otherwise, they will continue to recommend construction of the parkway as they have in the past. This is why the road must be removed from the CIP and as a city council priority. Despite statements that there is no willingness to move forward with construction, the city council's and administration's actions belie what will occur should the city receive federal funding for the project. You have heard from others this evening. Langley is a road that will not accomplish what it was intended for, a road that will cost in excess of $20 million, a road that will bisect city open space and trails, a road that will not solve neighborhood traffic issues, and a road that will create traffic backups at the lower portion of Pennacook and North State Streets. It is the specter of this road that is holding up development on the Brady, Sullivan, Santander, and Irving properties. In fact, the road will significantly reduce the potential for development on the Brady Sullivan property. Leaving the road in the CIP and as a council priority leaves the impression the council and the administration have determined the road will be built. It leaves the impression that our voices won't matter. The only opportunity to have a fair and unbiased conversation is to remove the parkway from the CIP and as a city council priority. Without removing the road from both the CIP and as a city council priority, when the money is found to construct the road, it will be built. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate sharing that. Any questions from Council Fennessy?
Thank you. Thank you. Do you think we've had a fair and unbiased conversation tonight?
Tonight, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Champlin.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Hirschlag. I read that, I guess substantially, that piece on the Concord Green Space Coalition webpage, and I was really puzzled by your implication that there wasn't any public discussion about the Main Street construction project, which was probably one of the most talked about, discussed, bisected, dissected projects that I think this city has ever had. So could you explain, like, why you said? I mean, I mentioned to two separate people in separate instances that you had said that, and people laughed in my face because we had so many public hearings on the Main Street project.
So you're correct. There were many, many discussions on the Main Street project. But what was promised to the community by the council was that nothing would move forward until after a discussion had occurred. But because of the way the grant was filed, and because of the fear that if the city delayed the grant, although they did get one extension, or decided to turn down the grant until that conversation occurred, there was concern that they wouldn't be able to get the grant in the future. So it wasn't a matter that there wasn't discussion. What was the issue, and what I pointed to here, was that the discussion wasn't about whether the Main Street project should go forward or not. The discussion was about how the Main Street project should go forward. And that's my concern by leaving it in the CIP. It's not a matter of whether or not we're going to have a discussion. It's whether or not that discussion is going to revolve around should the parkway be built or how the parkway will be built.
Follow-up, Your Honor, please. Did you take away from our discussions tonight that the intent of this council in its priority setting session was, in fact, to address some of the principal points that you brought up in your opinion piece?
I'm sorry.
In other words, that our intent was to look at the impact of the road on the Brady Sullivan / Lincoln Financial property, that our interest was to look at how the road, as proposed and preliminarily planned, would impact the Santander and Irving gas station properties.
So I took that as only part of the discussion. I want to be very careful here. When the manager spoke at the State of the City Chamber meeting, he referenced the full length of the parkway. When you look in the CIP, it doesn't talk about just the Santander or Phase 2B. It talks about both 3B. It talks about the full extent of the parkway, both Phase 3A and 3B. In fact, the CIP talks about constructing the phase that would go through the hospital property from Pleasant Street to Auburn Street before construction would occur on the second phase from Auburn Street to the bottom of North State Street. So that's the concern. The concern is, as the CIP has it listed, the parkway is designed to be built. It's not, the CIP isn't there for a discussion about whether or not the parkway should be built. The priority isn't there about whether the priority that you folks voted on at your priority setting session in February isn't about whether the parkway should be built. It's about how it should be built. And that's what I took away. And I understand the importance of trying to move forward with the development of the lower part of Pennacook Street, but the road, the specter of the road is what is inhibiting that development, not removing the road.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Councilor Fennessy.
Thank you. Isn't the money that was programmed for fiscal year 2024 for the design phase?
So originally there was $350,000, I think, to be split. I can't remember, it's $350,000 to be split between the hospital and the city, or each party was going to come up with $350,000. But that was removed from the CIP a number of years ago. So what's in the CIP now is for the construction of the road.
Follow up, Your Honor? Actually, Councilor Pierce.
Just for some clarification, I understood that I was at the luncheon with the city manager, and when he talked about the number of priorities we had, and in subsequent conversations, we talked about moving the concept of Langley Parkway to more of a plan based on the questions we were getting from developers on where is this road, if anything, going to go. Do I understand that correctly?
Is that a question to me, or?
Well, just generally speaking.
The answer is yes.
That was what
The
I
answer is
asked.
yes, okay. Did you understand that to be the same thing?
I understand that's the, first I just want to correct myself with Councilor Fennessy. I do believe in the current CIP, it talks about design, permitting, and construction, though I will stand corrected, having no short-term or long-term memory unless I'm actually looking at the document. But the money that's designated for it, although it doesn't appear that it would accomplish the construction under current cost is there for construction. Could you just quickly repeat?
I'm getting confused with
He's
the-
actually all set, I think.
Yeah,
You guys, he got his answer, I think.
yeah.
But Councilor Champlin had a question.
No, I'm all set, thank you.
So again, just a quick response to Councilor Pierce. My understanding is that the way it's in the CIP, it specifically talks about 3A and 3B, and those are specifically designated based on the 2013 and 2015 VHB studies and reports. They specifically state where the road would be constructed. That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else with questions? Appreciate it. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Do we need a motion?
11. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor and council members. I'd like to start off by just thanking each and every one of you. I know it's been a long meeting. You've sat here attentively. You've listened to us as citizens and residents of Concord, and I just want to let you know I appreciate each and every one of you for your patience and your respect. My name is Mark Cheever. I was here last week. You might remember I'm a relatively new resident of Concord. I came up here because this is an amazing place. It's been mentioned here before. It's a little slice of paradise with an incredibly high quality of living. I can share a little bit about what this trail means to me, and I originally had a much longer statement, but out of respect for you, I'll try and keep it much shorter. I'm out there pretty much every morning with my dog and oftentimes with my lovely fiance. When we were looking for a place to live a year ago, the trails were a big reason why we came here. As young families, as aspiring families, I must admit I'm quite jealous of those that already got the little ones, and I'm hoping I'm not too far behind. This means a lot to us. This is the kind of community that we recognize that you have invested in for decades and generations before. We want to keep that continuity, and we think the green spaces is a lot of what makes this area special. You've heard tonight from a number of folks about the value of communities, from the golf course, from the skaters, from all of these things that bring us together. This green space, this trail, is a community for us. I can't tell you how many of my neighbors I've come across along those trails and had deep conversations, or sometimes just little things, what restaurants to eat at, or what small businesses they recommend, or how to raise a family in Concord in this community. That's what that trail means to me, and it means to so many others of us. It also can be a real big economic driver. If you'll permit, I'd like to share a few quick stats about outdoor recreation in New Hampshire, and I'll keep it quick. In New Hampshire, the outdoor economy totals $2.8 billion in consumer spending per year. It supports 37,000 jobs, $1.3 billion in wages, and generates about $500 million in state and local taxes. Concord can take more advantage of that. Mr. Mayor, I know you've talked about the importance of economic growth, and I think we can do better here. I think we can leverage our natural resources to do even more. Mr. Mayor, you also talked about Chicken Little, and it's a very clever metaphor. And I would just say that a journey begins one step at a time. And I think when all of you are sort of wonder here tonight and bring up this question of why now, why all of a sudden are we asking about this? And it's because we can see down the road of what this might become. We can see the risk that's present to our community, to our green spaces, and something that we love and cherish as a part of our life here in Concord. If it's not urgent, let's scrap it. If it's really not meant to be acted on right now, let's start anew. Let's have a plan for the future, one that wasn't created in the 1950s or based on data from 2011. You have an opportunity to scrap this and start anew, to collect data, to get community input, to get a realistic cost of what this costs to taxpayers. Get the best info you can get. Eliminate CIP 40 from the budget as it currently stands and start anew. Do the due diligence here, and I respect that each one of you take that responsibility very seriously. Council members, you brought up earlier, you're entrusted to make the best decisions for this community, for this city. That's what you were elected to do. I trust that everyone here at this table believes in that too, and you hold that responsibility sacredly. That's what you were elected to do. That's the beauty of democracy. You've heard here tonight from so many of us who have talked about what this means to us as we envision a future Concord that is based on community green spaces and continues your strong record of being thrifty with taxpayer money. Let's start anew. That's all I ask. It's all so many of us ask, is that you consider this deeply, and I know you will. I can see that from each of you here tonight. I know it's not an easy decision. I know you're juggling a million different thoughts and concerns from your constituents. I really do understand that. So thank you so much for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions. And again, thank you for considering this issue thoughtfully, deeply, and with the future of Concord in mind.
Thank you very much. Anybody, any questions? Appreciate your patience tonight. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Not seeing any further hands. With that, we'll close the public hearing. And that concludes tonight's agenda items. We do meet again on June 6th, which is next Monday night. We will be reviewing all of the special revenue funds, and we will be reviewing the enterprise funds as well. Later that week on Thursday, I'll remind everybody, we do start at 5:30, but when we meet at 5:30, we'll be still acting as the Finance Committee. And then I do believe it's noticed for 7, but I think it's simply after we're done with the work session, we will then go into an actual city council meeting, that it's been noticed as a city council meeting to take action on the budget. So if you have anybody you know who is interested in discussing anything they've heard throughout this whole process, then we want to encourage them to come on June 9th to testify on the final budget adopted at the hearing. That would be really important for everybody. Anybody else have anything to come before the group before we adjourn?
Motion to adjourn? Second.
Motion made, second to adjourn. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Have a great